Chapter 26. In the guild, after sending Urza away, Hal told the president about the council. Really? Hal, I can't see through your current strength. I'll leave the guild to you in the future. What are you talking about, Grandpa? You're only 88, are you still young? Makarov laughed and felt relieved. After talking with the president, Hal walked in front of Myra. He took Myra's hand without hesitation, and rubbed Myra's hand slowly with his fingers. Don't go back tonight, Myra, there is an empty room on the second floor. Myra blushed quickly after hearing this. This is too soon, Hal, I'm not ready yet. Ah, that's not what I meant. The guild is likely to be attacked tonight. I'll be with you in the guild, and I'll feel more at ease. Hearing this, Myra realized that she had misunderstood, and then asked, Ah? Will the guild be attacked? Who is the enemy? It's just my speculation for now, but you don't have magic power now, I'm worried about you going out. Hal explained gently, and kissed Myra's forehead at the same time. Don't worry, I will protect the guild and everyone. The night deepened. A wizard with iron nails on every part of his body appeared near the guild, with a sinister smile on his lips, hunting fairies. The gangster wizard licked his lips and a perverted voice sounded. Who is it? The Shadow Gear team, Rebecca, Jet, and Trojan were on their way out of the guild when Rebecca suddenly shouted and looked towards the shadow of the high house. Rebecca! I just felt like someone was looking at me. Rebecca said with lingering fear. Gee, are you alert, miss? A sneer came from the shadow. Suddenly a shadow appeared behind Rebecca and the others. Who is it? Troy asked vigilantly. Gajiel did not reply. A green dragon-shaped magic circle lit up in his hand, and a perverted smile appeared on his face. Iron Dragon Sword. The huge iron giant sword swept towards Rebecca and the other two. Rebecca could not dodge and was about to cast a magic defense, but suddenly, a golden figure flashed by and Hal firmly grabbed Gajiel's shoulder. Are you arrogant? Gajiel's movements stopped instantly. At this moment, he felt a giant dragon staring at him from behind. The huge power and oppression on his shoulders made him sweat. Yes, Shay. Gajiel's voice trembled slightly. He wanted to fight back, but he was knocked away in an instant. The non-mainstream iron nails embedded in his cheeks fell with a trace of blood. Hal. Levy looked at Hal in surprise. She thought she was going to be knocked unconscious just now. Fortunately, Hal came. Hal had been sensing the entire magnolia inside the guild. The moment Gajiel released magic, he knew that this was an outsider. After all, the magic aura of the guildmates was very familiar. Hal, great, this person suddenly attacked us. Troy and Jet also came over and said with lingering fear. Just a scum of the phantom. Dare to come to our guild to make trouble. Hey? Gajiel, right? You've grown up to be a bad boy. Gajiel looked at Hal with pain and confusion when he heard this. He didn't recognize the terrifying man in front of him. Ah, that's right. Natsu doesn't even remember it, and you're almost the same. But you really deserve a beating. Hal's figure disappeared instantly. Then he stepped on Gajiel to the ground. I heard that you like to torture people. Hal's foot strength gradually deepened, and his right foot stepped hard on Gajiel's chest. Earth Dragon's ground trampling. Boom. Half of the ground in the entire park collapsed, and Gajiel lay on the ground without knowing whether he was dead or alive. Hal's blow directly broke his iron skin and hit his internal organs. It seems that his body is well trained. He didn't die. Hal put away his right foot. He grabbed Gajiel's hair with his left hand and pulled him up. At this moment, Gajiel had lost consciousness. Hal? Levy and the others behind him were already terrified. They had never seen Hal so violent before. Don't worry, this kid won't die. As a fellow dragon slayer, this level is nothing. Hal comforted, I just want him to know himself well. Hal turned his right hand to grab Gajiel's neck, slowly exerting force with his palm, while Desert magic was activated, and countless knives made of sand condensed into a shape. Do you like to pretend to be unconscious? The knife rushed towards Gajiel's body and slashed quickly, leaving fine wounds. Awake. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Devil. You came to our guild in the middle of the night to declare war with an iron spear, and now you want to attack my companions. Don't worry, I will bury a life magic in your body, you can't die. Tonight, I will let you enjoy it, this is the price of attacking Fairy Tale. Damn it! Ah! The next morning, at the entrance of the Phantom's headquarters, a broken humanoid object was hung on the trunk of a huge tree. Gajeel was covered with fine wounds all over his body, and thorns like thorns were stuck in his 2 calves and 2 shoulders, and blood flowed along the trunk to the grass. The ghost's minions stared at the bloody scene in a daze. Is that Gajeel? He must be dead, with such a large amount of bleeding. The minions carefully put Gajeel down from the tree trunk. The minions put Gajeel down from the tree trunk. In the process of moving Gajeel's body out of the thorns, Gajeel woke up in pain. Damn, I lost. How could there be such a terrifying person in fairy tale? Suddenly, a green light emerged from Gajeel's body, and a huge vitality flowed through his body. The wounds on his body slowly recovered, and his hair slowly grew back, gradually turning back into the ferocious Gajeel. The minions retreated in fear when they saw this. Gajeel often abused them on weekdays, and now seeing Gajeel's fearful expression made them even more uneasy. What happened? Such a huge power is in my body. If he wants to guide this magic power to run wild. Gajeel couldn't help but be more afraid of Hal when he thought of this. On the other side, Hal was welcoming the return of Natsu and others. A lot of things happened on Karna Island. Hal was receiving Urza's mission report. After a while, I see, so Grey has such a past. Hal had never heard Grey talk about this. It is estimated that other people in the guild, except the president, don't know. Anyway, I hope you come back safely. As for Grey's matter, I believe that he will have a huge growth in body and mind after experiencing this. Believe him, Grey is not a coward. Weak man. Hal stopped recording and said comfortingly. By the way, Hal, I heard that the Phantoms attacked our guild last night. What happened? Urza asked about what happened last night. Just a rebellious will-o'-the-wisp boy. I dealt with him. He shouldn't have the courage to come again. Will-o'-the-wisp boy. That's what, non-mainstream, the kind that likes to show off and cause trouble everywhere. Urza's mind flashed with Natsu wearing earrings and tongue piercings, purple lipstick and black eyeshadow on his mouth, provoking her every day in front of her, and she couldn't help but get angry. Stupid Natsu. Why hit me? Natsu asked innocently. I just want to hit you, don't have any opinions, and you made a mistake anyway. Hey, I think you are much more violent than me. Hal complained. Chapter 27. The two of them were very busy. Iluza, come upstairs with me. Myra, who was working at the bar, looked over at them instantly, with a look of scrutiny and confusion in her eyes. You come with me, Myra. The three of them went upstairs, and Hal motioned for them to sit down. Last night, the Phantom sent someone to cause trouble. Hal said straight to the point. I think it's necessary to have a meeting of the strongest candidates in our guild. Just the three of us? Urza asked. I've already contacted Mustang and Laxus, and they will attend the meeting with magic crystals. Hal replied. Although Fairy Tail nominally has 6 S-class wizards, in fact, because Guildarts is absent for many years and Myra has lost her magic power, there are only 4 people who can really fight. In addition, Laxus's relationship with the guild has been tense recently, and Miss Dong-Ang has been missing frequently, so the actual combat power may only be left with Hal and Urza. It's not that there are not enough, but Hal simply thinks that you don't have to be a little nervous if you have the strength. This is a conflict between guilds. As S-class wizards in the guild, we need to protect the guild as soon as possible. Soon after, Miss Dong-Ang and Laxus magic crystals lit up, indicating that the two have been contacted. Laxus, Miss Dong-Ang, last night, members of the Phantom came to attack the guild and Rebecca and the others. Howl said. As a wizard of Fairy Tail, I think we need you to join the battle as soon as possible. Howl added. No problem, but I can't fight in front of everyone. There are many branches of the Phantom. I will go to deal with the situation here. Miss Dong-Ang's voice was low and firm. Sure. Hal responded. Miss Dong-Ang, you're really positive. Lax's tone was ironic. The old man should have told me about this kind of thing. When did you, Hal, have such great power? Laxus asked provocatively. I think a small ghost is not worth the old man's help. We can solve it here. Hal responded calmly. As for why you didn't come to the guild, Laxus, I have to ask you, why have you hardly shown up in recent years? Hal's tone became serious. Hey! Are you questioning me, Hal? Laxus was obviously dissatisfied. You should solve the ghost problem yourself. If you really want to ask me for help, you have to let the old man come in person. Laxus's unwillingness to cooperate was obvious. You are hiding when you have the strength, Laxus. Myra said angrily. Laxus smiled coldly and then turned off the call of the magic crystal. There is no other way. Since Laxus does not want to join the battle, we can only trust everyone in the guild. Hal sighed, believe in the power of the guild. Iluza and Myra looked at each other, obviously dissatisfied with Laxus's attitude. How could such a person be our companion? Myra said indignantly. Don't worry too much, Myra. Laxus may have his own knot, I will solve this matter later. Now we have to focus on protecting the guild and prevent the ghost from attacking again. Suddenly, Gray's voice came from downstairs, Iluza. Are you there? Lucy was captured by the ghost, Natsu took Happy to rescue her, we have to help. The faces of the three people changed suddenly. Lucy was captured? Urza and Myra quickly ran downstairs and asked Gray anxiously. I don't know the details, but it has happened. Gray answered anxiously. Hal was still on the second floor, and his memory was restored a little because of some stimulation. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Hal recalled some of the plot and explained to Gray, but we still have to help. But under the current circumstances, Natsu and Happy should have caught up. Happy's flying speed is supersonic, and Natsu's sense of smell is sensitive enough. With their abilities, it is not a problem to catch up with Lucy. But there is no but. Unless the ghost president himself comes to Magnolia, but that is impossible. The magic body I sensed cannot miss such a huge existence. Hal said firmly. The enemy should have a magic user of earth or wind attribute, and the means of hiding magic are very powerful. Hal continued to explain. I'm going to find Natsu now, Urza, you go and notify everyone to keep. Be alert. Myra, go to the basement of the guild and take out the magic props I prepared earlier. Okay. Urza and Myra agreed in unison. Wait, Hal, don't be impulsive when you meet Joseph, we will solve it together. The president's voice sounded in Hal's ears. Okay, Grandpa President. Hal responded. After speaking, Hal turned into golden magic and quickly flew in the direction where Natsu left. On the other side, Natsu had just rescued Lucy from Soul of the Earth and Juvia of the Sea, two of the four elements. However, the battle took place too close to the area of the Phantom Guild President, and was being chased by Joseph, the ruler of the Phantom Guild. Damn, one is more difficult than the other. Since the Harpy's magic power was exhausted, Natsu could only run with Lucy and Harpy. He ran while dodging the flying magic cast by Joseph. The trees behind him were constantly destroyed. Natsu flexibly shuttled through the forest like a loach, avoiding the continuous attacks. Little devil, put down the eldest lady of the Heartfilia family. Didn't Makarov teach you what is polite? Joseph sneered coldly. Isn't it polite for you to kidnap members of our guild, black-faced ghost? Natsu fought back mercilessly. Black-faced ghost? Hearing Natsu's disrespectful nickname, Joseph was embarrassed and then furious. In that case, you will die here. Joseph was furious, and a huge magic circle lit up on the ground. Black palms emerged from the ground like the claws of the devil, and instantly entangled Natsu, Lucy, and Harpy. How can you give up? Such a difficult magic, even fire can't burn it. Natsu struggled on the ground, hitting the black palm with flames, but it was useless. Die, fairy kid, say hello to Makarov for me in advance. Joseph said coldly, and flashed in front of Natsu in an instant. The black and red magic gathered in his hands, forming a destructive force. Death Ray! Joseph roared, and the energy of the attack swept like black lightning. I can't hide, how can I give up? This guy's magic power is the same as Grandpa's, and I can't move at all. Naz's heart sank, and he covered his chest with both hands, ready to resist the coming attack. At this critical moment, Hal arrived. He held the staff in his hand and swung it quickly to block Joseph's attack. Amid the deafening roar, magic surged, the trees kept shaking, and cracks appeared on the ground. Hal immediately took advantage of the victory and stabbed forward with the staff in his hand. Joseph was shocked. He didn't expect Hal, as a magician, to adopt such an outrageous attack method, and hurriedly activated the magic defense. However, Hal quickly turned from stabbing to smashing. He transformed the straight stabbing attack into a fierce heavy blow. The huge light magic on the staff gathered together, like a fist of light, smashing Joseph into the depths of the forest. The powerful shock wave uprooted the trees, the surrounding darkness was torn apart, and Joseph's figure was buried under the dust. Okay, let's go. Hal pointed his staff, and the light quickly wrapped around Natsu, Lucy, and Happy, and then wrapped them in a glow. Hal and them flew towards the guild together. The dust dispersed in the strong wind, and Joseph's figure gradually emerged from a big pit. His face was as dark as ink, full of anger and disbelief. Is this kid a wizard? He actually hit people with a staff? Joseph roared angrily, damn Makarov, he actually has such a strong subordinate. Report to President Joseph, he may be the rumored nature controller. Thor, one of the four elements, hurried forward to report. Nature controller. Joseph was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, the strongest candidate of the unknown fairy tale. Yes, President Joseph. Soul continued to explain, also, according to the intelligence, except for Hal, Laxus, and members of Miston Gang are currently working far away from here and cannot return quickly. It seems that we must launch a general attack as soon as possible. Joseph gritted his teeth and said, his eyes full of determination and ferocity. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild, Hal and others had returned to the guild at this time. When everyone learned that Lucy was the daughter of one of the top Chable groups in the Kingdom of Fiori, they all showed surprise. So that's why Joseph was so eager to move because of Lucy. Makarov said slowly, his eyes full of deep thought. I'm sorry, everyone, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Lucy lowered her head sadly, tears flashing in her eyes, and bowed to the guild members. Now the guild is threatened because of me. I'm really sorry. I don't want to implicate everyone, so... Shut up. Lucy. Makarov interrupted Lucy's self-blame, his tone was firm and warm, no matter who you are, since you have joined Fairy Tale, we are a family of the guild. We will never abandon you. Destroying my guild, bullying my family, we can no longer tolerate it. Makarov's voice was full of majesty and anger, as if thunder roared in the air. His magic power suddenly burst out. The entire guild hall was illuminated by a blazing light, and a strong sense of oppression filled the air. All-out war. Makarov suddenly crushed the wooden staff in his hand, and the wood chips flew everywhere. With Makarov's fierce magic fluctuations, the whole hall was shaking. Oh! The guild members responded in unison, with unshakable determination and indomitable fighting spirit. Chapter 28. The two of them were very happy. Inside the guild, Lucy sat on the ground, tears still falling, but her expression gradually changed from self-blame to touching. Her eyes were blurred by tears, but her heart was filled with warmth. Thank you everyone. Lucy's voice was trembling. The voices of the guild members echoed in her ears, like invisible hands hugging her tightly. Every response seemed to tell her, we are here, you will never be alone. At this time, Natsu came over, reached out and held Lucy's hand, and pulled her up. Lucy's tears gradually subsided under Natsu's warm palm. What she felt was not loneliness and self-blame, but deep peace of mind and warmth. Hal and other members of the guild supported silently behind them, their eyes full of determination and concern. Don't be afraid, our friends are right beside us. Natsu's voice rang in Lucy's ears. Let's teach those bastards who bullied Lucy a lesson. Gray was also rubbing his hands and saying. At this moment, there was a huge vibration inside the guild, and the entire guild building began to shake violently. Everyone was panicking and trying to keep their balance. President, a huge castle appeared in the sea behind the guild. Alzik ran in breathlessly to report. What? Makarov and the guild members rushed out of the guild and saw that the huge mobile castle was slowly approaching. That's the building of the Phantom Guild. Someone exclaimed. Well, we haven't found him yet, and he dares to come to us. Natsu rushed out angrily, followed by Happy. Wait, don't be impatient, let's see what they are going to do, Hal said with a confident smile while trying to stop Natsu's reckless actions. Such an exaggerated hype must have a way of showing off his power. So, everyone moved forward together, with Natsu, Gray and Elfman at the outermost, and Lucy, who was protected by Myra and the President, at the innermost. Hal floated in the air, carefully observing the moving castle. Interesting, this is also a huge magic machine, Hal whispered to himself. Then, huge magic power emanated. It was the magic cannon Jupiter. How is it possible, such a lethal weapon? Everyone was surprised. This blow can directly pierce through the entire magnolia. If they do this, the council will definitely not remain indifferent, Myra analyzed. For Lucy, they have gone so crazy, Gray said coldly. At this moment, Joseph appeared on the huge magic circle at the top of the castle, and the four elements stood around him. Thor of the earth, Jovia of the sea, Tutumaru of the fire, Alia of the sorrow, and Iron Dragon, Gajeel. 5 S-class wizards appeared together, showing the strength of the Phantom Guild. The setting of the Phantom Guild is like this: Gajeel is also S-class, Jovia and the others are all S-class. It can only be said that the selection criteria of each guild are different, and Fairy Tale is undoubtedly the most perverted. Fairy Tale. Today is the day of your guild's destruction. 5 S-class. 1 Saint 10, and hundreds of Phantom Elites, while you, Laxus and Miston can't make it back, 1 Urza and another S-class. What can you use to fight me? It's obvious that the advantage is mine. What do you think, Makarov? If you surrender now and hand over Miss Lucy, I can still withdraw my troops. Ha ha ha. The harsh voice and creepy laughter were heard by everyone in the guild. Joseph. Makarov was instantly furious, with huge magic wrapped around his body, and rushed forward. Hey hey! Hal watched Makarov from the side and complained. The president is so cunning. Natsu couldn't help but yelled, and followed Makarov under the flying of Happy. Hal could only hold his forehead. He knew where the roots of Fairy Tale were. It was all up to this old man. When saving Natsu and Lucy, he warned himself not to be impulsive alone. Now he saw the enemy and started to take the lead. When Makarov rushed to the castle of the Ghost Guild, Joseph stared at him coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The magic cannon Jupiter on the castle was ready to fire, and the battlefield was filled with a tense and depressing atmosphere. Makarov's figure quickly approached the castle in the surging magic. His left index finger and middle finger pinched in the air. Passing by, gathering huge magic power in front of him, emitting dazzling light. With each step, the light in the air was torn apart, and the surrounding sea water trembled violently under his magic fluctuations. Joseph. Makarov's voice exploded like thunder, shaking the entire battlefield. Your arrogance ends here. Joseph sneered, raised his hand and waved. The magic cannon Jupiter made a violent roar, and the powerful magic bombardment flew towards Makarov. Fire and smoke quickly enveloped the entire sky, as if dyeing the entire sky a fiery red. It's Jupiter! President! But Makarov did not retreat, and his eyes flashed with determination. At the moment when the bombardment was about to hit, he quickly waved his hands and used powerful light magic. His hands drew a light arc in the air, forming a huge light shield, isolating the fire and smoke. The light shield trembled slightly under the strong impact, but it was still indestructible. The energy of the bombardment caused shocking fluctuations on the light shield, and the surface of the light shield was shining, effectively dissipating the power of the attack. As the light shield continued to glow, Makarov was wrapped in a layer of brilliant light, like a solid fortress, resisting the fierce attack of Jupiter. The surrounding fire and smoke gradually dissipated, and Makarov's figure appeared clearly. This is impossible. Can it block Jupiter? The members of the Ghost Guild looked at each other in disbelief. At this moment, Makarov has reached the top of the castle. Joseph. Seeing this, Joseph's face changed slightly, and he quickly cast a black and red magic circle, and countless black palms emerged on the ground, trying to trap Makarov. Black hands rushed towards Makarov from all directions. Dark hell! Makarov pushed his hands and instantly formed several small and large magic circles, which floated in the air, both offensive and defensive. His light flickered continuously, tearing the black magic hand, and quickly counterattacked. The beam of light cut through the night sky like a sharp blade, and approached Joseph. Joseph's face became gloomy, and he tried his best to resist the beam, but the intensity of Makarov's attack made him unbearable. The air between the two seemed to be vibrating violently, and strong shock waves kept coming, shaking the surrounding buildings constantly. Die! Joseph roared and released powerful black magic, forming a huge dark vortex, trying to swallow Makarov. The vortex exuded a suffocating breath, as if it could swallow everything. Fall! Makarov's eyes flashed with a firm light, his fingers moved slightly, and a ray of light fell from the sky and hit the dark vortex. Light and darkness collided, causing a deafening explosion, and the entire sky was torn in half. As the shock wave of the explosion swept across the entire battlefield, the surrounding scenery was destroyed and shattered. The battle between Makarov and Joseph unfolded in the air, and the interweaving of light and darkness formed a huge battle vortex. The battle between the two Holy 10 magic guides was like thunder and storm, fierce and unstoppable. Chapter 29. The enemy was in chaos, and the enemy was in chaos. Damn Makarov! What a terrifying magic power! Joseph growled in a low voice with gritted teeth. However, you dare to rush in alone, hee, do you think my subordinates don't exist? Joseph smiled coldly, with provocation in his eyes. 5S class wizards quickly surrounded Makarov in the center, and their powerful aura almost solidified the surrounding air. However, Makarov did not waver at all, and his eyes were fixed on Joseph. Who said I came alone? Makarov's voice was calm and firm. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky. Natsu's flames suddenly appeared in the air like thunder, and the opportunity he had never had to take action finally came. He raised his hands high, released a powerful flame shock, and blasted towards the 5S class wizards. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. The 5S class wizards reacted quickly and scattered, trying to avoid Natsu's flame attack. Joseph looked at this scene, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Based on this kid, I admit that his magic power is good, but it is far worse than my 4 elements and Gajeel. You are still as arrogant as ever, Joseph. At this moment, the sea castle began to shake violently. A huge and magnificent magic circle appeared in the sky, and the magic aura of the entire castle suddenly rose, giving people a sense of oppression. Joseph's face changed suddenly, and he could not hide his inner shock. Super magic. How is it possible? How can such a powerful magic be released without the level of Saint 10? On the opposite side, Makarov had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes revealed a confident light. Harry, you have really become stronger. 10 minutes ago. Harry watched the president and Natsu rushing to the battlefield, thinking slightly in his heart, he knew that he had to act quickly. However, just as he was about to follow them, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he immediately stopped and clenched his staff with both hands. The staff emitted a dazzling light in his hand, and huge magic power condensed around him, rushing to the sky, forming a magnificent magic circle. It's time to let the world see my strength. Harry whispered to himself, and the magic power gradually increased, and a strong sense of shock filled the air. He raised the staff high, and with a roar, a huge magic circle appeared in the air. Earth magic, earth lifting. Boom! The Phantom Guild castle, which was originally floating in the sea, was instantly pushed by the huge crustal force. The sea water was violently pushed away, and the thousands of meters around the huge sea castle were like a lifted boulder, suddenly lifted up and taken away from the sea. The ecology of the seabed was exposed in broad daylight, and the original ocean was forced to reveal the bare earth. The castle shook in the air, and the huge vibration made the entire battlefield tremble. Hal's actions did not stop. He quickly cast the second magic tree world coming. He put his hands together, and a large area of huge trees and vines appeared on the ground. They grew rapidly from the ground, as if they were cast with some kind of wonderful magic. The trees and vines intertwined into a net, quickly covering the entire seabed and tightly locking the huge castle. At the same time, these trees formed several roads leading to the Phantom Guild, providing a direct passage for the guild members. It's incredible. Is this magic that humans can do? Loki held his glasses with trembling hands, his tone full of disbelief. He had rarely seen Hal take action, and only knew that his magic power was terrifying. The surrounding guild members also widened their eyes, watching Hal's magic show such exaggerated effects in amazement. This is the master of nature. Levi muttered to herself. The Phantom Castle was in a mess. Under the huge shock, the castle had long been unrecognizable. The Phantom Guild members looked at everything in front of them with despair on their faces. Impossible, with such a terrifying wizard here, what are we going to fight? What a joke! With this kind of magic, it would be easy for him to crush the entire castle. A group of people trembled all over, holding their heads, and they had no morale. Just then, a pit-faced wizard pointed forward, his lips trembling, and shouted in fear. They rushed up. It's Fairy Tale. The Ghost Guild and the others were trapped in despair because of Hal's terrifying magic. When they looked out, the members of the Fairy Tale Guild were already fully prepared. The atmosphere of the guild became more enthusiastic after the excitement of Hal's magic display, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. Gray, Elfman, Kana, Lucy, Levi, and others were ready to charge, with a firm light in their eyes and a burning desire to fight. Okay, everyone, we have to drive them out. Gray's voice was low and powerful, revealing fearlessness. His hands quickly formed seals, and the terrifying ice blue magic energy condensed in his palms. Then, he smashed it hard, and a huge ice wall rose up among the people of the Phantom Guild, firmly trapping the Phantom members who tried to escape. How is it possible? There are more than 300 of us, and he actually surrounded us all with a magic. Elfman also ran in front. He quickly changed his body shape, and the magic power formed a strong beast aura around him. Receive. Arms of the beast. As his arms swung, a huge whirlwind of power swept out, quickly blowing away the members of the Phantom Guild, and the flying dust and debris made their movements more difficult. At the same time, Kana showed her powerful card magic. The cards in her hand kept changing with her summons, sometimes lightning, sometimes water dragons. She threw many cards directly into the middle of the members of the Phantom Guild, and the multiple magic in the cards was hard to defend against. Lucy and Levi were not to be outdone. Lucy summoned her star spirit, open. The door of Taurus, Talos. Niu rushed into the crowd in his daily coquettish pants and holding a giant axe, causing huge damage to the terrain. Levi used her text magic to unfold the huge text, and the power of ice, snow and wind swept the enemy, turning into a storm to suppress them to the ground. How could someone turn into a monster and rush over here? This card here is even more shameless. What the hell is that cow wearing a bitter tea? I don't want to play anymore. There's wind, thunder, and snow. How strong is Fairy Tail? Where are our S-class? Let them come to help, we can't stop them. Everyone joined forces to attack, and most of the members of the Phantom Guild were instantly defeated and fled in all directions. The battle in the castle became more and more chaotic. But there were still powerful phantom wizards with pale faces, shouting in pain, trying to fight back, but facing the powerful offensive of Fairy Tail, they had no power to fight back. Chapter 30. The battle was won, and the enemy was in a state of panic. On the top of the castle, Joseph's anger almost devoured his sanity. He watched his guild members being defeated by the guild members of Fairy Tail, and he was furious. Damn Makarov! Joseph roared, his voice full of crazy hatred. He turned his eyes to the four elements and Gajeel, and ordered, "You five, go down quickly and kill all those damn fairies." Hearing this, the four elements and Gajeel immediately jumped down from a high place, ready to join the battlefield. However, before they could completely land, they were knocked away by the rapid and fierce attack. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu's voice roared like thunder. He wielded the blazing flames, and the powerful Fire Dragon Fist hit Gajeel, knocking him into the castle. The burst of fire made Gajeel unable to stand up again for a short time. Change clothes. Black feather armor. Urza's high-pitched voice came immediately, and her body was quickly wrapped in a set of black armor, holding a black giant sword in her hand. The four elements were just about to enter the battlefield when they were cut down by a huge sword light. The huge sword light cut through the air and approached Rabbit Maru. As one of the four elements, Rabbit Maru of fire. He was cut by Urza's giant sword before he could react. The huge sword light cut like a sharp blade, leaving a deep wound on his chest, almost tearing his entire body apart. Rabbit Maru rolled in the air in pain, and the severe wound almost made him lose consciousness. He fell heavily to the ground, struggled a few times, and finally stopped on the ground powerlessly, no longer moving. Light Magic Holy Sword. Hal looked down at the battlefield from the air, his staff raised high, the huge light magic formed a giant sword like light and accurately slashed at Arya, one of the four elements. The lightsaber cut through his defense and forcibly repelled him. Arya rolled in the air, blood gushing from her abdomen, and fell to the ground in a mess. Damn it! Rabbit Maru! Earth Thor screamed out of control, anger and fear intertwined in his voice. Juvia lost her usual indifference, and her eyes showed deep pain. She quietly looked at the corpse of Rabbit Maru on the ground, her heart full of unconcealable sadness. Go to hell, bastard! Earth Thor instantly merged into the earth, and the surrounding walls moved quickly under the control of his power, gathered together, trying to squeeze Hal in the middle and crush him to death. Boom! The terrifying impact was deafening. The wall was crushed towards Hal under a powerful force. Hal was completely crushed without leaving any trace. Die! You deserve it! Damn goblin! Thor's voice was filled with ecstasy and hatred, almost sentencing Hal to his fate. However, what he didn't notice was that beside him, a stream of quicksand floated in the air, and then quickly condensed into a human form. Hal appeared behind Thor without knowing when, and gently hugged his neck with one hand, with a light smile without emotion on his face. "You are called Thor of the Earth." Hal's voice was cold and mocking, like a cold blade piercing Thor's heart. "How is it possible? You just died." Thor looked at Hal in horror, and the expression on his face changed from shock to despair. His body began to weather involuntarily, his skin gradually became dry and cracked, and his eye sockets were sunken without moisture, revealing shriveled pupils, as if all the essence of life had been sucked out. Hal's left hand exuded an invisible force, and the powerful water extraction magic was working. Under this terrifying force, Thor's body quickly weathered into a shriveled mummy. Then Hal patted the shoulders of the mummy Thor, and quietly put away his left hand around his neck. The breeze blew, and Thor's body turned into dust. Thor's ability completely deprived Thor of his vitality, turning him into a grain of sand in the wind. At the same time, his figure gradually merged into the quicksand, hiding on the battlefield again, looking for the next prey. Juvia felt extremely uneasy at this moment, her heartbeat accelerated, and her breathing became rapid. The dryness and the breath of death in the air made her feel extremely strange and terrified as a water wizard. Her throat seemed to be tightly bound by some invisible force, and her voice stopped in her throat, unable to make any sound. At this moment, she felt a strong magic suddenly appear behind her, and a cold breath behind her made her back cold. The next moment, 2 arms. His arms were warm and firm as he held her tightly in his arms. Juvia's muscles were tense, and her heart was filled with unspeakable fear. Although this kind of hug might have an ambiguous meaning under normal circumstances, it was an inescapable threat to her at this moment. "No, don't." Juvia's voice was trembling, and her lips were trembling slightly. She could feel the body temperature and hot breath of the man behind her. Every time he exhaled, it was like the whisper of the god of death, bringing a creepy sense of terror. "Don't worry. I won't kill you. You are different from them. You are a kind girl. This is just a small punishment for kidnapping Lucy." Hal's voice sounded softly beside her earlobe, and his breath blew warmly on Juvia's earlobe, bringing a deep sense of despair. Juvia's heart was filled with fear and helplessness, and she could only respond weakly, "I know, I'm sorry." "Very good, good child." Hal's voice, with a hint of teasing and satisfaction, gradually disappeared from her ears. Hal's figure also gradually turned into quicksand at the moment when she felt palpitations, slowly drifting away. Juvia could barely breathe after feeling Hal's departure. She was covered in cold sweat and her muscles were almost trembling. She sat down on the ground as if she was hollowed out, her face pale, her eyes full of deep fear and anxiety. Hal's dark breath still echoed in her senses, making it difficult for her to calm down. Her body was completely dominated by this invisible terror, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. What kind of person would have such a terrifying evil magic and awe-inspiring sacred light magic at the same time? On the other side, Urza was fighting fiercely with Aaliyah, the best of the 4 elements. Aaliyah's eye mask had been taken off, and disgusting tears kept pouring out of his magical eyes. His magic power fluctuated wildly, bringing Urza an unimaginable horror. "How sad, Urza!" Arya's voice was filled with a morbid joy, and his magic eyes were filled with an unsettling light. "You have seen my strongest state, this magic power, you are absolutely unable to resist." Accompanied by Arya's voice, the terrifying wind magic rolled up endless sand and gravel, sweeping around him like an endless storm. The sand and dust were flying in the air, and Urza was trapped by the violent wind and sand, unable to move forward, and every step seemed to be stuck in the mud. Urza gritted her teeth and tried to resist the wind and sand that kept attacking her. Her body was constantly hit by sand and gravel, facing great pressure. She held the sword tightly in her hand, and although her vision was blocked by the sand and dust, she still looked firmly in the direction of Arya. "I won't back down." Urza's voice was firm and unyielding. "No matter how powerful your magic is, I will use my power to protect my guild." "Ha ha ha ha, that's good, Urza." Arya looked at the fairy queen in front of her, with a morbid joy on her face, and the blush in her eyes mixed with a twisted smile, which looked particularly weird. He quickly chanted the spell, his voice with endless indifference and fanaticism, "Death Space 0." As Arya's spell fell, his body turned into a huge wind magic black hole, and the black vortex spread from around him, swallowing everything. His 2 red eyes were particularly conspicuous in the black hole, emitting a creepy light. The dark breath was as boundless as the night, sweeping everything around, as if to swallow the entire space into endless darkness. Urza felt this terrifying storm, and her heartbeat accelerated sharply. She tried to use her sword to block the surrounding strong wind, but the strong attraction of the black hole almost made her body lose control. Her sword light seemed insignificant in the storm, and was constantly swallowed by the black hole, gradually losing its light. How is it possible, this power? Urza gritted her teeth and persisted, trying to fight against the huge black hole storm. Just when she was about to collapse, a stronger force of death appeared beside her, making Urza's eyes widen and look at the source in horror. Desert tornado. Hal's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, and his body turned into a fierce tornado, and the vortex was full of dead silence. The rolling sand, accompanied by the power of darkness, swept in, as if to swallow the whole world. The power of death made people feel an endless darkness, as if every grain of sand contained deep despair and ferocity. The power of the tornado roared out from hell, pounced on Arya, and wrapped him in endless sand and darkness. Sand. Rotating in the storm, with cold and ruthless power, it swept through Alia's body. Every grain of sand was like the sickle of the god of death, scratching his skin, absorbing his moisture, and making him feel unprecedented pain. Alia's red eyes gradually lost their luster in the storm, his body began to dry up, and his skin gradually weathered. The breath of darkness wrapped around him like a venomous snake, making him unable to escape. Tears of despair rolled in his eyes, but in the end, his tears also dried up, and no liquid flowed out. This is, how? Alia's voice became weak, his body turned into a shriveled mummy, lifeless, his face distorted, and his eyes were full of deep fear and despair. There was only the endless darkness and the breath of death around him, as if he was completely swallowed by the darkness. In the end, Alia's body was completely weathered into a mummy, and he could no longer cry any tears. His heart was filled with endless regret and fear, and the end of all this was only witnessed by the dark desert tornado. How sad! Hal's faint voice disappeared from Alia's life along with the wind and sand. Chapter 31. The battle was won, and the battle was won. Inside the ruins of the castle, Natsu was doing his best to suppress the iron dragon Gajeel. The light of the flames shone around him, emitting hot energy. Although Gajeel's armor was strong, it gradually showed flaws under Natsu's fierce attack. Each of Natsu's punches was filled with hot flames, hitting Gajeel's armor hard, making a deafening roar. Gajeel's body was constantly pushed back by the impact of the flames, but he still stood firmly, using his iron fist to fight against the flame fist. The collision of flames and iron raised the temperature of the entire battlefield to the extreme, the surrounding buildings were shattered, and deep cracks appeared on the ground. The hot wind of the fire dragon. Natsu roared, opened his arms, and the flames formed a strong hot wind, sweeping towards Gajeel. Gajeel's armor made a harsh metallic sound under the impact of the hot wind, and the surface of the armor began to turn red and hot. Humph! Gajeel gritted his teeth and insisted. He pressed his body against the ground and waved his fists continuously, trying to resist Natsu's attack. However, Natsu was not disturbed by the four elements at this time. The blazing flames continued to rise from him, making Gajeel very embarrassed. Moreover, after Hal's devilish special training, Natsu's strength and skills have reached a new peak, and every blow is accurate and fierce. Gajeel's armor gradually cracked under the impact of Natsu's flames, and the high temperature of the flames made Gajeel's defense weaker and weaker. His breathing also became rapid due to excessive consumption, and a trace of fatigue appeared on his face. Gajeel's face was solemn. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be in a desperate situation. The magic of the Iron Dragon boiled in his body. He suddenly gathered all his strength into his right hand, transforming it into an Iron Dragon saw sword, ready to counterattack Natsu. Iron Dragon saw sword. Gajeel roared, and a black-green magic circle appeared. His right hand quickly transformed into a huge rotating saw sword, with iron light flashing on the sword body and making a harsh buzzing sound. The saw sword kept spinning, as sharp as a chainsaw, sweeping towards Natsu with a powerful cutting force. A trace of surprise flashed in Natsu's eyes, but he immediately regained his excitement. That's it! Natsu looked at Gajeel excitedly. The flames on his body burned more violently, and he rushed towards Gajeel's attack with all his strength. However, when Gajeel's saw sword swept across, the powerful slashing wave not only cut through the blazing flames, but also contained huge destructive power, tearing the air in an instant. Gajeel's saw sword split a pillar in the ruins with the force of a storm, and the huge shock wave scattered the remains of the castle, and the entire ruins were shaking violently. Natsu faced a strong pressure from the slashing wave. Although he tried his best to block it, he was still oppressed and could not remain stable. Boom! The power of fire and iron intertwined in the air, forming a hot explosion storm. Natsu's body was repelled by the powerful slashing wave, and his flames were almost swallowed by the storm. Gajil's saw sword fiercely split the pillar of the castle, and with a loud bang, the structure of the entire castle became more fragile. As the pillar broke, the collapse of the ruins became more and more serious. The entire castle began to shake violently, dust flew all over the sky, and a huge crash echoed in the air. At this moment, the battlefield was almost quiet, and the companions of the guild were also watching all this nervously, with their faces full of worry and uneasiness about Natsu. Lucy's eyes anxiously scanned the surroundings, and her mood was suspended in the air because of Natsu's safety. "Natsu, be careful." Lucy's voice was full of concern. She saw Natsu struggling against the enemy and his body disappeared under the ruins, and she couldn't help but feel distressed. On the ruins of the top floor of the castle. "Iron bastard, you still have some tricks." Natsu stood up in the ruins. Although he was covered in dust, his posture was still upright, and his eyes were flashing with fiery fire. "Ha, fire dragon bastard, you can still stand." Gajil panted. Although his breathing was rapid, his tone was still unyielding. He couldn't tolerate himself losing to the goblin's men again. "Interesting." Natsu imitated Howl's tone and shouted wildly. The flame power in his body was completely released, gathering into a powerful flame airflow, rushing straight towards Gajil. "Fire dragon's sharp horn!" Natsu roared, and the hot flames wrapped around his whole body, as if he had turned into a huge fire dragon, rushing towards Gajil. "Damn it! Iron dragon sword!" Gajil gritted his teeth in response, and his iron dragon saw sword turned into a fierce attack force, trying to resist the impact of the fire dragon. However, Natsu's power was fierce and ruthless, gradually dissolving Gajil's saw sword power one by one. The fire dragon's airflow brought a devastating impact in the air, forcing Gajil back. Although Gajil tried his best to resist, his iron dragon saw sword gradually lost its power under the power of the fire dragon. Finally, Gajil's iron dragon saw sword was completely defeated by the power of the fire dragon. The flames exploded in the air, and the violent explosion shattered Gajil's iron armor. His body was engulfed by the flames, and after spinning a few times, he fell heavily to the ground and found it difficult to stand up again. "The winner is decided, Iron Bastard." Natsu was a little exhausted, but there was still a victorious smile on his face. Chapter 32. The battle between Makarov and Joseph was still going on fiercely in the huge magic circle above the castle. Although he sensed that Gajil had been defeated, Joseph was still unwilling to give up, struggling like a trapped beast. His whole body was surrounded by dark magic, his face was full of grim smiles and anger, as if he still had a glimmer of hope. "Damn Makarov!" Joseph roared, his voice filled with unconcealed despair and anger. His hands quickly formed seals, and the magic circle of the entire castle rippled violently under him. Powerful magic began to gather around him, forming a huge dark storm. Although Joseph was on the verge of exhaustion, he still stubbornly tried to fight back. His dark magic circle raged in the air, making a final roar and roar. At this moment, Hal suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, raised his staff, and quickly formed a powerful sand shield, completely blocking Joseph's full-strength attack. The black shock wave continued to spark dazzling sparks on the sand shield, but failed to break through Hal's defense. Joseph saw that his attack was ineffective, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. However, he was still unwilling to give up and continued to surround Hal and Makarov with dark magic. Despite this, his magic power had begun to become unstable, and his body gradually showed signs of weakness. At this moment, Makarov stood in the distance, and his hands began to slowly condense a golden source of magic power. The golden light exuded a warm and sacred atmosphere around him, and the magic power in the air was also attracted, forming a huge vortex of glory. Makarov's face was majestic and firm, and he knew that the decision at this moment would determine everything. "Joseph, you still have one last chance, kneel down." Makarov's voice was sonorous and powerful, with a cold and majestic atmosphere. His eyes were firm, revealing a majesty that could not be rejected. "What a joke! Our magic power is comparable, even with the help of this stinky boy, you can't humiliate me like this." Joseph heard this, and a trace of fury flashed in his eyes. Although his magic power was on the verge of collapse, he still gritted his teeth and persisted, cursing madly. His voice was full of unwillingness and anger, as if it was the last struggle against his failure. In the interweaving of darkness and light, Joseph's fury and despair seemed particularly abrupt. His whole body was gradually surrounded by the expanding light, and the strong will to resist formed a sharp contrast with the impending end. Makarov's face did not fluctuate at all, he slowly began to count down, his tone calm and firm, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown sound fell, Makarov put his hands together, and the golden magic source turned into a huge light between his palms. The light became brighter and brighter, and finally formed a huge golden magic circle in the air. The edge of the magic circle flashed with dazzling brilliance, and ancient and sacred runes kept flowing in it. Fairy Law, this is an ultimate skill in super magic, representing the power and justice of the Fairy Tale Guild. This magic circle almost covered the entire sky, and its grandeur shocked all the wizards present. The light expanded in the air, like a sacred sky, completely covering all the darkness. Super Magic Fairy Law. Makarov's voice echoed in the air, with unquestionable sacredness and majesty. This technique is not only the annihilation of the enemy, but also the ultimate embodiment of justice and guild spirit. As the light expanded, the sacred runes in the magic circle gradually lit up, and the entire space was shrouded in golden light, as if the world was purified at this moment. Joseph felt unprecedented pressure and fear under Makarov's huge light. His body was gradually eroded by the light, became transparent, and finally knelt down powerlessly. His whole body trembled, and his white hair seemed to age by dozens of years in an instant, as if he had lost all his strength and dignity. No. Impossible! Joseph's lips trembled weakly. Makarov's eyes were as deep as the abyss. He looked at Joseph, who was kneeling on the ground quietly, and a deep sigh overflowed from his mouth. The light gradually converged and turned into a gentle and solemn golden glow. Joseph, Makarov's voice was filled with the precipitation of years and kind admonition, the power and strength you pursued all your life will ultimately bring you nothing but loneliness and destruction. The power of magic is used to protect and create, not to devour and destroy. When you were young, you might have been blinded by ambition. I hope you can reflect on what you have done in the remaining years. We won. Under the castle, everyone realized that their president had won when they saw the huge light curtain purifying the dark magic. You are worthy of being the president, Grandpa. Hal looked at everything in front of him. The huge light magic purified all the darkness, including the death power overflowing from Hal. This is a side effect of using the left-hand death magic. Hal's character will become bloodthirsty but will not lose self-awareness. Makarov turned his head to look at Hal, his heart full of relief, but he also expressed doubts about the death power in Hal. Hal, what's the matter with the strong death power in you? It's just an innate power. Don't worry, Grandpa President, I can control it. Hal smiled slightly, his eyes calm and firm. Smelly boy! Makarov laughed and scolded when he saw this. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to Hal and Makarov. It was Miston. Miston was about 1.8 meters tall, and his figure looked very burly under the cloak. His voice was low and steady, like an ancient bell echoing in the air. President, Hal, the Phantom's branch has been completely annihilated. After that, the Phantom Guild flags flew all over the sky, symbolizing their defeat. I know, Makarov looked at Miston. Although he didn't know much about his strongest candidate in the guild, he knew that Miston was a kind child. Well done, Miston. Hal also walked over and put his arm around Miston's shoulders and said. After this is over, I will come to help you fight against Anima. Hal smiled happily at Miston Gang. He also knew about Miston Gang. He came from another world and had no magic power. His powerful strength was all based on his understanding of magic and the several magic wands behind him. Hal admired him. An ordinary person could have S-level strength in just a few years after joining the guild. It was impossible without a strong heart and extraordinary efforts. All this was to fight against Anima, against the selfish desires of his emperor father, and against the whole world that gave birth to him and raised him. Miss Dong Ang's shoulders relaxed slightly, with a faint smile. I can still deal with it for the time being, Hal. Then, call me in time when you need help, Hal responded seriously, his eyes full of concern and commitment. Okay. Miston Gang nodded. Miston Gang chatted with Hal for a while, and soon his figure became distorted and slowly disappeared. The president also walked to the bottom of the castle at this time, looking at each guild member with a kind smile on his face. Everyone has worked hard. Thank you for the efforts of every member. Today, we have protected our home together. Oh! All the guild members responded in unison, their voices full of unity and pride. The glory of victory shone on everyone's face, and everyone's mood became more relaxed. Hal continued to stand silently beside the president, feeling deeply moved. Chapter 33. Under the wreckage, there was holy light. Hal and his guildmates returned to the guild. On the way, Hal saw Natsu and Lucy supporting each other, which made others envious. It seemed that Hal was the only one around. Someone also took care of the phantom wizard. Urza handled this task very responsibly. After all, it was impossible to watch someone die without helping. This was inconsistent with the philosophy of the fairy tale guild. At this time, Gray, the unlucky guy, found the blood-soaked bunny rabbit Maru. Hey, this kind of wound, he won't die, right? What a scary Urza. Hey! The scary red-haired girl looked over at him instantly after hearing this. Gray was frightened by Urza's size, and quickly shut up and carefully examined the injured in front of him. He lost too much blood, but he can still be saved, just use the life seed given by Hal. Gray took out a seed full of vitality and put it in Bunny Rabbit Maru's mouth. A green light flashed, and Bunny Rabbit Maru's wound immediately stopped bleeding and healed, and his vitality slowly recovered. This is the seed of life created by Hal with magic. Generally, only the core members of the guild have it. After all, Hal also knows how powerful this seed is. In this magical world where healing magic has become a lost magic, Hal's ability is undoubtedly eye-catching. So Hal only gave it to the core members of the guild as a life-saving trump card. Of course, this thing is not very precious. Hal can take out hundreds of them a day, but it will be sluggish for a while after using them up. Well, it's mental. On the other side, Jovia was still sad. He saw the death of his guildmates with his own eyes. The ghost was also destroyed. She didn't know where she could go. Suddenly, he saw Gray rescuing Tuchuan. Of course, his attention was not on Tuchuan at all. Her eyes were fixed on Gray's handsome face. Then, she fell in love at first sight. Instantly found her next target. At this time, Gray, who rescued Tuchuan, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't know that he was accidentally liked by a woman, and this love was forever. After a few days, inside the guild, Hal was communicating with the staff of the council. They were investigating the incident about the phantom. That is to say, it was Joseph who took the initiative to attack Fairy Tale, right, Lord Hal? The person who came to investigate. No, Toad looked at Hal thoughtfully. Indeed, Joseph's goal was to kidnap a member of our guild, the heir of the Hartfilia family. Hartfilia? So that's it, I know. We will report this incident to the adults of the council. Thank you Lord Hal for your cooperation. The Toad brothers understood what was going on when they heard this. The daughter of one of the most powerful families in the kingdom of Fiori was in Fairy Tale. No wonder the Phantom made a big fuss and left that day. Many people in the council knew about the discord between Phantom Ruler and Fairy Tale. At first, the rise of Fairy Tale seriously affected the number of commissions of Phantom Guild, which was originally the first guild in Fiori. The development of Phantom Guild was greatly hindered. Later, when the guild president's alliance met, Joseph and Makarov had some verbal conflicts, which made the conflict between the two guilds more intense. The Toad brothers left, and he had already got the answer in his heart, or the answer that the councillors wanted. Because Hal's previous contribution to the council made Hal one of the 10 holy mages. And the decision was already in the process, and the announcement had been issued in the cities near the council headquarters. The councillors did not want to cause problems in the selection of 10 holy mages. Because of this incident, which would make the council lose face. As for the incident of Phantom attacking Fairy Tale and the issue of fighting between the 10 holy mages, it would be better to convict directly, which is in line with public opinion. After all, the ruler of Phantom threatened the client many times during work, or forced the work to be completed by shady means in order to collect commissions. This made many people hate the existence of Phantom, and reported the behavior of Phantom to the council many times. However, this matter is not easy to solve. After all, the Phantom Guild is too large compared to other guilds, and there are branches in various cities across the country. This makes it difficult for the council to issue direct punishment to Phantom, which has caused a lot of complaints in the magic world. This time, the Phantom. The ghost attack on Fairy Tale just gave the council enough reasons to remove the ghosts. It is estimated that in a few days, the branches of ghosts across the country will disappear. Some cities will lose the guilds that can be entrusted, and new emerging guilds will be created in the future. This time, the council will choose the guild they want as the leader of the city to maintain the stability of the magic world. Of course, these twists and turns are completely unknown to Natsu and others. From their perspective, someone is looking for trouble? Fight. Win. Cool. So the group is ready to go on vacation with Hal. The day of departure is the day when Hal is canonized. On August 8, X784, Hal St. Michidor became one of the 10 holy mages. At the same time, Joseph's crimes were thoroughly exposed by the council, and he was stripped of his title of the 10 holy mages. Later, with the consent of Makarov, the 10 holy mages, the victory over Joseph was given to Hal. Thus, the title of Master of Nature and Hal the 10 holy mages were combined into one. The reputation of the 20-year-old 10 holy mages Hal St. Michidor became famous, and his powerful magic of controlling the power of nature was praised by the magic world. Chapter 34. The new year is coming, and the new year is coming. On August 8, Hal came to the council headquarters to receive the title and badge of Holy 10. As the day approached, the discussion about the power of Hal's magic was boiling in the entire magic world. In the photos shown in Newsweek, Hal's magic on the sea caused huge damage and transformation to the terrain, which was amazing. What a powerful magic! With such a young and powerful wizard, the future of the magic world is really exciting. This magic is even more exaggerated than Lord Zikrane's celestial magic. Have you seen Lord Zikrane in action? Of course, I saw Lord Zikrane's magic when he participated in the final test of the Holy 10 selection. It was still noon, but the whole sky darkened. The whole sky? What an outrageous magic! However, many people are skeptical of these exaggerated descriptions. What a joke, this kind of magic is unheard of, how can such a powerful magician be only 20 years old? Fairy tale is really getting more and more exaggerated every year. I heard a while ago that the strength of fairy tale's Laxus is also at the level of Saint 10. Hey? So there are 3 fairy tale wizards at the level of Saint 10. How is it possible? Just think about it and you will know that it is exaggerated. Howl and Laxus are not even the strongest in fairy tale. There is Gildarts, who is called the strongest wizard in the West. And Miston Gang and others are rumored to have the same strength as Howl and others. That's too exaggerated. 1, 2, 5. So by that count, the strength of fairy tale is also abnormal. So I said, it's all too famous. Anyway, I want to see the final evaluation of Saint 10. With my own eyes. I'll go too. I heard it's this afternoon. On the afternoon of August 8, when Howl arrived at the council headquarters, the sky was already filled with people. What the hell, where do all these people come from? Hal muttered in a low voice. He stood in front of the main office of the Council of Review, and the Council of Review officials who were guarding him immediately recognized him. Hello, Lord Hal, we will lead the final evaluation of your Holy 10. You? Where are the reviewers? The reviewers are holding a special meeting and cannot come. Please forgive us for evaluating on their behalf. Okay, then where do we start? Yes, Lord Hal, on the Holy 10 evaluation platform outside. Hal followed the official in a neat uniform with respect on his face to the so-called Holy 10 evaluation platform, and saw a huge and simple magic base, with dozens of complex formations from the center to the outermost. The Holy 10 evaluation platform was specially set up by the Council of Review. It has a number of evaluation equipment that are crucial to magicians, such as magic power measurement and magic power measurement, which is also an important basis for determining the ranking of the Holy 10. Here he comes, it's Hal. Oh. The area around the Holy 10 evaluation platform had already been surrounded by a large crowd, and everyone cheered when they saw Hal's arrival. When Hal just stepped onto the magic evaluation platform, the sun was shining through the sky, bringing bright and warm light to the entire evaluation platform and the crowd. Against this glorious backdrop, Hal's figure was particularly eye-catching. His tall body stood in the center of the evaluation platform, and at a height of 185 centimeters, he stood out among the crowd. The broad shoulders and strong muscles of the Dragon Slayer, who symbolizes the earth, make him look like a towering mountain, stable and majestic. He was wearing an elemental magic cloak, which fluttered lightly in the breeze, blending with his magic power, and flashing a flowing luster. The edge of the cloak is inlaid with delicate magic runes, which emit a faint light under the illumination, forming a soft and mysterious halo, as if covering Hal with a layer of brilliant shield. On his left hand, 5 different magic rings each emit a unique light, and the gems inlaid in each ring flash brilliant colors in the sun, symbolizing the power of various magic. The light on the ring flows between Hal's fingers, sometimes weak, sometimes bright, changing with his movements, adding a layer of dazzling magic to him. The legendary nature controller finally meets in person. So handsome. I hope he will live up to his name, so that this trip will not be in vain. Hal was surprised to see so many people. Can all these people come to see me for evaluation? Yes, Lord Hal, part of this evaluation platform is also open to the public. It is like this every session. This is also a good opportunity for the council to show its reputation to the magic world. Okay. Please stand in the middle of the evaluation platform, Lord Hal. There will be a device that automatically evaluates magic power. Okay. Hal walked to the center of the evaluation platform, and the light around him gradually lit up. With a buzzing sound, the evaluation platform began to operate autonomously, and the golden light enveloped Hal. What an excellent magic device, it is really testing my magic power. Hal felt the numbness coming from his whole body and exclaimed, the council has so many good things. Boom! 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 The light continued to appear, and the 90,9 lines of the evaluation platform gradually lit up from 1. Every time a line is lit, it represents the continuous accumulation of magic power of an ordinary magician in a year. Last time, Lord Zickeline had an amazing score of 40,5. You must know that at that time, he was less than 20 years old. It sounds like that, about 3 times the talent of an ordinary person. Someone who just arrived sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? 1 line is the amount of magic power that an ordinary person can absorb continuously for a year. Who do you think can do it? Yes, this thing is just a reference standard. When an ordinary person practices magic and shows 1 line, it means he has become a magician. If 3 to 5 lines are shown, they are senior magicians, and their strength is enough to fight most monsters. For example, our Council of Magic Captain Rahel has only 10 lines at the age of 30, but that is enough to look down on most people. Hiss, then 40,5 lines is too abnormal. Yes, so I say that Lord Zickrane is a real genius. He is also handsome. He is one of the 10 counselors and one of the 10 holy magicians. He is simply a demon-like figure. You know, he is only 20 years old now. At this moment, Hal's body was constantly filled with light, 10, 20, 30, 50. Oh my god, he really surpassed Lord Zickrane, 50 magic powers, which is almost the same as Joseph's level before. That Joseph was defeated by Lord Hal. Boom! Boom! The light continued to emerge, 60, 70, 80, until 99. How is it possible? The crowd looked at the young man standing in the 90,9 light patterns in surprise, their faces full of shock and disbelief. 90,9. That is the level that the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar can reach. It is said that there is no magic device that can evaluate their specific magic power. That is the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Each of them is a well-known senior in the magic world. How old is he? 20. Monster! The crowd erupted in a huge noise, and even the officials of the council were so shocked that they were speechless. This! Lord Hal! This is over, let's continue, I'm in a hurry. Hal was ready to go to the beach to take a vacation with Natsu after the evaluation. So, Hal quickly carried out the next evaluation. What is incomprehensible is that no matter whether it is magic strength, quality, control, magic destructive power, or release speed, all the evaluation scores cannot be further measured. 9,999. The crowd was silent when seeing this scene, and suddenly someone exclaimed, we may have witnessed the birth of a legend. Fairy tale is so terrifying. If the rumors are true, Gildarts, Laxus, Hal, and Miss Dong-ang are all at the level of the 10 saints. It is said that Gildarts is the strongest of fairy tale. Ah! But why have we hardly heard of this person? It is said that this person is born with strong magic power and cannot control himself. He is on the way to do commissions almost every moment. Now he is carrying out the 100 years mission. Really, really amazing. It is a blessing for us Ishgar to have such a powerful wizard guild. While a group of people were still discussing, Hal had passed all the tests, walked into the hall of the council headquarters, and received his Holy 10 badge and Holy 10 cloak. Lord Hal, since the magic device cannot measure your specific strength, your strength will be temporarily ranked Holy 10 5th. Only after Ishgar's 4 heavenly kings. Not bad. Hal nodded slowly when he heard this. He was not surprised to get this ranking. After all, since he became an S-class wizard, he has never really gone all out. He lamented his physical talent and the strength of the Red Jade before he became an adult. When he really entered the period of self-cultivation after adulthood, he had already possessing the magic power of an ordinary Holy 10, of course Laxus is almost the same. Master Hal, your Holy 10 evaluation results will be published in the weekly magazine tomorrow and distributed to all wizards in Ishgar. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Hal felt in a good mood. Looking at the sky, if nothing unexpected happened, he could still catch up with Natsu's dinner time if he left now. Just as Hal was about to say goodbye and leave, suddenly, he felt a huge magic power gathering above the council headquarters. The strength of that magic power was shocking, and it could easily destroy the entire city, far beyond the scope of the Holy 10. Hal couldn't help but look up at the sky in shock. In the sky, a huge beam of light that had never been seen before appeared above the center of the council headquarters. The beam passed through the atmosphere from the council headquarters and went straight to outer space. As the beam rose, huge magic power fluctuations gathered outside the planet, forming an indescribable spectacular scene. The beam was like a dazzling blade tearing through the sky, and the blazing light illuminated the surrounding space, making it almost impossible to look directly at it. The entire sky was illuminated by this light, emitting a dazzling brilliance. At the center of the beam, a huge magic circle pattern began to appear in the interstellar space. Each rune contained unimaginable power and flashed a deep luster. That is. Hal's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face showed surprise. He finally recognized the source of the huge magic power, Super Giant Satellite Magic Circle Magic Elf Cannon. Chapter 35. The enemy was so powerful that he could not resist the enemy. Hal recognized the super magic weapon of the council. As a legendary magic weapon, the Magic Elf Cannon is beyond imagination. It is also an important prop for the Magic Council to intimidate the entire magic world. Its magic array unfolds in space, like a huge magic eye looking down at the planet. Every corner of the magic array exudes a dazzling light like a star, and all the runes appear particularly prominent against the background of the vast universe, as if drawing an extremely glorious picture in space. Super Giant Satellite Magic Array Magic Elf Cannon is one of the strongest long-range attack magics in the magic world, and its magic power can destroy a city in an instant. At the core of the magic circle, huge magical fluctuations continued to accumulate, and the energy of the beam was like a vortex that swallowed everything, constantly increasing. Howl's shock was beyond words. He had never seen such a grand magic device, and even in the history of the magic world, magic of this scale was rarely performed. At this moment, the entire council headquarters was shrouded in this power, as if the whole world was trembling. What happened? The people looked up at the sky in horror, and teams of magic soldiers rushed out of the council headquarters. They were wearing white robes and holding tall staffs, symbolizing the majesty of the council. They walked up to the people and tried to calm their fears. Please don't be nervous, this is the action prepared by the council to eliminate the dark mage. Jalal. Jalal. The surprise and fear of the people reached their peak at this moment. Jalal's notoriety shocked them and they immediately panicked. Soon, under the guidance of the magic soldiers, the people quickly left the council headquarters, and the surrounding residential areas were under full martial law. Hal took a deep breath and stared at the terrifying magic power gathering with wide eyes. He realized that this was not just a simple magic show, but an unprecedented display of power. Where is the target of the attack? Hal asked, feeling uneasy. The paradise where the Zeref resurrection cult from the XXC is located. A magic soldier next to him answered. Paradise. Hal was a little confused, and he suddenly felt that the name was very familiar. Suddenly, he felt that the terrifying magic power in the sky was about to fall, and he could clearly see the approximate location of the landing point from where he was. Where? The direction where Natsu and others were traveling and vacationing? It's unlikely that they will be implicated, Hal muttered to himself with some worry when he saw this. No, it's hard to say with their ability to cause trouble. In any case, Hal decided to go to the location of Natsu and others to confirm their safety. Just when Hal was about to leave to find Natsu again, another accident happened. What happened this time? Hal was really speechless. He couldn't leave, right? But then, he found that the entire council was actually collapsing and decaying. It was as if time had accelerated. Is someone playing tricks? Hal narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the center of the council headquarters, which was said to be the place of the highest power in the magic world. He saw a woman wearing a Japanese kimono standing in the air, surrounded by magical light. Her movements were slow and graceful, but the magic she cast seemed extremely terrifying. It was actually released around the councillors. Hal was shocked. The woman was casting Lost Magic Arc of Time, a powerful magic that can accelerate the passage of time and cause objects in space to decay quickly. He knew that this magic was used by a female councillor in the council, which was rumored to be an extremely powerful magic. All I saw were council officials running away, and some magic soldiers trying to attack the woman or rescue the councillors. The collapsed building was like a broken puzzle, and the bricks and stones of the building were collapsing rapidly, as if the whole world was falling into chaos. The woman had a sickly satisfied smile on her face, her cheeks slightly red, and she was obviously immersed in the ecstasy of casting magic. Her magic accelerated the aging of the surrounding buildings in a short period of time, as if the hourglass of time was rapidly flowing under her magic. Ah! Lord Gerald, now your wish can finally come true. Her voice echoed in the air like a ghost, with a strange tremor, as if every word she said was permeated with the surrounding horror atmosphere. In any case, Hal is ready. Prepare to stop her farce. The Earth Dragon's Collapse Fist. Hal clenched his fist, and the magic power continued to condense in his right hand. The air was filled with oppression and hot energy. The huge magic power shattered the already corrupted and fragile floor, and with terrifying pressure, rolled the air and pressed towards the woman who was casting a spell. The woman smiled slightly when she saw Hal rushing towards her, and Hal's huge magic power shattered the woman's body. He was shocked to find that her figure instantly collapsed into a blurred light and shadow. At that moment, the woman's figure was like broken glass, instantly dissipating. What is this? An afterimage similar to time projection? A clone that can also cast magic? Hal muttered to himself, his heart full of doubts and anxiety. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the headquarters of the Council of Advocates began to collapse violently. Hal had no time to think about it and acted quickly. In the chaotic ruins, Hal's figure gradually appeared. He was protected by a huge vine, and the surrounding buildings continued to collapse. Next to Hal, several injured councillors were lying on the ground. It was obvious that Hal had rescued them before the collapse, including Mr. Yajima, whom Hal respected. Mr. Yajima was covered in dust and blood, and his eyes were full of deep sadness and disappointment. He looked at the collapsed council house, his face full of despair. The hope that had been placed on the people of the magic world in the council house has now turned into a bubble. He misjudged the people, or rather, everyone in the council house misjudged the people. Zeke and Ultia, who were highly expected by them, turned out to be believers of dark mage. Ziraf. They planned this plan together, and the huge magic power brought by the terrifying magic spirit power was all used as a wedding dress to revive Ziraf. Even Ultia was willing to sacrifice herself for Zeke or Jalal's plan, destroying the council house and the facilities that control the magic spirit power. From then on, the council could no longer use this terrifying magic weapon. This made Mr. Yajima very worried. He thought of the western continent, which he had been eyeing for many years, and the northern continent, which was said to have dragons. The existence of the magic spirit power was to balance the ambitions of the two continents against Ishgar. Now that everything is gone, Mr. Yajima couldn't help but feel pain. He looked at Hal, the young Saint Ten who had expected to be in the same guild as him when he was young. This was his promising junior. Now, everything could only be handed over to him. Hal. Mr. Yajima's voice was full of endless fatigue and determination. Don't worry about me, I won't die. You go stop Zeke. No, Jalal's plan. He is resurrecting Ziref at the location where the magic spirit power fell. You must not let him succeed. Hal looked at Mr. Yajima. He had been cooperating and talking with the old man since 5 years ago. The old man's sincerity towards the magic world and the fairy tale guild was obvious. He respected the old man very much. Don't worry, Mr. Yajima, I will stop them and will never let Jalal revive. Hal said firmly, and then turned into a golden light and flew quickly towards the direction where the powerful magic power was gathered. Chapter 36. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two of them were in a state of panic. Just as Hal was rushing to the scene, Urza and Jalal were hugging each other on the top of a huge paradise tower. What is this? I'm still alive. At this time, Urza let go of Jalal, looked at her hands in surprise, and muttered to herself. She just thought she had died under the bombardment of the magic spirit power. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at Jalal. At this time, Jalal held his forehead and laughed wildly towards the sky. Ah ha 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 ha, finally, finally. It's done, my dream tower, the resurrection of Ziref is finally just around the corner, ha 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 ha. Thank you, Urza, thank you for believing my lies, ha 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 ha. Lies. Urza's expression gradually became solemn. Looking at this good friend of her childhood, her heart seemed to be aching, but she still looked at Jalal with a firm face. Yes, Urza, you will become the resurrection sacrifice of the great Ziref, and it's a pleasure to be the body that resurrects Ziref, ha 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 ha. Jalal continued to laugh wildly with a twisted evil face. Really? Then you have to beat me. Urza stood with a sword in hand, facing Jalal. Hee, don't you understand? Zeke has returned to my body. I just used 30% of my magic power to fight you. Now, the magic power of the Holy Ten is in me. Jalal said, and a thought body that looked exactly like him merged into his body. At this moment, Jalal exuded an elusive and powerful aura, as if he had transformed into an invincible existence. Automatic change BGM. OK. What? Aren't you brothers? You lied to me again. Urza was shocked and then furious. This man has become her nightmare. Hee hee. You are really silly and cute, Urza, I prepared all this 8 years ago. Jalal's voice was full of cold teasing. Urza gritted her teeth angrily and launched an attack without hesitation. Oh no. Change clothes. Black feather armor. Her figure was instantly wrapped in black wings. She was furious and looked like a warrior walking out of the abyss. The sword light flashed, cutting through the air, and approached Jalal directly. However, Jalal's smile became even more ferocious at this moment. His body flashed with golden starlight, flashing in the air like a meteor. Jalal jumped lightly, and instantly turned into a golden light, and lightly shuttled outside of Urza's attack range while Urza attacked. Urza's sword light passed the place where he once stood, and the sword wind swept past, but did not touch Jalal's body. Then he quickly approached Urza's back at the speed of a meteor, and whispered softly, Our strength is now very different, the Queen of Fairies. Urza quickly dodged and slashed back with a horizontal sword, but still cut into the air. Jalal's figure flashed around her, making it almost impossible for her to lock his true position. Every time Urza swung her sword, Jalal would easily dodge it. His movements were as swift as a meteor, making it unpredictable. In Jalal's wild laughter, Urza endured the pain, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. She ran towards Jalal, then took a deep breath and prepared to use her last resort, change. Flying armor. Instantly, a dazzling light burst out from Urza's body, followed by a set of light golden armor covering her whole body. This set of armor is decorated with cheetah-like stripes, and the golden luster on the armor seems to give her unlimited speed and flexibility. Urza's right-handed sword turned into 2 short knives, and the sharp blades flashed with cold light, like the claws of a cheetah, majestic and awe-inspiring. Urza's figure drew a smooth arc in the air, which was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch compared to the previous speed. She appeared in front of Jalal in an instant like a cheetah, and the short knives in both hands were aimed at Jalal's body, slashing at Jalal with extremely strong attack power. Jalal's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he reacted quickly. Although Urza's speed caught him off guard, he was still able to react at the critical moment. He quickly stretched out his hands and held down the short sword that was about to cut, trying to stop Urza's attack. The two of them were in a stalemate, and Urza's anger and Jalal's coldness formed a sharp contrast. Jalal. Urza looked at the man in front of her angrily. Not enough, Urza. Jalal. There was a hint of teasing in his voice. His eyes were deep, and he spoke to Urza softly, as if he was laughing at her powerlessness. He pressed Urza's blade with both hands, forcing her power to gradually weaken. Then, Jalal quickly raised his foot and kicked Urza's abdomen fiercely. At that moment, Urza felt an unprecedented strong impact, her body was hit hard, and the huge force made the world in front of her blurry in an instant. Her breathing was forced to stop, and her entire vision seemed to be swallowed by darkness, almost fainting. Urza's body was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. Her face was distorted and the pain made her unspeakable. Her short sword fell to the side, and the golden armor seemed a little unstable due to the strong impact. She tried to stand up, but felt a layer of dark magic restraining her body, and she could hardly move. Jalal stood in front of her, his eyes revealing ruthless indifference. He gently looked down at her pain with a cold smile on his lips. Ha 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 ha, your efforts are in vain, Urza. Now, Ziref's resurrection is just around the corner, and you are powerless to save the situation. Urza's heart was filled with helplessness and despair, but she still gritted her teeth. We must solve it before Natsu comes up. Urza tried to stand up several times, but finally failed and lay on the ground. Jalal's sneer filled the entire Paradise Tower. He looked down at Urza with a smug smile on his face. How pitiful, Urza. Jellard waved his hand gently, and a dark light flashed on the ground, and a crystal appeared in the air. The crystal flickered with a faint light and emitted a strong magical fluctuation. Urza was forcibly dragged into the interior of the crystal. She felt her body gradually merge into it. The huge magic seemed to be decomposing her body, and the surrounding scene became blurred and illusory. Is this the end? I'm sorry, Natsu, President, Simon, everyone. Urza closed her eyes in some pain. She felt herself I feel so powerless. Suddenly, a ray of light cracked on the ground at the top of the Paradise Tower, and Natsu's figure broke through the crystal from the ground, and his flames rolled in the air, like a violent fire dragon. It turned out that after hearing what happened to Urza, Natsu's anger turned into amazing flames. He jumped up in the tower, and the flames broke through the layers of floors and rushed to the top of the tower. His anger brought huge magic power, like a huge wave, constantly destroying the obstacles in front of him. The flames danced around his body, and the whole tower shook violently in his anger. What? Jalal looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The broken floor made him have nowhere to land. Jalal quickly adjusted his posture and turned to face Natsu. Damn bastard! The iron fist of the fire dragon. Natsu's right hand was ablaze with flames. This blow was full of anger. The terrifying force knocked Jalal's body away and smashed the ground. Smelly boy, Jalal's right face was stained with some black charcoal. He quickly stood up and prepared to fight back. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a whistling sound from the sky. The huge sound was getting closer and closer until he looked up and found a dazzling light falling rapidly. Hal's figure passed through the air, and he fell from the sky like a lightning bolt tearing the night sky. His landing was accompanied by a powerful magic aftermath. A strong magic storm swept around, and the entire Paradise Tower trembled violently in his descent. Hal's magic was like thunder bombardment. The remaining magic spirit power in the air triggered a strong storm after Hal's high-speed flying magic fluctuations. The clouds in the sky also became restless under the influence of his magic. Impossible, what kind of magic is this, who are you? Jellard lost his calmness at this moment, and he looked at Hal in the sky in disbelief. Natsu. Hal. Urza also looked at the two in shock, with tears flowing from one of her eyes. Hal frowned at this. He had never seen Urza so fragile. From his perspective, Urza has always been a strong little girl, her heart is tough and strong. He almost never thought that someone would make Urza lose her composure like this. Zikaline? No, Jalal. Hal felt so angry that he had never felt so angry before. He and Urza and everyone in the guild almost grew up together. In his heart Urza, Natsu and others are just like his brothers and sisters. Dragon Slayer Secret Technique, Earthquake Dragon Spear. As Hal's spell sounded, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. Hal held the staff tightly in both hands, his magic power quickly gathered, and the air around him became dark due to the flow of magic power. The staff began to emit a dazzling light in his hand, and the outline of a dragon could be seen in the light. Hal's staff was gradually wrapped in golden light, and the staff turned into a magnificent dragon spear at this moment. Light surged out from the top of the staff, and the golden light continued to spread, gradually forming a huge dragon-shaped spear body. The body of the dragon spear seemed to be made of hard rock, and the surface was covered with complex magic patterns, as if the power of the earth was condensed on it. The surface of the dragon spear had a delicate texture, and the dragon scale-like texture looked particularly magnificent against the light. No, I will die. Jellard's eyelids twitched wildly. He didn't expect this man to be so powerful when they met. The magic power gathered in Hal's hand in front of him was almost out of control. This power made him feel an unprecedented threat. He had to use all his strength to resist. He didn't even hesitate to run away, because he knew it was impossible. He could see Hal's eyes were reflected by the out-of-control black and gold magic power like golden dragon pupils, and fine dragon scales were looming in the corners of his eyes, revealing deep indifference and deterrence, as if he would be doomed if he revealed a flaw. The scene was like a volcano about to erupt, which was terrifying. Jalal's magic power erupted instantly, and he was surrounded by a dark energy wave. 40,5 magic powers representing the Holy Ten rushed straight into the sky from his body. His blue hair was straightened by the terrifying magic vortex, and the red lines on his right eye also emitted an evil light, reflecting the power of darkness. He quickly formed seals with both hands, condensing a 10-meter-wide dark sphere, which gathered starlight and the darkness of the universe, with a suffocating sense of oppression. Jalal roared, "Dark paradise!" His voice seemed to come from the abyss, full of endless resistance and haze. The dark sphere, with endless darkness and deep energy, rushed straight to Hal's golden dragon spear. The two forces collided in the air, making a deafening roar. Light and darkness intertwined, and the whole sky seemed to be torn into pieces at this moment. Even the boat of Grey, Lucy, and others on the sea was violently shaken by the powerful magic, and the hull made a creaking sound under the huge impact, as if it could be torn apart at any time. The waves rolled on the sea, and huge waves hit the boat. Grey held the side of the boat tightly, while Lucy stared at the battle scene in the distance with a worried look on her face. They all knew that it was Hal's magic, which made they felt somewhat relieved. Jalal's dark magic collided with Hal's dragon spear, causing extremely violent energy fluctuations. The air was filled with strong vibrations and energy shocks, and the sky of the battlefield seemed to be torn into two pieces by this showdown of power. The terrifying magic collided, and at this time, Urza had been rescued from the crystal by Natsu Simon and the others, and the three of them looked at this terrifying scene together. The dark sphere in front of Jalal collided violently with Hal's dragon spear, and the air was filled with deafening roars and vibrations of energy shocks. Jalal resisted with all his strength, but he knew that this force had exceeded his limit. Although the dark energy of the dark sphere was enough to devour everything, it could not completely dissolve Hal. The domineering power of the golden dragon spear. As the collision continued, cracks began to appear in Jalal's dark barrier, unable to completely resist the invasion of the dragon spear. Hal's golden dragon spear continued to advance with unstoppable force, and the dark energy began to be suppressed, gradually revealing the true state of Jalal's body. Finally, the tip of the dragon spear penetrated Jalal's magic barrier, and with a might that almost tore everything apart, it pierced straight into his chest. Jalal groaned in pain, blood gushed out of the wound, and his body was forced to fly back by the powerful force. The wound left a deep crack on his chest, and the dark magic and blood were intertwined, like a mark of darkness. Jalal's face suddenly turned pale, his eyes filled with pain and shock. He covered his chest, struggled to prop up his body, and tried to stay standing. However, the aftermath of the dragon spear and the huge pain made him almost unable to move. His magic barrier almost collapsed, and the dark energy around him began to appear weak and unstable. How could it be? Jalal murmured in a low voice, looking at Hal in disbelief, obviously not expecting to be injured like this. His evil smile also solidified at this moment, turning into a deep anger and despair. Hal was still looking down at Jalal's miserable appearance in the air, his eyes full of indifference and contempt. He raised his palm slightly, and the golden dragon spear slowly swirled in the air, and finally returned to his palm, and then in his hand. It gradually dissipated and turned into the golden staff again. Hal's voice was calm and emotionless. "Ha, you're still alive? What a pity, the magic here is very unstable, and I didn't use my full strength." There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. He continued to stare at Jalal, with a hint of pity in his eyes. "You won't be so lucky next time." After that, Hal gently held the staff in his hand, looking as calm as if he was in control of everything. His voice echoed in the air, carrying an unshakable pressure. Hal looked down at Jalal from the air and said coldly, his voice was like a cold wind, "Remember, Jalal, your crime is not to resurrect Zirath, nor to destroy the so-called council. My real anger comes from you making my family cry." There was deep resentment and determination in his tone, and that strong emotion seemed to freeze the air around him. Hal's eyes were as sharp as a knife, penetrating deep into Jalal's soul, as if to completely imprint this anger in Jalal's heart. Hal looked at the injured Urza, his eyes revealing deep tenderness and heartache. "I leave him to you, Urza. He should not be able to resist now." His voice was gentle and firm, as if he was comforting the injured Urza, and at the same time giving her the final strength. Hal's eyes were like the morning sun, illuminating Urza's face through the haze. Urza looked up at Hal, her traumatized eyes flashing with gratitude and determination. A smile from the heart appeared on her face. Although the pain still lingered around her, her unshakable belief made her eyes more determined. She nodded slightly, with an unyielding power in her voice, "I understand, Hal, I will take care of it." Hal breathed a sigh of relief, and the life magic in his right hand gradually healed Urza's wounds, and gave Urza, Natsu Simon a layer of black and gold dragon-shaped magic shield to protect their safety, and then flew away from here. Hal knew that this matter still had to be solved by Urza and others. As her family, Hal could help Urza solve the difficulties, but the real one to face in the end was Urza herself. Urza looked at Hal who was leaving, and a warm current of peace of mind surged in her heart. Then, Urza turned her eyes to Jalal, who was lying on the ground panting. Jalal's figure looked particularly embarrassed, and the wound on his chest deeply confirmed how fierce Hal's attack was just now. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although he tried hard to support himself, his obvious weakness made him unable to stand up again. Chapter 37. The two of them were in a mess, but the two of them were in a mess. Urza walked slowly towards Jalal, her steps steady and firm. Her eyes revealed complex emotions, painful memories, and unspeakable determination. Jalal was once her spiritual support for the painful childhood, but now he has become her nightmare. Faced with such a situation, the waves in Urza's heart have gradually subsided, and she knows that she must complete her final mission. Urza held the magic sword and placed it on Jalal's heart. She wanted to destroy her nightmare with her own hands. Seeing this, Jalal raised his head with difficulty. He looked at Urza's eyes full of sadness and pain, and inexplicably felt a slight pain in his heart. There was a bitter smile on his lips, as if he had realized that he had no more chances to resist. Urza's eyes became firm, but her hands were still trembling slightly, and she had not yet made up her mind. Just as Urza's sword was struggling with her heart, suddenly, Jalal's body burst out with the last bit of powerful magic. Meteor. Golden light appeared in his body, as if struggling to release the last bit of power. His body suddenly moved back 3 meters and rushed to the edge of the tower top where the magic crystal was originally used to install Ziref. Jalal! Urza exclaimed, and her body was instantly shrouded in astonishment. She desperately tried to stop Jalal's actions, but Jalal's movements were too fast, and he rushed to the edge of the crystal almost instantly. As Jalal's body approached the source of magic inside the crystal, his eyes flashed with the last bit of crazy light. The huge magic crystal flashed a strong brilliance, as if echoing Jalal's last fight. "Die with me, Urza!" Jalal shouted madly. Urza rushed to Jalal in a hurry, but her steps seemed to be stopped by an invisible force. "Wait, Urza! The Paradise Tower seems to be about to explode. The huge shock wave just generated has scattered a lot of magic power. Jalal will be the final fuse." Simon's anxious voice sounded at the top of the tower. Urza's heart suddenly tightened, and the scene in front of her made her feel more and more desperate. She tried to get closer to the crystal, but then she heard Simon and Natsu's voices and woke up immediately. "Go, Urza!" Simon's shout was full of urgency. After a brief hesitation, Urza made a quick decision. She jumped off the Paradise Tower with Simon and Natsu, feeling the violent vibration of the tower. Fortunately, with Howl's magic, Urza, Natsu and Simon landed safely on the sea. On the sea, Lucy, Gray, and Juvia were anxiously waiting for their arrival. Gray's voice was filled with anxiety. "Come up, Urza. The tower is going to explode." His eyes were full of concern. "With Juvia here, our ship will leave here soon." Lucy's voice was also urgent. She held the oars tightly, and Juvia was busy preparing to escape. Urza got on the boat and felt the breeze blowing, and her heart was complicated. Although Jalal's threat was over, she knew that she still had to face the pain deep in her heart. The Tower of Paradise gradually collapsed behind her, and the dazzling light and violent vibrations indicated that it was about to explode. The ship was moving rapidly on the sea, and Juvia cast her water magic to ensure the stability and speed of the ship. Urza held her sword tightly. Although she was still uneasy in her heart, she knew that at least at this moment, she and her companions were safe. Boom! In the huge explosion and vibration, Urza looked into the distance, praying silently in her heart, seeking a little peace for herself and her former friends. Hal stood on the coast, watching everything quietly. He merged into the Tower of Paradise with his own body, and did not try to stop Urza, but instead suppressed the power of the explosion. Hal's calm expression showed a hint of surprise. He was always paying attention to the situation. To be honest, he couldn't understand Jalal's actions. With the remaining magic power in Jalal's hand, it was impossible to hurt Urza and others. The only possibility was to merge into the tower and perish together, but Hal was watching all the time. Jalal would not have any chance, but the final outcome was that Jalal almost sacrificed himself and entered the magic vortex himself. That kind of magic, even I can't say whether I can survive if I get caught in it. What's the situation with Jalal? Hal. Puzzled. Forget it, wait for Urza to come back and tell her about this. These two people are more or less doomed, after all, Red and Blue have always been a couple. Hal didn't think about it and didn't want to think about it. When Hal came here, his memory was almost not triggered. It was probably because everything became simpler after his magic power was further improved, or he didn't follow the plot all the way. That night, Hal was sitting at the dining table of the resort, enjoying the rich food while chatting with Gray and Lucy. There was a satisfied smile on his face, and a hint of ease in his eyes. To be honest, he was really scared when he saw the magic spirit power, but fortunately it was just a small problem. Gray was tasting the pork elbow with relish, and Lucy was smiling and watching the two of them. Hal looked out the window with some anticipation. Lucy just told him that there was a surprise prepared by Natsu waiting for them tonight. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound outside the window, and the sound of fireworks made Hal stop the tableware in his hand. He turned around and looked out the window. The scene in front of him amazed him. In the night sky, the gorgeous firework was blooming with dazzling light, and the colorful sparks intertwined in the air, illuminating the entire night sky. Every time a firework bloomed, it was like a gorgeous flower, emitting an intoxicating light, as if telling some important farewell. "What is this?" Hal said with some surprise but also some doubts. "Iluza is saying goodbye to his friends, and Natsu is helping." Lucy answered Hal with some excitement. She liked Natsu's fireworks very much. "So that's it." Hal's expression changed slightly but immediately returned to calm. The group quietly enjoyed the fireworks, as if time and space had stopped. At this moment, Urza stood by the beach, wearing the fairy tale armor, with a little sadness in her eyes. Her fingers gently stroked her right eye, as if she was feeling the past. "Goodbye. Simon, Milyana, Wally, Hugh, we will meet again one day." Urza's voice echoed in the night sky, full of reluctance and determination. Her eyes sometimes turned to the fireworks blooming in the sky, and sometimes lowered. Her heart was full of thoughts about the past and expectations for the future. Behind him, Natsu and Happy were happily creating surprises, and Happy was constantly giving Natsu new ideas. Inside the house, Hal sat quietly on the balcony of the resort, watching the fireworks blooming in the night sky. Although he could not fully understand the complex emotions in Urza's heart, he knew that what he could do was to accompany his companions and become their strongest backing. That sense of responsibility made him decide to stay with Urza and support her through this difficult time. So the group experienced 3 days of rest and adjustment here, and Urza seemed to have regained her former vitality and cheerfulness. Her smile returned to her face. Although she occasionally showed some emotion, her mentality had become more positive and firm. Hal knew that this experience had made Urza's magic even stronger. Now she had reached the upper level of S class, almost the lower level of Saint 10. "Okay, it's time to go back, or Myra will scold me." Hal stretched and greeted everyone. "There's a relationship." Habanaz was teasing Hal with his tongue rolled. Finally, on the 4th day of the magic spirit power incident, Hal, his 5 companions and the blue stupid cat were ready to set off to return to the guild. Chapter 38. The group went to Harjan first and then took the dragon carriage back to Magnolia. This was a mandatory request from Natsu. He said that if it wasn't for this, he wouldn't leave. There was no choice but to take a long detour and return to Magnolia 2 days later. Hal was going to go home first. He was preparing magic devices for people including Natsu. Natsu and his group had to return to the guild first, and Hal was surprised to find that Kana was drinking at Hal's house. "Hey, why are you drinking here, Kana?" "Ah. Hal, you're back. I was planning to leave today." "What bad luck?" Kana raised her glass casually and responded with a smile. "Hello. Nothing, Laxus got angry in the guild recently and said some nasty things, so I'm looking for a quiet place for the next 2 days. I have to say, Hal, your house is really nice. Okay, if it doesn't work out, you can move in, I have a lot of rooms anyway. Really? Of course, we are the first team. That's great. Hal, but forget it, Myra will be angry. Hey! You don't know how worried Myra is about you when you didn't come back on the day of the medal ceremony, and there was news that the council headquarters collapsed and several councillors died. Is that so? Yeah, you haven't come back for a few days, can't we think too much? Then I'll go back to the guild as soon as possible. By the way, Kana, remember to pack up the bottles for me. Tisk, it's no big deal. Hal quickly returned to the guild, and Myra saw him back with a happy smile on her face. She ran over and hugged Hal tightly. Hal! I was scared to death, I thought you were in trouble. How could it be, ha ha ha. Hal smiled awkwardly. Well, I'm sorry, Myra, I didn't pay attention to your feelings, something happened to Urza. Well, I heard from Lucy and the others. Hal, you did the right thing, Urza's matter is indeed very important. Yeah, yes, so But, I also hope that I have some weight in your heart, although it's selfish to say this, but Myra hugged Hal shyly, her cheeks flushed, and whispered. Myra is so cute, don't worry, I will definitely report to you the first time I go wherever I go in the future. Seeing this, Hal happily hugged Myra and turned around, then put Myra down and seriously saluted for an hour. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so exaggerated. Myra was amused by Hal's behavior, and recalled the little things she had with Hal when she was a child. At that time, Hal was always by their side to help them. When Myra was about to release the hug with Hal refused to let go. No. Everyone is watching. What are you afraid of? We are all family, and everyone will definitely bless us. The members of the guild were surprised to see this scene, and they all smiled like ants. Although Wakaba, Makeo, and others were not serious, they regarded Natsu, Myra, and others as their own juniors in their hearts. Hal and Myra. They are a perfect match for the guild. Yeah, I thought they were a good match several years ago. You don't know that Myra would be a little timid when talking to Hal. So Myra was the one who pursued Hal. The discussion gradually became lively. When Myra heard these words, her cheeks became even more red. She hurried up to the second floor to avoid everyone's gaze. Hey, Myra-chan, who will do the work at the guild bar if you leave? The guild members said teasingly. Loki-chan, go and help. Myra will take a long time to come down. Okay. A purple-haired girl who used strange wood-shaped magic also imitated Hal and saluted cutely, winked at Hal, and then ran over. Hal looked at this scene and couldn't help but touch his nose. Seeing everyone in the guild so happy, he felt very relieved. Whether it was Lakai, Natsu, Urza, Elfman, Myra, Gray, Kana, Levi, etc., they were all partners that Hal had grown up with, just like family. Seeing the blessings in everyone's eyes, Hal felt a huge sense of happiness enveloping him. After a few days, the relationship between Hal and Myra was known to everyone in the guild, and everyone in the guild was very happy. The whole family was very surprised and full of blessings. Recently, Hal's life was very leisurely and happy. He liked to do her favorite work with Myra every day. As long as he looked at her focused profile, Hal could not help but feel warm in his heart. Every day, Hal felt a special happiness, as if all his troubles disappeared with Myra's smile. But the happy days didn't last long. Laxus came back again, and this time he seemed even angrier. Walking in front of Hal and Myra, he said with a gloomy face. Hal! Why are you so leisurely? Did you know that the old man has taken in the members of the defeated guild as his subordinates? Ah, I know, Juvia, I welcome her too, she also likes our guild, and let me correct you, since the old man has admitted that she is a member of our guild, Juvia is our family. Humph! You mean that the iron-haired boy with a black body is also a member? Iron-haired boy, Gajeel. I don't care what he's called, any scum can come to our guild. Hey, Laxus, what you said is a bit hurtful. Gajeel came to the guild yesterday. After Juvia's introduction and Makarov's recognition, everyone got to know this arrogant young man, who was only 18 years old. President Makarov decided to save this young man who had gone astray, and this was agreed by most people. After all, Gajeel had hardly injured any member of Fairy Tail this time. That kind of scum is worthy. I just taught him a lesson. How can you completely listen to that confused old man? What? You injured a guild mate? What mate? I don't recognize him as a member of my guild. When did Fairy Tale become yours, Laxus? Isn't it? The old man is old. From now on, strength is supreme. Trash and scum should leave my guild as soon as possible. Oh. Your guild? It means you are the strongest. Isn't it? Laxus looked at Hal provocatively after saying this, with a mocking smile on his lips. Hal, as long as you and I join forces, I will be the president and you will assist me, we will soon be able to rule the entire Fiori, no. Even the entire Ishgar is possible. Don't have that unrealistic dream, Laxus, if you really want to be the strongest in the guild, then challenge Guildarts or, in other words, challenge me. Challenge? You? Hal, are you dazzled by the title of Holy 10? Do you really think that you will be stronger than me if you get Holy 10? It's not that I am stronger than you because I got Holy 10, but I have been stronger than you for a long time, Laxus, you have lost the heart to protect your companions, your magic has been stagnant in the past few years, isn't it? Very good, Hal, tomorrow, at the same place, we will have another S-level exam, I will let you remember that feeling of powerlessness again. Laxus said this and looked at Hal with a cold look. Laxus said that and stood up, turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot. The people in the guild were obviously shocked by this situation. Laxus wanted to fight Hal again? Laxus. Natsu muttered to himself as he watched all this, and Lucy beside him wanted to say something. What? How dare he say this is his guild? Lucy said with a puffed face indignantly. That's not wrong, after all, he is the grandson of the president. Kana returned to the guild at some point and answered Lucy's question. The grandson of the president? Laxus. Yes, in fact, according to everyone's thoughts, he will be the president of the guild sooner or later, and Hal has also made it clear that he will not compete with him for this title. Makao also echoed beside him. Yes, but in the past few years, Laxus has become more and more excessive. First, he almost never showed up in the guild, and then he always spoke ill of the weaker members of the guild. Our existence seems to humiliate him, and he always comes over and says something very unpleasant every time. Everyone talked a lot, and obviously they all had some opinions about Laxus. But, Lucy, even though he treated us so maliciously, we didn't bear a grudge, we just felt a little bad at the time. Yes, Laxus almost grew up under our watch. Newcomers like you may not understand, but in our hearts, Laxus is also a very important companion to us. Even if they say we are weak and speak ill of us, we are just upset. After all, what he said is the truth. We just need to work hard later. But this time the situation is different. Laxus seems to have urgently summoned his thunder gods, and with H.A. I can feel that Laxus is serious about the battle this time. Wakaba was blowing smoke rings worriedly. The thunder gods. Laxus's personal guards, composed of 3 people who have admired Laxus since childhood. Before, their strength in our guild was only below that of S-class wizards. No, their strength has long been enough for the S-class in the magic world. It's just that in our guild, the president doesn't want S-class wizards to suffer casualties due to difficult tasks, so he deliberately raised the standard of S-class within the guild. What? Wouldn't that mean they are the same strength as Juvia and the other 4 elements? Lucy covered her mouth in shock when she heard this. She felt that she could only see the tip of the iceberg of Fairy Tale's strength. Every time she thought she understood the strength structure of the guild, there would always be a stronger existence. Oh no! Gajiel was seriously injured. At this time, Levi ran in with Jet and Troy, and Jet carried the charred Gajiel on his back. Hal, save Gajiel, Laxus was too harsh. Gajiel was willing to be attacked by Laxus in order to integrate into the guild. Levi's voice was a little anxious. She actually hid some of it for the sake of everyone in the guild. Even Laxus attacked her. What? Laxus, that guy, is so excessive. Macau couldn't sit still and helped Gajiel. Hal went forward to take a look, breathed a sigh of relief, and fed Gajiel a life seed. Soon, Gajiel's injuries slowly recovered under the illumination of the green light. Fortunately, there is still a breath. Laxus, this guy, calculated that I have the ability to save Gajiel, so he didn't hold back at all. Hal said with a gloomy face, clenched his fist and hit the wall hard. Everyone couldn't help but be silent. No one thought that Laxus would do such an extreme thing. Damn Laxus, let me teach him a lesson. Natsu ran out and saw Gajiel in such a miserable state, and ran out angrily. Wait, Natsu! Hal just wanted to stop Natsu, and saw Natsu flying back instantly. It hurts. Natsu rolled over with his forehead covered. He felt that there was an air wall near the door of the guild. Seeing this, Hal couldn't help but look at the door with some surprise. Is this Fried's technique? Chapter 39. The whole guild was surrounded by complicated spells. Inside the guild, everyone was shocked by the scene. Soon, magic power surged, and Laxus's magic projection appeared in front of everyone in the guild. What do you want to do, Laxus? Seeing this, Makarov finally questioned Laxus angrily. He had been restraining himself before, but now he couldn't help it. What? Ha ha ha, the Thunder Gods are back early, so let's start our battle today, Hal. What? And the scum of Fairy Tale, come and challenge my Thunder Gods. Only the strong ones who are recognized by me are qualified to stay in this guild. Laxus opened his hands and shouted arrogantly at this moment. Natsu, Gray, Urza, and others frowned involuntarily, obviously a little dissatisfied with Laxus's approach. The rules of the game are to go to the Cathedral of Cardia. I have prepared your opponents on the way. However, if you really want to hide in the guild and be a turtle, it doesn't matter. This time we will decide the sequence within the guild. The weak ones should pray well in the guild. Anyway, you can't do anything, he he he. Don't look down on me. Laxus' voice seemed to ignite the anger of the crowd, and everyone left the guild and went to the Cathedral of Cardia. Yes. That's it. I declare that the Fairy Tale Civil War has officially begun. This time will truly determine who is the strongest. Hal, come and challenge me, ha 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 ha. Laxus's arrogant voice slowly disappeared. At this moment, Hal's face was as gloomy as ink. He didn't expect Laxus to involve other people in the guild. Laxus, believe me, I will make you regret it. Hal rolled up huge magic power around his body and locked the location of Laxus's body. At this moment, behind Hal, Myra suddenly cried out. Hal! Come here, the president has fainted. What? The girls who stayed in the guild came to the president in panic, and Hal also ran over and hurriedly observed the president's condition. I'm afraid he was angry with Laxus, and fainted when his blood was stimulated. After all, he is old. Grandpa President, you go and call Grandma Polishika over. Forget it, I'll take the president, only she can watch over the president, and I'll come back to deal with Laxus's affairs later. It shouldn't be too long, we can't let them kill each other. Hal said calmly. Try to go around the city and go to the Cardia Cathedral. I suspect Laxus will let Fried trip him up on the way. Hal continued to talk to Myra and others, and then picked up Makarov and turned into a golden light and flew into the sky. Myra watched Hal leave and couldn't help but worry about the president's health. President, please be safe. On the other side, the aggressive crowd ran all the way to the entrance of Cardia Cathedral, attracting the curiosity of Magnolia residents along the way. Fairy Tale has started organizing activities again. After all, the Harvest Festival is coming soon. Yeah, I hope they don't get too excited. Near the back door of the Cardia Cathedral, there is a huge flat land. The three Thunder Gods are guarding the door of the church. Seeing the people running towards them, they couldn't help laughing. Hey, ha 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 ha, babies. They are really here. Bigusro's signature laugh sounded, and then he spit out his unique tongue with the guild emblem engraved on it. It seems that Laxus is right, ah ha 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 ha. Albagrin is as arrogant and mocking as ever. What do you mean? Even if you are the Thunder Gods, you can't stop so many of us. Alzak raised his gun and aimed at the Thunder Gods in the crowd and questioned. Everything is going as planned. You have all entered my spell now. Fried slowly walked forward, drew his sword and moved forward a little. Everyone in the guild was transferred together in pairs. The rules of the spell are, 2-on-2 battles. Only one side can move forward if it loses its combat power. In the end, only 3 people can come to us and challenge us. Only if you win can we see Laxus. Just fight slowly. Fried put the sword back into the scabbard and slowly walked back into the church. Inside the church, above, there is a row of tall stained glass windows, through which the sun shines, forming mottled light and shadows. The patterns on these windows are complex and exquisite, depicting ancient myths and symbolizing guardian angels. The colorful light changes with the angle of the sun, casting a soft and sacred glow inside the church. At this time, Laxus is standing with his back to this light and shadow, and the black cloak and the sacred light cast by the window complement each other, adding a touch of solemnity and majesty to him. Are Urza and Hal here? Laxus turned to look at Fried when he heard footsteps behind him. Not yet. Currently, only most of the ordinary guild members have come to the front of the guild. The S-class members are not here, and neither are Natsu and Gajil. Humph, activate the Divine Hall. Since they won't come out, we'll force them out. After we win this time, I'll be the well-deserved president, and that old man won't have any objections. Yes, Laxus. Fried bowed slightly to show his respect for Laxus, and then turned into a spell and disappeared on the spot. At the entrance of Cardia Cathedral, everyone looked at each other, a little at a loss. Are we really going to fight? What a joke, he said that if we fight, we will kill each other, isn't that stupid? That's what I mean. Ah ha 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 ha, you don't have to fight, but the space of Fried's technique is slowly shrinking, and you don't want to be really close to the person you are facing, right? Close? Get along. Wakaba looked at Makao in front of him. Don't even think about it. Just treat it as a tournament, and I just want to know who is stronger between you and me. Everyone couldn't sit still after hearing this, and they had the desire to fight for no reason. They didn't want to be close to the big man opposite. Some female members had no choice but to stand up and secretly cursed Fried for being a hooligan. Fried, you are such a mean guy. I don't want to be with Walian. That's too much. Of course, some people are still happy, such as Biska and Arzuk. Well, should we fight or? But I can't do it to you, Biska. Me too, Arzuk. The two blushed and dared not look at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Bigusro also saw it. He patted Albagreen and pointed in the direction of Biska and Arzuk. What do you think? Bigusro said in a funny tone, looking at Arzuk and Biska in a serious way. I think it's good. Albagreen also rarely became serious and echoed Bigusro's statement. Hee. Smiled at each other. The two of them watched the show. On the other side, Urza had led Myra and others to the front of Magnolia. As expected by Hal, there were almost no Fried spells along the way. Sure enough, Fried just came back and there is no way to set up a spell with a large range. As long as we rush into the church from this direction, we can stop Laxus. It's just like this. It takes too much time to run back. You know, the guild is at the back of the city, and the church is in the middle. If you want to go around, you have to go around half of the city. Only Urza is still like nothing happened, and the others have been running all the way and are exhausted. At this time, inside the Cardia Cathedral, Laxus welcomed an unexpected challenger. Hey? I didn't expect you to come in first, I thought it was Hal or Urza. Missed and gone. See the Shinming Palace, what are you doing, Laxus? Can't you see, this is a challenge, fairy tale vs. Thunder Gods. Only the winner can come in and challenge me. You took advantage of the loophole to come in, missed and gone, but since we are both S rank, I forgive you. Naive, Laxus, this farce should end. Just right, it's time to decide who is stronger between the two of us. The outside world is saying that I, Hal, and you are about the same strength. Mist and Gang didn't say much nonsense. He pulled out 4 different shaped staffs from his back, put them in front of him, and then stood the staff in the middle. Skyscraper Mistongang's low voice just fell, and 5 staffs were arranged in the air to form a magnificent illusion tower, as if rising from the ground and rushing into the sky. The walls of the tower are composed of dark magic, as if suffocating like a bottomless abyss. The space seems to be infinitely stretched, and the interior of the church is instantly shattered by this powerful magic. The light and shadows around are distorted, and the interior of the church is torn into fragments at this moment. Laxus's figure was shaken by the huge dark energy. He struggled to keep his body in the air. Golden lightning flashed around him, trying to resist this invisible pressure. At this moment, the cracks in the sky continued to expand, and a huge monster from another world descended from the broken sky. Its body was huge and twisted, and its black eyes stared at Laxus like an abyss, with an indescribable pressure. At the moment when the huge monster from another world was about to swallow Laxus, Laxus suddenly roared, and the golden lightning in his body burst violently. The light of lightning flashed, and the illusion was shattered. When the light dissipated, Laxus found that he had returned to the real church. The scene in front of him was completely different from the illusion just now. The church was still intact, and the walls and the ground were not damaged. The huge monster from another world and the dark magic barrier disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. The two still confronted each other, and the atmosphere was solemn and tense. Laxus had a relaxed smile on his face, and he seemed not to be frightened by Miss Dongang's powerful magic at all. Although the air in the church was filled with thick magic, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression, Laxus still acted calmly. "Hey, Miss Dongang, do you really think this illusion can kill me?" Laxus still maintained an arrogant look. However, Miss Dongang was not panicked because the illusion was exposed. He stood there coldly and continued to guide the magic with his staff. Laxus was unwilling to give Miss Dongang any chance to continue to cast magic. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and a golden lightning broke through the air in an instant. The lightning was like a sharp sword, rushing straight to Miss Dongang with unstoppable power. Miss Dongang felt the speed of Laxus's attack and his face changed. He immediately jumped into the air, avoiding the lightning like lightning, and quickly formed seals with his hands in the air. The movement was fast and smooth, and was not disturbed by the previous attack at all. Five-fold magic circle, Kagura. Miss Dongang's voice was filled with a hint of cold majesty, and 5 magic circles quickly appeared in the air, arranged in sequence, forming a huge magic barrier. The elements of the 5 magic circles were yin, dark, fire, water, and earth, and each magic circle exuded a strong magical brilliance. Shadows and flames intertwined, darkness and water flow converged, and the earth and rocks trembled. The magic circle rotated in the air, forming a huge magic impact, and quickly approached Laxus. Laxus's lightning flashed, trying to break through the huge magic impact. However, the pressure emitted by the 5-fold magic circle was extremely strong, and the lightning seemed a little dim in front of this powerful force. However, when Miss Dongang performed the 5-fold magic circle Kagura, Laxus had already anticipated his actions. "Flying in the sky, do you think I can't do anything?" "What?" Miss Dongang looked up instantly after hearing it. Laxus' voice was disdainful, his hands quickly formed seals, and a golden lightning magic circle appeared in the air. The light of thunder and lightning gathered in the air, forming a powerful thunder, which suddenly struck Miss Dongang. Boom! With a loud noise, the interior of the church was instantly filled with dust. Both of them were hit hard by each other, and the huge shock wave shook their bodies back. Really strong, worthy of being the grandson of the president, Laxus, Miss Dongang's figure slowly appeared with distorted light, and a low voice came in the dust with a hint of admiration. However, this sentence made Laxus even more angry. His eyes suddenly flashed with lightning, and anger broke out in his chest. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Don't compare me with that old man. I want to surpass his existence." Laxus instantly soared into the sky, surrounded by violent thunder, lightning flashing, and the whole space seemed to tremble with his power. The huge thunder, with terrifying pressure, smashed straight into Miss Dongang, as if to swallow him completely. Seeing this, Miss Dongang remained calm, quickly formed a seal, and waved the staff in his hand in the air. He chanted in a low voice, "Triple magic circle mirror water." As the spell fell, 3 magic circles quickly lit up in front of Miss Dongang. The power of the 3 elements of fire, darkness, and water intertwined to form a powerful barrier. Laxus's thunder force smashed down violently, but when it touched Miss Dongang's triple magic circle mirror water, the lightning seemed to be sucked into an endless abyss. The triple magic circle shone with a strange light, gradually devouring the energy of the lightning. After a moment, the lightning that originally belonged to Laxus was actually bounced back. It turned into a powerful magical impact, heading straight for Laxus. Laxus's face changed, and he quickly fought back. He waved his hands, releasing even more violent lightning, trying to suppress the oncoming magical impact. The power of lightning and elements collided violently in the air, and the 2 powerful energies confronted each other, instantly covering the entire church in a dazzling light and a violent energy storm. The air was filled with violent magical fluctuations, and the walls and ceiling of the church trembled under the impact of this force. The stained glass windows were reflected in a variety of colors by the strong light, as if they would shatter at any time. Miss Dongang's face was solemn. He could feel the horror of Laxus's thunder power, and the staff in his hand waved again. Just as the fierce duel between Laxus and Miss Dongang reached a climax, the door of the church was suddenly pushed open, and Urza rushed to the scene. She thought she would see Laxus fighting with other guild members, but when she saw the battle in front of her, she was immediately attracted by Miss Dongang in front of her. She stared at Miss Dongang intently, and she felt that the most mysterious and strongest candidate in the guild now looked particularly like Jalal. Her pupils shrank slightly, and her voice was filled with disbelief and a hint of trembling. Chapter 40. The old man was so angry that he was not able to get out of bed. Mr. Gang suddenly heard someone read his name and looked back subconsciously. Laxus instantly seized this flaw and struck Miss Dong-Ang's head with a swift lightning bolt. Damn, my magic disguise! Mr. Gang cursed secretly, feeling annoyed. Hey, Mr. Gang, you dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Laxus sneered disdainfully. At this time, the face under the mask was Jalal's appearance, and the air seemed to enter a strange silence for a while. You're still alive, Jalal? At this time, Urza covered her mouth in disbelief, her voice trembling. Tears silently fell from Urza's eyes, and her emotions and memories intertwined. The horrific explosion that day made her think that Jalal was no longer alive. Miss Dong-Ang seemed a little embarrassed. He had been avoiding this situation. Sorry, Urza, I didn't want you to see this face. Miss Dong-Ang said slowly, I know the Jalal you are talking about, but unfortunately I am not him. After that, his figure gradually became illusory and finally disappeared on the spot. Just ran away like this? It's boring. Laxus looked at the place where Miss Dong-Ang disappeared, with a bit of disappointment in his tone. Then, his eyes turned to Urza, who was still sad, and his face sank. Don't show an expression that is not like you, Urza. A terrifying lightning instantly struck in the direction of Urza. However, in the lightning, a huge stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground and blocked the attack of lightning. Hal arrived. He stood in front of Urza, blocking Laxus's sight. Laxus, don't attack Urza when she's sad. Hal stood with his staff, his eyes calm but full of deterrence. You're finally here, Hal. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and even had an extra fight. Laxus grinned, his tone revealing his fighting spirit. Oh? You mean, it's a bit unfair for me to fight you now? Hal raised his eyebrows. How could that be, Hal? It's just a warm-up exercise. Laxus shook his head, the magic power in his body quickly condensed, and a suffocating sense of oppression began to fill the air. The two confronted each other, as if they were waiting for the other to make the first move. At this moment, Urza came back to her senses, stood up, wiped her tears with her armor gloves, and said to Hal, Sorry, Hal, I just... It's okay, Urza. You can trust him about Mr. Gang, he won't lie to you. Hal comforted softly, I have come into contact with him many times, his magic power is completely different from the breath on his body, it is very clean. Urza nodded and gradually calmed down, Okay, Hal, since you are here, I will go to deal with the Shenming Temple first. No need, I dealt with it on the way. Hal smiled slightly. What? So many bio-link magic? Urza was a little surprised. It's nothing great, you can do it if you want. Hal shrugged, with a bit of ridicule in his tone. Have you talked enough? Laxus suddenly roared, and a bolt of lightning struck, hitting Hal and Urza's position. The two quickly dodged and avoided the attack. Ah, sorry, Laxus, I forgot about you. Hal smiled awkwardly. Hey. Laxus was speechless for a moment, his anger was stuck, and his expression looked a little awkward. Don't worry about it, our fairy queen's business is the most important, we just made an appointment to fight. Hal patted Urza's shoulder, still smiling, and said to Laxus. Hal, I hope you can laugh again later. Laxus responded with a sneer, and magic power surged wildly in his body. However, there was a commotion at the main entrance of the church, and two figures walked in noisily. I won. Obviously I won. Hey? My scarf got there first. You cheated. The scarf doesn't count. I say it counts. Natsu and Gajeel walked in while arguing, and the two seemed to be having some kind of strange competition. Behind them followed Myra, Levi, Lucy, and others. What's going on? Hal was a little surprised, feeling that there were too many people coming. Laxus, what's going on? Where are your thunder gods? Hal asked. They are blocking the back door. Laxus answered honestly for no apparent reason. Hal was confused for a moment. Knowing what to say, the atmosphere on the field was a little awkward. SHH. Laxus, I'm here to challenge you. Natsu suddenly shouted, rubbing his hands and walking forward, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Yeah, Lightning Boy, I didn't fight back this morning, but you beat me up badly. Gajeel also walked forward, looking very unconvinced. No, brother, no, Natsu, Gajeel, you two calm down, don't be impulsive. Hal touched his forehead helplessly. Where did these two people get the courage? Okay, really any cat or dog dares to jump in front of me as expected. Laxus exploded unprecedentedly, he hasn't felt so angry for a long time. Come on, let's see who is the strongest in fairy tale. Laxus. Natsu rushed up confidently, his expression was full of unparalleled passion. Don't steal my target, Fire Dragon. Gajeel was not to be outdone. Laxus's anger seemed to have reached its peak, and the lightning in his eyes flashed more fiercely. Natsu and Gajeel rushed towards him fearlessly, their blood boiling, as if they couldn't wait to prove themselves. However, the moment they approached Laxus's lightning magic instantly exploded. Countless lightning burst out from his body like a roaring dragon, instantly sweeping the entire church. The roar of the thunder dragon. The huge roar of thunder was accompanied by the roar of lightning. Natsu and Gajeel were hit by this terrifying force before they could react. With a loud boom, Natsu and Gajeel were instantly blown away by lightning and hit the wall of the church heavily. The wall trembled violently under the impact, and gravel and dust flew everywhere. Ah! Natsu and Gajeel groaned in pain almost at the same time. Their bodies were paralyzed by lightning and they collapsed to the ground. For a moment, they no longer had the passion and momentum they had just had. Laxus looked at the two people who were knocked away coldly. There was no mercy in his eyes, only uncontrollable anger. He walked forward step by step, his footsteps echoing in the church, and every step was like thunder. What an idiot who dares to challenge me! His voice was cold and disdainful. You are far from qualified. Impossible. Isn't this a tournament? Natsu. How can you be so strong? Gajeel. The two said in unison at first, and then said different follow-ups that were against the will of heaven. Hey! Hal, Urza and the others couldn't help but express their doubts in unison. It turned out that after being injured and then healed, Gajeel woke up in the guild and found that there was no one there, so he began to climb up the roof aimlessly to find everyone's whereabouts. He really avoided Fried's spell and found Natsu. After information sharing with Natsu, he realized that this was the strongest tournament of fairy tale, and Hal was not there, which made Gajeel eager to try. As for the beating in the morning, one was that Laxus did not use too much magic power, and the other was that he did not resist much. After all, after he joined as a member of the hostile guild, he naturally felt that he should be beaten. Of course, he also had the idea of resisting, but he was knocked unconscious by the electric shock. When he woke up, he found that he was fine. He thought that it was all his illusion before, so he wanted to take revenge with super confidence. The situation became like this. You two, how thick-skinned are you? Ha 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 ha. Hal was amused by these two funny guys, holding a staff and standing in front of them, but his action was a hint of warning, reminding them not to easily provoke Laxus again. Natsu and Gajeel are really idiots. Lucy and Levi said speechlessly at this. Laxus, have you vented enough anger? Hal's voice was still gentle, but there was a majesty in his tone that could not be ignored. This farce should end. Oh? Hal is finally going to take action. There is no way, there are too many idiots in the guild, and we can't let you keep bullying our guild's rare species. The air in the church was so heavy because of the confrontation between the two that it seemed to freeze. Hal held a golden staff in his hand, which was engraved with ancient runes and flashed with the power of the earth. A faint light flowed from the other end of the staff, as if ready to release powerful light magic at any time. Laxus was condensing lightning, his whole body was wrapped in electric current, and the surrounding gravel was crackling under the pressure of his powerful magic. Laxus, let me see your full power. Hal's voice was calm and confident. He raised his right hand, and countless dense vines grew rapidly from the ground, heading directly towards Laxus. Laxus sneered and turned into a bolt of lightning, dodging the vine's attack. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and a huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky, hitting Hal's head. Hal waved his staff without hesitation, and the ground suddenly cracked. A huge wall of hard rocks instantly rose from the ground, completely blocking the thunder's attack. However, Laxus's offensive did not stop. His figure shuttled quickly like lightning, and he used his extremely fast speed to attack Hal continuously. Lightning continued to bombard the ground, causing violent explosions, which blew the interior of the church to pieces. Hal's face sank slightly, and he felt the powerful pressure of Laxus. Suddenly, he raised his left hand, and the breath of death instantly spread. Laxus dodged and prepared to attack again, but suddenly felt that the moisture in the air was disappearing rapidly. His body seemed to be bound by an invisible force, and the light of lightning began to gradually dim. "Is this your power of death?" Laxus' voice was still full of confidence, but a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. As Laxus' lightning burst out, forcibly breaking through Hal's withering power, the atmosphere in the church suddenly became tense. The air was filled with the roar of thunder and the low echo of the withering power released by Hal. Boom! With a loud bang, the middle of a pillar of the church was suddenly invaded by a dark force, and instantly turned into sand, and the fine sand flew everywhere. That was the power of the desert of death released by Hal's left hand, which melted at the touch of a finger, and even the hard stone pillars could not resist it. "Do you think I am still the same person I was 5 years ago?" Hal's voice was low and powerful. His left hand waved gently, and the air around him seemed to tremble. The withering power spread everywhere like an invisible venomous snake, ready to devour anything it touched at any time. A trace of coldness flashed in Laxus's eyes, and lightning flashed around his body, and the pressure increased sharply. "Do you think this is all my power, Hal?" As his voice fell, the light of lightning became more dazzling, and a more violent power was brewing in his body. Suddenly, Laxus' body began to change. His body became larger, dragon scales continued to appear on his body, and a steady stream of lightning burst out from his body. The air around him was violently distorted at this moment. "Lightning Dragon Slayer magic!" Laxus roared, his voice full of uncontrollable wild power. 5 years ago, he had not fully mastered the power, but now he showed the power of destroying the world in his hands. The light of lightning raged in the church, and Laxus's figure was wrapped in lightning. His muscles swelled, his height increased, and his whole body exuded the violent breath of lightning. Laxus's fists were as powerful as thunder, and the power of the Thunder Dragon greatly increased the power of his attack. "How is it, Hal?" "Ha ha ha!" Laxus' voice was full of wild confidence, and his lightning illuminated the interior of the church like daylight, as if he was fearless and full of invincible momentum. "Well, although your power is very strong, didn't you use it on Natsu and Gajeel when you were angry just now?" Laxus's expression changed slightly and he was stunned for a moment. The atmosphere in the whole church became awkward again, just like before, but the difference from before was that the church at this moment could be described as fragmented. Forget it, it doesn't count just now, let's continue, don't make it awkward." Hal waved his hand, obviously seeing Laxus's embarrassment. "Hal!" Laxus was enraged again, and his anger burned to the extreme in an instant. His body was completely wrapped in lightning, and the power of thunder made his body swell, and his muscles seemed to swell as hard as an iron tower. His right fist condensed huge lightning, flashing with a mighty force, exuding a suffocating pressure. "Thunder Dragon's Fist!" Laxus roared, lightning raging on his fist, with powerful force and destructive energy, rushing straight towards Hal. The entire interior of the church was illuminated by the light of lightning, traces of lightning appeared on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of arcs. Hal did not make any extra movements, his eyes stared at Laxus, holding the staff in his hand, calmly preparing to respond. Laxus's attack was like an angry dragon, with overwhelming power, rushing straight towards Hal's body. "The Wrath of the Earth Dragon!" Hal shouted, and the staff released a monstrous dragon-killing magic, and the power of the earth on his body began to surge. His staff drew an arc in the air to meet Laxus's Thunder Dragon Fist. With his movements, the ground of the church shook, and the energy of the earth condensed into a huge shock wave, rushing towards Laxus's attack. The two powerful forces collided in the air, and the energy of lightning and the earth blended violently. The walls of the church continued to collapse under the impact of this force, bricks flew, dust filled the air, and the entire battlefield seemed to be torn apart. The energy of lightning and the earth entangled in the air, forming a huge beam of light. The light was dazzling, and almost illuminated the entire space of the church. Laxus's Thunder Dragon Collapse Fist and Hal's Earth Power confronted each other in the air, and the violent energy fluctuations continued to spread, and the air was filled with the breath of lightning and soil. The two went all out, and the magic power on their bodies was continuously injected into their respective attacks, trying to break the opponent's defense line. Laxus's lightning continued to devour Hal's Earth Power, while Hal used his powerful dragon-killing magic to resist the impact of lightning. The magic power of the two people kept interweaving in the air, and the shock waves kept sweeping. The interior of the church was overwhelmed. The pillars and walls around it continued to collapse under the impact of this force, and the whole space fell into chaos. Hal loosened his hand, discarded the staff, and stood in the ruins of the church. His body exuded a stronger breath. Interesting. Laxus. Hal's voice was full of excitement. He hadn't experienced such a evenly matched battle for a long time. The whole person seemed to be inspired by the blood of the battle. Hal's magic power began to fluctuate violently. His left and right hands exuded the power of death and the power of life respectively, gradually merging and turning into a new power. Hal's body changed significantly at this moment. He chose to let himself fully integrate into the dragon-killing power of the earth and entered the Earth Dragon Power state. Mode. Earth Dragon Power. Dragon scales began to grow on the surface of Hal's body. These dragon scales covered his eyes, arms, forehead, and other parts, making him look extremely powerful. The power of the Earth Dragon made his body look even bigger and his strength was greatly improved. The dragon scales flashed with a deep light, symbolizing that he was about to exert a stronger fighting ability. At this moment, Hal's entire aura changed fundamentally, and his power became stronger and purer. The ground in the church trembled slightly under the influence of his power, and the energy of the earth began to gather again, as if preparing for the upcoming duel. Laxus, let me see how long you can hold on. Hal's voice was full of confidence, and his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. His body was completely integrated with the power of the earth, turning into a powerful existence, ready to compete with Laxus. This is Hal's new form. Although Hal's three magics are usually in Hal's body at the same time, Hal can also choose to let one of them completely integrate into himself and enter a separate state for a short time. Laxus looked at Hal in front of him with some shock. At this moment, Hal had become as tall as him, with a body of more than 2 meters wrapped in huge magic power. His left and right hands were covered with golden rock like dragon scales, and his pupils became golden vertical pupils like dragons. As both of them entered the extreme state, the entire church seemed to be almost collapsed by the pressure of their magic fluctuations. Hal quickly launched an attack, and his hands condensed the powerful power of the Earth Dragon, making a strong roar. His right fist swung out suddenly, with tremendous power, and issued, Earth Dragon's Boom Fist. This move seemed to concentrate the power of the entire earth on the fist, and the shocking power made the air tremble. Boom! The fist hit Laxus' chest, generating a huge shock wave, and cracks appeared on the ground while shaking. Laxus was knocked back a few steps by this force, but his powerful lightning power allowed him to stabilize his body, and anger burned in his eyes. Hal then launched the Earth Dragon's Earthquake. He stepped on the ground, and the ground suddenly exploded, forming a huge shock wave, forcing Laxus back, and the ground was also torn into a deep crack by this force. Laxus gritted his teeth, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he endured the pain and quickly fought back. His lightning power continued to increase, and arcs flashed in the air, forming thunders, approaching Hal. Go on, Hal. Let's see who is the real strongest. Laxus roared with tears and blood at the corner of his mouth, and the light of lightning wrapped his body like Thor. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Laxus's roar shook the entire church. He opened his mouth, and the lightning gathered in his mouth into a powerful energy wave, which burst out with a bang. The roar of thunder. The roar filled the entire space, like thunder and lightning falling from the sky, destroying all obstacles in front of it. At the same time, Hal was not to be outdone. He took a deep breath, and his voice was angry and strong, the roar of the Earth Dragon. He opened his mouth and turned the huge earth power in his body into a shock wave and ejected it. An earthquake-like roar poured out of his mouth, and the ground trembled at this moment, like the roar of a giant dragon stirring underground, causing strong vibrations and shocks. The two roars met in the air, and the power of thunder and lightning and the earth clashed fiercely. In an instant, the entire Cardia Cathedral was shaken by this powerful force, the walls collapsed, the ceiling collapsed, and the ground cracked. All the buildings in the church collapsed under this impact, and the debris and dust flew in the air. Broken glass flew in the air, the mottled light and shadow were torn by fragments, and the brilliance of the sun disappeared, and the interior of the church instantly fell into chaos. The painting of light and shadow in the church was broken, and the sacred atmosphere of the past was replaced by the flames of war. At this moment, the spectators inside the church, whether Myra, Natsu, and others, or Grey, Elfman, and Jovia who were fighting with the thunder gods outside, were all blown away by the huge force. The battle inside and outside the church was completely out of control due to this extremely powerful shock wave, and all attention was attracted to the two giant figures. Chapter 41. The broken church was filled with the air, and the former holiness and tranquility were swallowed up by the violence of the battle. The originally tall stained glass windows have now become fragments scattered all over the ground, and the sunshine is covered in a mess. In the ruins of the church, Laxus and Hal stood in the center of the chaos. Their figures were like demons and gods, and their bodies more than 2 meters tall exuded a powerful aura. Laxus's body was wrapped in lightning, his muscles swelled, and he exuded a violent thunder force. Hal was completely integrated into the power of the Earth Dragon, his body was covered with golden dragon scales, and his eyes were like dragon-like golden vertical pupils flashing a strong brilliance. Earth Dragon's Dragon Halberd. Hal's right hand condensed a 2-meter-long Earth Dragon halberd, which was similar in shape to the Fang Tian Huaji. The huge halberd blade exuded a heavy earthy yellow light, as if it could tear apart everything that stood in its way. Thunder Dragon's Fang Tian halberd. Laxus was equally unwilling to be outdone. He also gathered the power of thunder and lightning into a similar Fang Tian halberd, flashing with dazzling thunder and lightning. Thunder Dragon's Fang Tian halberd emitted a roaring electric light in his hand, in sharp contrast to Hal's dragon halberd. Laxus held the Fang Tian halberd condensed by thunder and lightning, and rushed towards Hal with surging thunder and lightning. Hal was also unwilling to be outdone. His body merged with the dragon halberd, as if the power of the earth was boiling in his body. The figures of the two quickly turned into afterimages, and the flashing light and fierce roar intertwined. The destruction inside the church reached a climax in this duel. Light and shadows kept interweaving, and roars rose and fell, like a symphony of thunder and lightning and the earth. The power of lightning and the earth collided in the air, and the energy in the air was violently distorted. The two huge halberd blades crossed in the air, and the shock waves of lightning and earthquakes swept over, destroying the walls and ground of the church more thoroughly. Each collision was accompanied by huge vibrations and explosions, and the huge power fluctuations threw the ruins of the entire church into the air. The battle became more and more intense, and Laxus and Hal fought several times in an instant, and each collision caused a huge change in the surrounding environment. Light and shadow intertwined, thunder and lightning roared, and the earth cracked, everything lost balance in their battle. The church was in ruins, and everyone could only watch in horror, waiting for the end of this epic duel. King, the last crisp metal collision sound echoed in the ruins. After an unknown amount of long and fierce collision, Hal and Laxus's dragon halberds met again. This time, Hal's breath was slightly heavy. Laxus stood in the ruins panting, and the thunder dragon halberd in his hand had disappeared. Blood oozed from the corners of Laxus' mouth, and the lightning on his body gradually dimmed, as if he had been severely injured. "Are you coming again, Laxus?" Hal's voice was calm and a little tired, but the golden pupils in his eyes flashed with a firm light. His physical strength recovered very quickly, as if the power of the earth itself gathered in his body, giving him infinite power. Thunder Dragon's Boom Fist. Laxus tried to attack with the power of Thunder Dragon for the last time, his fist wrapped in strong lightning, as if it could tear apart all obstacles in front of him. However, unlike 5 years ago, Hal did not retreat this time. He firmly raised the Earth Dragon's Boom Fist and collided with Laxus's Boom Fist. The two forces met in the air, generating a huge vibration wave, and the entire ruins were swept by the shock wave again. Hal's power was as solid as a mountain, and Laxus's attack was finally completely resisted. "You won this battle." Laxus gritted his teeth and said, although he was still strong, he obviously felt powerless. His physical strength was exhausted, but Hal's power was still endless. After saying that, Laxus fell to the ground exhausted. This time he was completely defeated. Hal's magic seemed endless and unfathomable. Hal also gathered his magic power and turned into his original appearance. At this time, his luxurious clothes also exploded with the battle. He was naked, not condescending or aggressive, but sitting next to Laxus. "I sent the president to Granny Polusica." Hal, who was sitting next to Laxus, didn't know what to say first, and subconsciously said something about the president. "What?" Laxus was obviously a little surprised, and looked at Hal anxiously. "Ah, nothing, just fainted," Granny Polusica said. "It was because of old age." "Well, after all, you know, he is 88 years old. Although wizards live much longer, he is also old." Hallie saw that Laxus had some misunderstandings and hurriedly explained, and his tone gradually relaxed. "The guild is not as bad as you think. The president is actually optimistic about you, but he is clumsy and can't speak clearly, just like you, brother Laxus, Hallie said gently. Laxus was slightly moved when he heard this. He looked at Hallie with some surprise, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Hallie's eyes were still the old warmth seemed to be seen 5 years ago, when he and Hal looked at each other for the first time after becoming an S-class wizard, and they smiled at each other. At that time, Laxus' eyes were also full of encouragement, expectation, and family-like warmth when he looked at Hal. I don't know if it was because of the loss, or because of the long-lost Laxus brother, or because he remembered the past. Laxus, who was lying on the ruins, finally saw the sky in the distance with his cloudy eyes. He murmured to himself, "The sky is so blue, why, I didn't notice it before." Later, Laxus, who could not move, was naturally carried to the hospital by Natsu and others. There were also many injured guild members. In the hospital, everyone was grinning, which made Myra, Lucy and others feel sad. Despite this, whether it was because of the strong impact of the battle or other reasons, a few days later, the atmosphere of the guild after recovery became particularly lively. In the guild hall, everyone laughed and talked, full of warmth and vitality. When talking about the battle, although there was still some anger in the words, there was more recognition and admiration hidden under the words. The memory of the battle seemed to have become a special bond, connecting everyone more closely. In the few days after the battle, Laxus's recovery progressed smoothly. On the hospital bed, he welcomed a special visitor, his grandfather, Makarov. Although this conversation was a bit heavy at the beginning, as time went on, the president's words gradually touched Laxus' heart. "Laxus, you performed very well in the past." The president's voice was gentle and caring. "I am very proud of the strength and responsibility you have shown. You know? You have always been the pride of my heart. The most important thing in my life is to watch you grow up. Whether it is sad or happy, as long as I can watch you grow up by your side, I feel extremely happy. But, Laxus, you hurt your companions and this big family. On behalf of the third-generation president of Fairy Tale, I really can't forgive your sins." Makarov's tone was sad. "But when I really made up my mind to expel you from the guild, everyone in the guild didn't want you to leave here. 5 years ago, you became the first S-class wizard of the younger generation. Maybe you didn't know it at the time. From then on, you have been a role model for many people in the guild. Even Hal Urza said that they learned to take responsibility and learned to become stronger after seeing your appearance. So, cherish this last chance, Laxus. You still have the opportunity to prove yourself again and win everyone's trust and respect again. Choose to start again and get to know yourself again." After that, Makarov left. In the ward, Laxus lowered his head slightly, his thoughts returned to the past days. Those previous disputes and misunderstandings, under the encouragement of the president, gradually turned into understanding and tolerance. "Thank you, Grandpa." Laxus' voice was a little choked, he tried to control his inner excitement, his eyes were slightly moist. When the conversation ended, the hostility in the corners of Laxus' eyes had completely dissipated. The next day he came to the guild, hiding his magic and sitting in the lobby on the first floor, looking at the cheerful people and familiar companions. The expression on his face became gentle, and even revealed a smile from the heart. That smile was so sincere and warm, as if the sun was shining on the ice and snow, melting the haze of the past. Somehow, this scene happened to be seen by Natsu, Myra, Urza, and others. They gathered in the guild hall and chatted, and were suddenly attracted by Laxus's smile. Everyone's conversation came to an abrupt end, and a quiet atmosphere filled the air. Natsu looked at Laxus quietly, and memories of the past emerged in his heart. There was also a touch of emotion in Myra's eyes, as if the disputes and frictions in the past seemed insignificant at this moment. Urza took a deep breath and felt a long-lost peace. Quiet and relieved. Hal walked up to Laxus, his eyes gentle and firm. He looked at Laxus's expression mixed with complex emotions, stretched out his hand, and had a sincere smile on his face. "Welcome back, Laxus." At this time, the atmosphere of the entire guild became soft and full of emotion. Everyone's eyes were focused on Laxus. This young man who was once full of hostility finally showed a real smile. That smile was not only a relief from the past, but also a hope for the future. The guild members began to talk to Laxus, but this time there was more warmth and understanding in their words. Everyone was touched by Laxus's changes, and their hearts were full of beautiful expectations for the future. At this touching moment, everyone in the guild felt the real unity and strength. Laxus felt the overflowing warmth around him, and he finally let go of the shackles that bound him in his heart, and his heart was filled with emotion. "Ah, I'm back," he said to himself and to everyone in his heart. His voice carried a hint of relief and determination. This was not only a farewell to the past, but also a brand new beginning for the future. Chapter 42. The inside of a restaurant called 8 Island is bustling with activity. In the bustling port city of Harujun, Hal is wearing a neat and tidy waiter uniform with the restaurant's badge on his chest. His hair is meticulously combed, with a confident smile on his face, holding a plate of exquisite meals in his hands, and walking briskly towards a table. "Ah, I didn't expect that I would get a job in a restaurant one day." Hal looked at the meal in his hand and said with emotion. "Not bad, Hal." Gray came over from the other side. He also held a plate and wore an exquisite tie, but under the tie, he was still naked. "Gray, where are your clothes? How can a waiter be naked?" Lucy couldn't help but complain when she saw this. She was wearing a cute coffee shop-style waiter skirt, and the light pink skirt swayed gently in her movements, looking sweet and playful. "That's right, work hard, Gray." Natsu rarely became serious. He was wearing a classic black and white waiter uniform, a black vest with a white shirt, and a neatly tied bow tie, which made him look very handsome. Habi also wore a mini version of the waiter uniform on the side, looking equally formal. However, this sense of seriousness was soon destroyed by the chicken leg that Natsu was chewing. "Not bad. There are some flaws, but it's not a big problem." Hal nodded with satisfaction. "This is not a problem of flaws." Lucy held her forehead and complained helplessly. "No, I said they are flaws, look at Urza." "Ah." Lucy followed Hal's gaze and saw Urza sitting lightly on a guest's table, crossing her legs elegantly. She was wearing a slim orange dress, which was cut to fit her figure perfectly and showed her curves perfectly. She moved forward slightly, with a gentle smile, and whispered, "We are magic cuisine, how about it, what do you want?" The guests blushed, obviously attracted by Urza's charm. Her gestures showed temptation, elegance, and strength, perfectly interpreting her unique charm. "Inexplicably very motivated," Lucy exclaimed. "Right." Hal responded with a smug smile. "This is Harjun, Mr. Yajima's new restaurant. Since the last council was destroyed, Mr. Yajima has retired and resigned. After returning to ordinary life, Mr. Yajima seemed to be very good at magic cooking, so he had the idea of opening a magic restaurant. This is also the reason why Hal and others are here to help." The restaurant opened in Harjun was also highly recommended by Hal. After all, this is the first trading city that Fairy Tail cooperates with. Fairy Tail has a very high influence in this prosperous port city. In the evening, the 8 Island restaurant has closed. As night falls, warm lights are sprinkled inside the restaurant, creating a quiet and warm atmosphere. The table is filled with a variety of delicious dishes, all cooked by Mr. Yajima himself. Hal, Natsu, Urza, Lucy, Gray and Happy sat together, enjoying this special dinner. "Mr. Yajima, I didn't expect your dishes to be so delicious," Hal exclaimed, his mouth full of the taste of delicious food. Mr. Yajima sat in the main seat. Hearing Hal's praise, he smiled proudly and laughed a low and kind laugh. "Hee, Hal, Natsu, Urza, Lucy, Gray, Happy, I'm really happy that you can come to help me." Urza put down the tableware in her hand and said seriously, "It's my duty, Mr. Yajima, you are our elder." "Hee," Mr. Yajima responded with a smile, but then his laughter gradually disappeared and his eyes became deeper. He sighed lightly, and a hint of heaviness appeared in his tone, "But, things have started to get uneasy recently." Everyone looked up when they heard his tone change. Lucy asked with concern, "What's wrong, Mr. Yajima?" Mr. Yajima restrained his smile and his expression became solemn. "My colleagues in the council told me that the Dark Guild has started to act again." For a moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant became tense. Urza frowned slightly, Happy stopped playing around, and Natsu clenched his fists. "Many guilds and cities have been attacked," Mr. Yajima continued in a heavy tone, "Fortunately, this place is far from the Dark Guild, so it is relatively peaceful. However, Hal, you have to be prepared, the council may make a big move next." Hal nodded, his expression becoming serious. Natsu and Urza looked at each other and understood the seriousness of the situation. Lucy bit her lower lip lightly, feeling a little uneasy. Outside the restaurant, the sea breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. Early the next morning, at the reminder of Mr. Yajima, Hal and his companions hurried back to Magnolia. Sure enough, as soon as Hal stepped into the guild, he immediately received an urgent call from the president. In the guild hall, all members gathered together. In the center of the hall, a huge magic power map emerged in the air, drawn by a magic pen, clearly marking the distribution of various forces. Hal stood in the front with Natsu, Urza and their strongest team, staring at the President Makarov who was about to speak. Makarov glanced around and confirmed that everyone was there, then slowly spoke, "Everyone is here." There was a hint of solemnity in his tone. The Balamu alliance has been making too much trouble recently, and the council has decided to take action against them and prepare to launch a crusade. Crusade? Hal frowned slightly. All of them? Makarov shook his head, and the magic pen in his hand marked a position on the Balamu alliance's power map. Of course not. It is called the Balamu alliance, but in fact, only the 6 demon generals are the most arrogant in their activities. And this is exactly our goal. Gray sneered, "Is the council trying to embarrass us?" Lucy asked in confusion, "Aren't there only 6 people?" Jet immediately added, "The 6 demon generals are not simple. They control 12 large dark guilds and countless small guilds. The total number of people combined is probably more than 2,000. What? 2,000 people? Lucy opened her eyes wide in surprise. This is based on the original setting. You can see the power map drawn by Myra in the anime. I counted them. Moreover, if there were not so many people, how could they be considered the 3 major dark forces? Seeing this, Makarov waved his hand to calm everyone down. Don't panic. This operation does not rely on us alone. We will form a guild alliance. Guild alliance? Hal asked in confusion. That's right, Makarov nodded. This operation will be formed by the 4 major guilds of Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Snake Princess Scale and Demon Cat to form a bright guild coalition army. In addition, there will be the magic forces of the council to cooperate. Wakaba obviously understood it very well. He blew smoke rings and sneered, "The magic forces of the council? They have just been destroyed like that, how can they still have the ability to send troops? I'm afraid they want to dump the mess on us." Hearing this, the guild immediately fell into a commotion, and the members began to discuss. "Enough, quiet." Makarov gave an order, and the whole hall returned to silence. His eyes were sharp. "We will only send a few elites to participate in this expedition." Makarov cast his eyes on Hal and Urza. "Hal, Urza, you take your team to fight." "Okay." Urza agreed without hesitation, and Hal nodded firmly. Natsu also seemed particularly excited at this moment, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. "President, call Laxus as well." "Laxus?" Makarov looked at Natsu with some surprise. Everyone turned their eyes to Laxus standing behind the president. He showed a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect Natsu to suggest taking him with him. Makarov pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay, Laxus, you made a big mistake last time. This is your chance to atone for your sins and contribute to the guild." Laxus nodded heavily with a firm look in his eyes, "Okay." So, the group set off, and their destination was the villa of the Blue Pegasus President Bob. Taking into account the special circumstances of this trip, the president specially approved a dragon car for Hal and others to use. The dragon car is already a top-level magical transportation tool in this world. After Hal's many suggestions and improvements, it was built with magical craftsmanship. It is not only extremely sturdy, but also extremely comfortable. Even if 6 people sit face to face, it still looks spacious and comfortable. The interior of the carriage is elegantly decorated, and some faintly glowing magic crystals are inlaid on the walls, illuminating the entire space. In the middle of the carriage, a magic table is suspended above the ground, and various delicious cakes and drinks are placed on the table. Above the table is a topographic map, showing their current route and destination. Ha! Urza, Gray, and Laxus sat on one side, and Urza, Natsu, Lucy, and Happy sat opposite. The carriage was filled with a relaxed atmosphere, as if they were not going on a dangerous mission, but enjoying a relaxing trip. The dragon car is awesome. Natsu was so excited that he almost jumped up. He stood on his seat, his eyes flashing with childlike joy. Urza was enjoying a piece of strawberry cake elegantly. She looked up at Hal and said with a smile, "The strawberry cake Hal chose is good." Gray also agreed, yes, it is good. Hal smiled proudly, picked up a piece of cake and handed it to Laxus. Right, Laxus, you should have one too. Laxus frowned slightly and said calmly, hey, we are going to defeat the Dark Guild. Hal patted Laxus's shoulder indifferently and smiled, don't worry, if the president didn't send you, I might be more serious. You are here, why should I panic? Laxus glanced at him helplessly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Lucy looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but complain, you really don't feel nervous at all, hey? So, who is the enemy? Natsu quickly finished the cake and looked at the magic map floating in the air, full of curiosity. Hey, Natsu, you're quite rare to care about this kind of thing. Hal looked at Natsu with some surprise. As for the enemy, the 2,000 member Dark Guild, including the 6 demon generals, should be in this forest. Hal wiped his mouth and pointed at the map. Does that mean there are 7 people in total? Gray asked, looking a little confused. According to Laxus's information, this is the situation. Urza agreed while enjoying the cake. Lucy said a little uneasily, I still think 2,000 people is too exaggerated. She still remembers the siege of 100 Dark Guild wizards at the station last time. Happy raised his blue cat paw and whispered, hey. I think so too. Haru smiled, it's okay, we have allies, and we are strong enough. The 3 of us are the strongest candidates in the guild. Natsu and Gray are both A-level wizards, and Lucy is mainly to assist us. Lucy felt like crying, to be honest, I don't know why I got on this car. Natsu hugged Lucy's shoulders, well, after all, we are the strongest team. Really? Lucy looked at Natsu, her face a little red, and the atmosphere began to become strange. Let's talk about our allies. Hal changed the subject. The Blue Pegasus Guild sent 4 people, S-class wizard Yi Yawander Li Shao, the strongest wizard of Blue Pegasus, and the other 3 are A-class wizards Xiang Reddies, Lian Akazuki, and Yvonne Tyram. Hal continued to introduce, they are good at scent magic, ancient documents, air magic and snow magic respectively, and they are all very powerful allies. His Urza shuddered when she heard Yi Yi's name, and the strawberry cake didn't smell good anymore. What's wrong, Urza? Laxus asked with some confusion. Nothing, it's just that I'm not good at dealing with Yi yet. Urza forced a smile, unwilling to say more, and continued to enjoy the strawberry cake. Fortunately, Hal brought a lot, and there was a magic refrigerator in the car, which stored a lot of delicious food. Hal continued, Snake Princess Scale has recently sent several powerful wizards, one of whom is an ice wizard who is said to have S-level strength. He glanced at Gray and reminded him, but the most important thing is Snake Princess Scale's trump card, Iron Jura Jura Regis, who is one of the 10 holy wizards. He is our strongest ally. Oh. Lucy and Happy looked at the face projected on the magic map with some surprise. This uncle looks very reliable at first glance, Gray said. Hal nodded, as for the last guild, the Demon Cat Inn, they are a little mysterious and a new guild, but it is said that their president is very powerful, so they also joined this crusade mission. He smiled slightly, the most outrageous thing is that they only sent 1 person to participate in the crusade mission this time. 1 person. Gray, Lucy, Happy, and Natsu exclaimed in unison, with surprised expressions on their faces. I added some strength settings in this chapter. I can't help it. This is a novel. If I don't do this, I can't continue writing. As for Natsu and Gray's A level, it's because it's too difficult to be promoted to S in Fairy Tail. These 2 are definitely trump cards in other guilds. Chapter 43. The dragon carriage slowly drove along the winding path and passed through a lush forest. Soon, Hal and others arrived at the villa of Bob, the president of the Blue Pegasus. What came into view was a colorful building, with a slightly pink exterior wall that looked particularly warm under the sunlight. The design style of the villa is unique, combining elements of elegance and childlike fun, like a castle in a fairy tale. The villa is surrounded by a carefully manicured garden, with various flowers blooming in the flower beds, and a faint fragrance of flowers in the air. The path in front of the door is paved with gravel, and a row of neat bushes are dotted on both sides, faintly revealing a quiet and warm atmosphere. I modified it a little bit, I think it fits Bob's aesthetics. This place is really dreamy. Natsu looked at the villa and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the president of the Blue Pegasus to live in such a girly place. Gray was also a little surprised. Where is the surprise? Lucy complained. Urza looked up at the villa and nodded slightly. President Bob's taste is indeed unique. Okay, stop sighing, we should go in. Hal patted Natsu's shoulder gently and motioned everyone to get off the car. Everyone got off the dragon car one by one and stepped into the door leading to the villa. Hal walked in front, raised his hand and rang the doorbell, and then the door slowly opened. I saw a magnificent large staircase standing opposite the first floor of the villa hall, and the handrails of the stairs were made of exquisite carved wood. The stairs were covered with soft red carpets and extended all the way to the second floor, exuding a luxurious atmosphere. The chandelier was hung in the center of the hall, and the crystal-clear crystal lamps reflected warm light, making the entire space transparent and bright. The hall seemed particularly empty. Except for the conspicuous staircase, there were only a few room doors on both sides of the left and right hands. The carpet covered every inch of the hall, as if emphasizing the tranquility and solemnity here. Not bad, President Bob is really rich. As soon as everyone stepped into the villa hall, they were shocked by the luxurious scene in front of them and couldn't help but sigh. If the old man knew what this place looked like, he would probably let me build one for him. Hal laughed and teased, his eyes swept around this magnificent hall. In fact, Hal has long been a super rich man. The president of the guild, Makarov, is also not short of money. The profits of the first business road continue to flow into Fairy Tale, bringing huge financial support to Hal and the guild. Welcome everyone from Fairy Tale. Standing in the center of the hall, Xiang Lightus said in a calm tone. He glanced at Hal and his group, and then made a gesture of invitation. Members of other guilds have not arrived yet, please go upstairs and take a rest first. 3 blue Pegasus wizards, dressed in neat black suits, stood at the bottom of the stairs. Their postures were stern and confident, as if they had made full preparations for the upcoming action. Hal nodded slightly, signaling the team to follow them. Following the guidance of the blue Pegasus, everyone slowly walked up the spacious marble staircase. There were exquisitely carved handrails on both sides of the stairs, and the crystal chandelier above the head emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire space warmly and peacefully. While going upstairs, Hal's eyes swept around from time to time, silently calculating the next action in his heart. It's really luxurious and makes people a little uncomfortable. Gray whispered, and his hand subconsciously pulled his tie. Of course, he only had the tie left. Luxury is luxury, but if there is a fight later, if Mr. Bob asks us to repair the villa, don't expect me to help. Natsu interjected, but there was a hint of joking in his words. Eruza said nothing, but followed Hal gracefully, her eyes always alert, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Don't worry, Natsu. I'm not interested in being a construction worker. Hal responded with a smile, his tone was relaxed, but his eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Now, it's better to rest well, conserve your energy, and prepare for the next battle. However, Hal and the others seemed to have arrived too early. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that Snake Princess Helen arrived. The cat-inn was nowhere to be seen. According to the agreement of the Guild Alliance, they should be ready to set off. It is worth mentioning that Gray's senior brother Leo is actually the new ice wizard of Snake Princess Helen. The other few people were also companions of Leo in the past, which made Natsu, Gray, and Lucy feel kind to chat with them. Laxus looked at them with some confusion. Do you remember the time when Natsu stole the S-level mission? Hal asked. That's the president forgot to punish them that time. Laxus responded. Good guy, you actually remember this. Hal looked at Laxus in surprise. Well, after all, that is pretty powerful. Laxus shrugged. That's true. Hal smiled, what? That's not what I want to say. It was that time, they met during that mission. Hal explained. I see. Laxus nodded. Just then, Hal noticed that Jura's eyes were looking here. Jura walked over slowly with a staff in his hand, looking solemn and humble. Hello, Lord Hal, Mr. Laxus. Jura greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Jura. Hal smiled in response, and Lursus nodded in response. I feel very honored to fight side by side with you. Cora shook her head and said modestly, how could it be? I am the one who feels honored. After all, I am only the last of the 10 saints, and Lord Hal is a rare genius in the magic world. I am still shocked by the news of your 90,9 magic lines. Ha ha ha, it's just that the magic power is strong, not worth mentioning. Hal waved his hand and smiled calmly. Lord Hal is so modest. Cora sighed. With the joining of Cora, the originally slightly scattered team began to merge. The hall was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, and the members of the two guilds began to communicate with each other, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. However, the three wizards of the Blue Pegasus seemed a little different. They unconsciously glanced around and found that their number was much less than that of other guilds, and they became a little arrogant. So, their words gradually revealed an attitude of despising fairy tale. You actually came with three strongest candidates? Lien sneered, with a bit of disdain in her tone. Really, fairies always like to make a fuss. Yvonne Tyram echoed, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Hearing this, Hal's smile faded a little, but he did not refute immediately, just looked at the three people with a calm look. As for why the three people in front of him had this attitude, it all started from last night. An embarrassing incident happened last night, which made the three people of Blue Pegasus unusually harsh. In Urza and Lucy's room, after the two girls had just taken a bath. Suddenly, a weirdo who said perfume and men broke in, and he was obviously a pervert. Faced with such strange behavior, Laxus next door struck him with a thunderbolt without hesitation. Laxus's strength is well known. This thunderbolt made Mr. One Night not go out today, and Hal didn't know how he recovered. Because of last night's incident, the members of Blue Pegasus were even more dissatisfied with Fairy Tale. Especially under the stimulation of Lien and Yvonne, the scene became a little tense, and the three parties seemed to be on the verge of a fight. Just when Hal and Xiang wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, the gate of the villa finally welcomed the last Guild's Crusade personnel. In the tense atmosphere of the villa hall, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Everyone turned their heads and saw a little girl standing outside the door. Her appearance instantly focused everyone's attention on her. She has long dark blue hair, which falls softly on her shoulders. The slight curl makes her look particularly cute. Her face is delicate and pretty, and her big blue eyes are shining with innocence and curiosity, which makes her look gentle and slightly shy. She is wearing a blue and yellow dress, and the hem of the skirt swings lightly with her steps. The overall shape is simple but elegant. Wendy stood at the door, twisting the corner of her clothes in her hand a little awkwardly, pinching her hands slightly, and her expression is slightly nervous and expectant. Her voice is soft, with a bit of childishness and shyness. Hello everyone, I am Wendy Mabel, good at support magic, please give me more advice. Her arrival was like a breeze that blew away the previous tense atmosphere. Everyone couldn't help but become curious and concerned about this little girl. Wendy. Natsu looked at Wendy with some murmurs. He always felt that this name was very familiar and kind. In contrast to Natsu, Hal looked incredulous. Wendy. When Hal saw Wendy, all his memories of Wendy instantly came to his mind. His face was full of disbelief and shock. Wendy. Hal suddenly ran over, squatted down excitedly, and hugged Wendy's petite body tightly. After 7 years, I finally found you. Hal's eyes were a little wet, and he said emotionally. 7 years ago, when Hal realized that his memory of several children was sealed, he tried desperately to restore his memory. But there was no way. Until half a month ago, Hal's magic power increased again and he was promoted to the position of Saint 10. The huge magic power restored Hal's memory of several children. So, Hal wanted to look for it again, but 7 years had passed and Hal really didn't have any clues. Especially, Wendy and her children were only 5 years old 7 years ago. Hal really couldn't imagine how lonely and helpless they were when they came to this world 400 years later. Who are you? A white cat flew over from behind Wendy in an instant and bit Hal's hand fiercely with anger. Unfortunately, the cat's bite force did not really hurt Hal, because his body was always wrapped in powerful magic. Stop it, bastard! Don't bully Wendy! Xiaolulu yelled at Hal in a rage. It's okay, Xiaolulu. I can feel that the smell of this big brother makes me feel familiar and at ease. While Wendy comforted Xiaolulu, she also enjoyed Hal's hug. Flying cat! Everyone looked at this scene in surprise and exclaimed. Cat! Habi's eyes were immediately attracted to Xiaolulu, and love almost jumped out of his eyes. Despite the noise around him, Hal's attention was still focused on Wendy. He slowly let go of Wendy and looked at her carefully. Wendy was a little shy under Hal's hot eyes, and lowered her head and dared not look directly at Hal. Well, hello, my name is Wendy, do you know me? Hello, Wendy. My name is Hal, you have grown up, so tall, and you are still as cute as when you were a child. Hal responded gently. Hey, do we know each other? I don't think I've ever seen Mr. Hal. Wendy's voice was a little confused and curious. Call me Brother Hal. Hal said with a smile. Oh. Wendy nodded shyly. We have known each other since childhood. Hal's eyes flashed with a warm light. But, I really don't remember, although Brother Hal's taste is indeed very familiar, I don't know, it feels so strange. Wendy lowered her head, with a little confusion on her face. It's okay, Wendy, you were still young at that time, it's normal to forget. I still remember that when you were a child, you hated eating plums by the lake the most, especially after they were dried into plums. Hal's voice was a little nostalgic. Hey? How do you know? Wendy exclaimed, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes full of surprise and cuteness. Actually, I was there too, you just forgot. You especially like to eat sweet fruits, I picked them for you when you were a child. Hal's voice was soft and concerned. I'm sorry, I really can't remember, Brother Hal. Wendy said in a low voice with some shame in her eyes. It's okay, Wendy. The important thing is that we meet again now. Hal gently touched Wendy's hair, his eyes full of tenderness and care. Just as Hal and Wendy were talking happily, a female voice suddenly came to his mind. Grantine's voice was full of nostalgia and warning. Hal. It's been 7 years since we last met. I advise you not to say anything to Wendy that shouldn't be said. The time is not right yet. Grantine, I have my own judgment on Wendy's affairs, and I am now able to protect her. Hal didn't want to pay attention to Grantine. With his current magic power, he was no longer afraid of being threatened by these dragons living in his body. What's wrong, Hal? Wendy saw that Hal suddenly stopped talking, and asked him with some confusion. It's okay, Wendy, I just thought of something just now. Harry came back to his senses and looked at Wendy in front of him, his face full of smiles and relief. Wendy, come here and tell me what happened after Grandine disappeared, okay? I remember correctly that you are already 12 years old this year, and you must have experienced a lot of things. Harry took Wendy's hand and led her back to Natsu and others. Everyone looked at each other, just watching Harry and Wendy chatting quietly, and the specific content of the discussion was blocked by Harry's magic. Except for Natsu, Urza, and others, other people in the guild could not hear it at all. I see, Jalal. Harry listened to Wendy's story and couldn't help but fall into thought. Also, the Demon Cat Inn is a very interesting place, the president and everyone are very nice. The clothes I am wearing were all made by the sisters in the guild. Wendy happily shared her experience. Hey, it's amazing, Wendy, you can actually make your own clothes, I am convinced. Hearing this, Hal felt very relieved and couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Wendy's hair. And, the story of Xiaolulu and me. Wendy continued to tell excitedly. Hal listened patiently to Wendy's story since she was 5 years old, with a smile on his face, nodding from time to time, and showing a warm expression from time to time. Wendy became happier and happier as she talked. She felt that the time she spent with Hal was very relaxing and enjoyable. The familiar smell emanating from Hal made her believe him involuntarily. She hadn't talked so much with anyone other than Xiaolulu for a long time. No, Xiaolulu is a cat. Wait, she did become a human later, that is. Cat girl. Just like that, after a long time, Xiaolulu finally couldn't help it, walked to Hal, and gently knocked on his head. Give Wendy back to me. Xiaolulu said anxiously. Oh? Give it back to you, why don't you come here by yourself? Hal replied with a smile. After that, Hal gently cast a light magic and pulled Xiaolulu to his side. Ah, sorry, Xiaolulu, I forgot about you. Wendy then remembered Xiaolulu and immediately felt a little guilty. Wendy. You actually forgot me for the man you just met for the first time. Xiaolulu complained while showing a helpless smile. Despite this, after all, the two grew up together, Xiaolulu quickly forgave Wendy. Hal saw this, put away the surrounding magic effects, bowed slightly to the other guild members present, and said politely. I solemnly inform everyone that this girl, Wendy Mabel, is my sister. This crusade will act together with my fairy tale, led by Hal Michidoya Saint. Come take care of her. As soon as the voice fell, the magic power from the Holy Ten quickly spread throughout the first floor hall. The powerful magic power was like a surging wave, stirring the air in the hall violently. All the guild members except the fairy tale members felt a heavy sense of oppression, and their bodies trembled slightly involuntarily. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became solemn, and the three people from the originally provocative Blue Pegasus and the members of the Snake Princess Lin couldn't help but show shocked and nervous expressions. Laxus couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He knew that at this moment, the command of the coalition forces had been decided. Chapter 44. Okay, Hal. Laxus was a little surprised, but he still stepped out and patted Hal on the shoulder. Hal took a deep breath after hearing this, and then restrained his magic pressure. He looked around and saw Laxus and other companions, as well as Wendy, who seemed a little worried, and finally relaxed. Sorry, everyone, I went a little too far. Hal apologized with a smile, and then turned to Jura and others who were sweating, his face still calm. It's okay, Mr. Hal, we do need a strong wizard as the leader of the coalition. Jura stood up and said with a serious face. Then, the others also looked at Hal with awe, and the people of the Blue Pegasus also changed their harsh attitude and became clear-eyed. However, the atmosphere did not ease for long. A low vibration came from a distance, and then the ground began to tremble slightly. The door of the hall was suddenly pushed open, and several soldiers from the Council of Ministers rushed in, their faces pale. People from the council. Urza frowned. What happened? Laxus asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man in the lead was full of fear, and his voice was trembling a little. Master Hal, Master Jura. Something happened. All the soldiers who were responsible for monitoring the Dark Guild were killed, and now there are enemies everywhere outside. What? Urza's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Have the enemies already noticed our plan? Jura asked in shock. So, the council really sent someone to monitor us? Hal said with a little sarcasm. The middle-aged soldier nodded and said, Yes, Lord Hal. This incident is very serious, and the council attaches great importance to it. Especially because 2 Holy 10 mages and several S-level mages are involved, the council has also sent a number of reconnaissance mages to the vicinity of the 6 demon generals' headquarters. Hal nodded calmly, I see. Then, he looked around with a firm gaze. Since the enemy has come, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Xiang, go call Yi upstairs and prepare for battle. Hal said and turned to walk out the door. Xiang immediately took action and quickly ran upstairs to notify others. At this time, Yvonne muttered in dissatisfaction, what a joke, why should we listen to his orders? Leon sneered, are you a child? Are you still worrying about such insignificant things now? Hal said without looking back, you can choose not to listen, but the 2,000 members of the Dark Guild outside will not let you go. He paused, glanced back at Yvonne, and said lightly, or do you want to escape? When Yvonne heard this, his face turned pale, and his voice trembled a little and asked, 2,000. The enemy actually came out in full force. At this time, the door of the villa was open, and I don't know when, the sun was close to the horizon. The afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on Hal, the staff in his hand flickered slightly, and the sunset pulled his back extremely tall. Although his figure was silent, it conveyed incomparable strength and determination. Companions, get ready for battle. Hal shouted firmly. Oh! Natsu and others responded in unison, and their fighting spirit was high. Urza was the first to draw her sword and followed closely behind Hal. Laxus also threw off his cloak, smiled confidently, and stepped out. Natsu and Grey were eager to try. Although Lucy was a little scared, she still followed them firmly. Leon was not to be outdone. Jura also followed calmly with a staff in hand. Only Yvonne was left standing there with a complicated look in his eyes, while Lien seemed to be a little embarrassed. Let's go, Yvonne, we can't be underestimated by the Blue Pegasus. Lien persuaded. Ah! Although Yvonne was still a little resentful in his heart, he could no longer underestimate Hal's decision in front of the huge enemy army he was about to face. Soon, the group arrived outside the villa. The afterglow of the sunset sprinkled in this silent forest, but the scene in front of them was chilling. All around the villa and in the forest in the distance, dense dark wizards surrounded Hal and others like a tide. They wore black cloaks, with ferocious smiles on their faces. The fluctuations of magic power were stirring in the air, as if even the atmosphere was trembling for the upcoming battle. Every wizard's eyes were full of murderous intent, as if they were just waiting for an order to completely destroy everything in front of them. 2,000 dark wizards turned this villa and forest into a huge cage, completely surrounding Hal and his companions. The air was filled with a solemn atmosphere, and the tense atmosphere pressed a heavy shadow on everyone's heart. Shadow. Even people as strong as Natsu felt the pressure that could not be ignored at this moment. Hey, hey! It's really lively. This is the first time I've seen so many dark bastards gathered together. Hal teased, looking through the layers of siege and looking straight into the depths of the jungle. So many people are surrounding us, but the leader is hiding behind. You are really worthy of being the leader. Blaine. You are as timid as a mouse. Maybe you are called the leader because you only dare to show your head, Brother Turtle. Deep in the jungle, Blaine heard Hal's ridicule and his face suddenly darkened. He sneered and walked out slowly with the 5 members of the 6 demon generals behind him. Sure enough, you are worthy of being called the Nature Controller. Lord Hal. You can still be so calm under the siege of 2,000 people. It's really admirable. Blaine's voice was full of sarcasm. But you, Blaine, since there are 2,000 people surrounding us, why are you hiding so far away? Are you afraid? Hal responded coldly. That's right, Blaine was indeed a little apprehensive. After all, facing Hal and his group, 3 of whom were as powerful as the Holy Ten, whether it was Jura or Laxus, Blaine knew that he was no match. We 6 demon generals are here, and there is also this huge army of wizards. Even if you have 2 Holy Tens and Laxus on your side, you can't escape this disaster. Blaine's words were mixed with some confidence. Then give it a try. Hal did not flinch, his eyes were sharp, and the staff in his hand began to shine with dazzling magic light. In this tense confrontation, Natsu had obviously reached his limit of patience. Speaking over and over again, it's too long-winded. The iron fist of the fire dragon. He roared and took the harpy into the air. Natsu's roar shook the earth, and his fist burned with blazing flames, like a meteor, smashing into the camp of dark wizards. The iron fist of the fire dragon instantly broke through the enemy's defense line with unstoppable force. The shock wave of the flame set off a sea of fire, engulfing dozens of wizards. The huge explosion shook the entire forest. Natsu, don't rush too hard. Urza followed closely behind, and with a flash of the sword, her figure quickly shuttled through the enemy group. Every sword was extremely accurate, taking the lives of several dark wizards. Her attack was crisp and neat, without any unnecessary movements, showing her powerful strength as the fairy queen. Laxus stood on a high place, condensing lightning in his palm. The golden lightning danced in his hands, like the punishment of the gods. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his hands suddenly pushed forward. The huge lightning turned into a thunder dragon, roaring and rushing towards the enemy. The lightning penetrated the enemy's line and instantly hit dozens of wizards into charcoal. The roar of the thunder dragon. Laxus shouted coldly, as if the thunder dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed a large number of enemies. The dark wizards who were struck by lightning were instantly paralyzed, and they didn't even have a chance to resist. Jura also showed his powerful strength as one of the 10 holy wizards. With a light tap of the staff in his hand, the ground shook violently. The earth cracked like a living thing, and huge stone pillars protruded from the ground and pierced the enemy. Rock iron pillars. Jura cast magic again, and several hard stone pillars protruded from the ground, hitting the enemy group like a huge iron fist. Those stone pillars seemed to have life, tracking the whereabouts of the enemy, making them unable to avoid and being hit hard. The 2 people of the Blue Pegasus were not to be outdone. Ivan took the first shot. He raised his hand, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. White Fury. With his command, a spiral wave of snow began to spin rapidly in the center of his palm, instantly engulfing the enemies in front. The spiral wave was like a furious snow dragon, freezing the enemies wherever it passed, unable to move. At the same time, Lien stood on the other side of the battlefield and jumped lightly into the air. Turning. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and the air began to vibrate violently, and several dark magicians were instantly trapped in an air barrier. The air in the barrier became thin, and the enemies turned blue, had difficulty breathing, and even standing became a problem. Air Magic Ball. Lien flicked his finger, and a rotating air sphere quickly condensed and formed, suspended in the air. He gently waved his palm, and the air sphere rushed towards the enemy group like a meteor, bursting out a strong shock wave, knocking the enemy away. Air Explosion. Lien's palm suddenly swung down, and the energy in the air instantly burst out a powerful shock wave. Amidst the deafening explosion, dozens of dark wizards were blown away by this force and lost the ability to resist. Blaine saw the situation take a turn for the worse, and his face became increasingly gloomy. He gritted his teeth, gnashing his teeth at the battlefield in front of him. His fear in his heart continued to deepen. He knew that he had to use stronger power to turn the tide of the battle. Damn, these guys are so strong. Blaine cursed in a low voice, then waved his hand back, signaling the 6 demon generals behind him to prepare for the final offensive. Are the 6 demon generals finally going to take action? Hal held a staff in his hand, high in the sky, overlooking the entire battlefield. Although the battle was going very smoothly, Hal always felt that something was wrong. Kebra. White AI. Blaine's voice was calm and angry. I heard it. Kebra's voice sounded in the distance, responding to Blaine. Kebra stood in the center of the battlefield, his eyes were cold, his ears trembled slightly, as if listening to some sound. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth, and the poisonous mist wandered on the battlefield like a venomous snake, fiercely attacking Natsu and his companions. The roar of the poison dragon. A thick purple-black poisonous mist gushed out of Cobra's mouth, carrying a strong neurotoxin, and quickly attacked Natsu. The poisonous mist swept over, as if to devour everything. However, Natsu had already locked onto Cobra's breath, and the flames surged violently in his throat. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu roared, and the orange-red flames gushed out of his mouth like a furious fire dragon, confronting the poisonous mist of the poisonous dragon head-on. The flames and the poisonous mist collided in the air, instantly generating a huge shock wave. The flames and the poisonous mist intertwined in mid-air, burning, corroding, and tearing each other's power. The heat of the flames and the toxicity of the poisonous mist formed a fierce confrontation. The roars of the fire dragon and the poisonous dragon clashed fiercely on the battlefield, as if the forest was trembling for this battle. At the same time, Whitey on the other side was also showing his terrifying strength. He stood on the other side of the battlefield, with the cold light flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand slightly, and the ground began to soften rapidly, turning into a muddy swamp in the blink of an eye. Swamp? White said in a low voice, and the ground seemed to lose its support in an instant, becoming like quicksand, making it impossible for Jura and his companions to stand on the ground. Yvonne and Lien were trapped in it, and their movements were immediately restricted. White smiled grimly and waved his hands again, ground shift. He completely integrated himself into the softened ground, his body slid into the earth like a venomous snake, merged with the earth, and quickly shuttled through the softened ground, approaching Jura silently. Just as White was about to launch a surprise attack, Jura's eyes suddenly became sharp. He waved his hand suddenly, and the rocks on the ground quickly hardened, becoming as hard as steel, blocking White's moving route. Do you think you can play tricks on me on the ground? Jura sneered, and his magic power quickly condensed, and the rocks on the ground surged like a tide. Rock iron pillars. Several huge rock pillars suddenly protruded from the ground, heading straight for the direction where Whitey was. Blaine walked slowly to the center of the battlefield, his eyes narrowed slightly, scanning the interlaced light and shadow on the battlefield. Feeling that his side was gradually becoming passive in the battle, he couldn't help but frown. Despite the huge force of 2,000 dark wizards, facing such a powerful enemy, numbers alone could not gain an advantage. It's time to change the situation. Blaine whispered, with a hint of coldness in his voice. He stretched out his hand, magic gathered at his fingertips, and then ordered loudly, "My dark wizards, listen to my orders, launch a full-scale attack. Don't give them any breathing space." Following Blaine's orders, hundreds of dark wizards around Blaine chanted in unison, and a huge dark purple magic circle condensed above their heads, emitting a suppressed and strong magic fluctuation. The magic circle rotated in the air, like an abyss that swallowed everything, sucking in the surrounding air. Interesting. Hal stood high in the sky holding a staff, his eyes flashing with confidence. He looked at the battle below, with a smile on his lips. Then, he put down the staff, letting it float in the air, and quickly formed a complex magic seal with his hands in front of his chest. It's time for me to take action. Hal's voice was low and powerful, as if it echoed with the earth. As his voice fell, an extremely powerful magic power surged from his body and instantly swept the entire battlefield. The magic of trees, the tree world is coming. Hal shouted, and the whole earth seemed to be responding to his command. Suddenly, the ground around the villa began to shake violently, as if countless forces were surging underground. Then, the ground cracked, and huge vines grew wildly from the ground. These vines as thick as a dragon, with unstoppable power, it rolled towards Blaine and other dark wizards. The vines swept in like a tsunami, tearing and shattering everything wherever they passed. Those dark wizards could not resist this terrible power at all, and their magic seemed extremely fragile in front of the vines. The vines continued to spread, as if to wrap up the entire world. Blaine watched this green torrent rushing towards him, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly ordered the dark wizards to fight back. However, all this seemed in vain. Those giant vines hundreds of meters high seemed to have life under the control of Hal's magic, completely engulfing the enemy. How is this possible? Blaine looked at everything in front of him in shock, his voice trembling with fear. The vines swept through his men mercilessly, and the dark wizards were swept into the vines and turned into dust before they could even scream. Hal's magic power is extremely powerful, and the power of the tree world is beyond imagination. The huge vines not only tore the enemy's defense line, but also destroyed their morale. The entire battlefield completely collapsed under the impact of the vines, and the ground was torn into pieces, as if it had experienced a doomsday catastrophe. The vines kept growing and extending, and the entire battlefield was covered with green. Hundreds of dark wizards were completely crushed in this terrifying tree world and could not escape. Blaine's last line of defense completely collapsed in front of Hal's magic, and the battlefield became a ruin. When the vines finally stopped growing, the entire battlefield was unrecognizable. The original villa, woods, and enemies were completely buried in this new forest. Hal was suspended in the air, watching all this quietly, and the smile on his mouth became deeper. "You're right, Klein, it's time to change the situation." Chapter 45. As the last huge vine slowly drooped, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. The battle scene that was still noisy just now came to an abrupt end with Hal's tree world coming. The vines and trees were like a huge barrier, completely separating the battlefield. The powerful magic of hundreds of dark wizards such as Blaine was suppressed without a trace. All enemies were bound to the ground by the powerful trees and completely lost the ability to fight back. The air was filled with the breath of nature, and the huge trees and vines shimmered in the sun, like a vibrant forest. However, this forest was created by Hal alone with his powerful magic, and everyone on the battlefield was shocked. Jura stood on the edge of the battlefield surrounded by giant trees, staring at everything in front of him in amazement. He had never seen such a huge magic power, which was not only powerful, but also a force that people could not resist. Even he, who had experienced many battles, couldn't help but feel awe at this moment. Is this Hal's power? There is such a powerful wizard in the world, you are you. Leon murmured in a low voice, his eyes full of disbelief. He recalled the battle just now. He and Jura tried their best to fight against the dark wizard, but Hal completely turned the situation around with just one magic. He couldn't help but be shocked by this power. This is the fifth of the 10 saints. Jura finally spoke, with deep admiration in his tone. Hal's strength has surpassed the cognition of ordinary people. This is not just the power of magic, but a power to control nature. Leon nodded, his eyes full of admiration and respect. He knew that the gap between him and Hal was not just the amount of magic, but the understanding and use of magic. Such a powerful magic. It's unimaginable. Leon's voice was a bit sighing. Hal slowly descended from the air and his feet landed on the ground. The surrounding trees and vines gradually shrank with his thoughts, and finally turned into pieces of drifting leaves, dissipating in the air. His expression was still calm, as if the battle just now was just a trivial episode. "The battle here is over," Hal said softly, without any complacency in his tone, but with a bit of calmness. He looked at Blaine and the dark wizards who were suppressed on the ground, his eyes full of determination and majesty. "Master Hal, your magic power is really too strong." Jura sighed, full of respect for Hal. "You are also excellent," Hal smiled slightly, and then turned his eyes to Blaine, "but this battle is not over yet." His tone suddenly became cold. At this moment, Blaine was in a mess, with disheveled hair, and his eyes showed unconcealable fear and unwillingness. Such a powerful wizard is willing to be a dog in the Light Guild. Blaine shouted hysterically, his voice full of despair and anger. "Stop talking nonsense, Klein, tell me, where are the remaining 6 demon generals?" Hal asked coldly. "Except for Cobra and White, the 5 people behind you at the beginning were all decoys. Where are Dark Knight, Sonoaglia, Lisa, and your so-called president now?" Laxus also came over at this moment, with thunder wrapped around his body, and a hint of threat in his voice. "Ha ha ha ha, they have resurrected Jalal, My plan will succeed, ha ha ha. Blaine's laughter was full of madness and fanaticism. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you, Halson, ha ha ha. Thank Hal? Jalal? What nonsense are you talking about? Jura asked in confusion. Impossible, Jalal is dead, he can't. Urza was also a little excited at this moment, she didn't know what to say, her face was shocked and suspicious. Hal frowned and looked at Blaine with a sharp gaze, what are you talking about? Without your life seed, we really don't know how to revive Jalal. Blaine said proudly. The life seed is the key to reviving Jalal. Jalal is very lucky. His body was not destroyed by the magic spirit power. His talent really amazes me. He actually survived in that huge magic vortex. Only he knows the location of Nirvana. He is really lucky. Blaine sighed as if he recalled something. Life seed. Hal's voice was puzzled, and he turned to look at Natsu and others. My life seed is gone. Lucy was horrified to find something missing in her pocket. When? Urza asked anxiously. She and Lucy had just returned yesterday. They had been together all night, even sleeping in the same bed. If someone came to steal her things, she would definitely feel strange. Suddenly, she thought of someone, one night. One night. Only one night came last night, and that was the only time I was separated from Lucy. Urza's body shuddered, and shock and uneasiness appeared on her face. One night. Natsu and Grey looked at each other, and their surprise was obvious. I'm afraid it was some kind of star spirit in the star spirit magic, pretending to be one night. Laxus stood up, with a trance on his face. Last night I felt that the man's magic was a little bit wrong. A proper wizard can't have such strange magic. Laxus frowned. Well, this may not be a misunderstanding. Hal also added with a little worry. Feel it, scum of the Light Guild, 2,000 dark wizards are nothing but pawns. Blaine's voice was full of pride and mockery. Last night, Sono succeeded in getting the seed of life when your companion was injured. At present, Lisa should have opened the seal of Nirvana with Gerald. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Blaine finished speaking, a strong magical fluctuation suddenly erupted from the primeval forest in the distance. The magic power swept across hundreds of kilometers with huge pressure. Nirvana. The seal is lifted, ha 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 ha. Blaine's wild laughter echoed in the air, foreshadowing a new disaster is coming. Blaine's wild laughter echoed in the air, and his laughter was full of arrogance and pride. In the distance, the magic fluctuations of the primeval forest became stronger and stronger, as if the earth was shaking. At this moment, the seal of Nirvana is being unlocked, and a powerful force is rising again. Nirvana. Blaine's voice was full of enthusiasm. This is the super magic created by the ancient Nebit tribe. The full name is Peaceful Country Nirvana. It can not only replace light and darkness, but also reshape the balance of the whole world. Laxus also added, in ancient times, the Nebit tribe created this magic to maintain the balance of the world. It was sealed as one of the forbidden magics and can only be released when it is absolutely necessary. Hal's eyes became more and more solemn. He knew that the power of Nirvana would affect the balance of the whole world, which was not something that ordinary magic could resist. A trace of urgent worry passed through his heart. The power of Nirvana is not only the alternation of light and darkness, it can completely change the foundation of this world. Lucy's face was pale, and she murmured in a low voice, this means, the whole world will fall into chaos and darkness. That's right. Blaine laughed, the power of Nirvana is enough to subvert the order of the whole world. As Blaine's voice fell, the power of darkness and light began to intertwine in the primeval forest in the distance. A huge light and shadow gradually emerged, bringing extremely strong magical fluctuations. The seal of Nirvana is being released, as if the balance of the entire world is being shaken. Chapter 46. Lisa stood in the depths of the ancient jungle, watching the seal slowly opening in front of him, his heart filled with enthusiasm and excitement. When the seal was completely opened, a huge amount of magic power surged out like a flood, almost shaking Lisa to the point of being unable to stand steadily. His body was shaking violently, but that was because of excitement, not fear. Finally. Our wish will come true, Mr. Blaine. Lisa shouted, his voice full of uncontrollable ecstasy. Dark golden magic surrounded his body, and the magic turned him into a golden body like a cheetah. This power gave him unprecedented speed and strength. Lisa turned around quickly, like a golden lightning, and rushed towards Blaine and others. He was going to tell Blaine this exciting news. And Gerard, who stayed where he was confused. His memory seemed to be blank, and he had no idea who he was, or why he had to open this seal. He only knew that Lisa and others had saved him, and he wanted to repay them. But as the magic power of Nirvana surged, Jalal felt a little uneasy. This magic power is terrifying. Jalal muttered to himself, frowning, did I really do a good thing? He felt a strong sense of uneasiness growing in his heart, as if something important had been forgotten. Suddenly, some vague fragments of memory flashed through his mind. Urza? Natsu? Hal? As these names emerged, the terrifying magic power belonging to the Holy Ten surged out of Jalal's body. He seemed to remember something, and his face instantly became hideous. He only remembered 3 people at the moment, and among these 3 people, Hal's cold and mocking eyes were still in his heart. Hal, who are you? Jalal muttered to himself, with inexplicable anger and hostility rising from the depths of his heart. Why do I feel so angry when I think of you? Urza, where are you? Urza, who is it? Jalal wandered aimlessly in the jungle, and he could feel that some kind of intimate magic was nearby. The voice in his heart told him that as long as he found the owner of that magic, he would find his answer. At the same time, in the air, Hal led the members of Fairy Tale and Wendy, and rushed to the location of the Light of Nirvana. Natsu and Wendy were led by Happy and Charlu. Wendy seemed to have a special affection for Natsu, and the two chatted a lot on the way. I say, Laxus, why do you think the Dragon Slayer has a cat? Hal asked jokingly, looking at the distance of Nirvana. How should I know? I don't have one. Laxus responded impatiently. No, you know. Hal insisted. What do I know? No, you know. Natsu told me that when you were little, you also looked for eggs in the eastern forest. Hal continued to expose the secret. Is it true, Laxus? Gray's eyes suddenly became hot, and with the shorts he was wearing, he looked particularly. Lucy also looked at Laxus with interest. Shut up. I didn't. Laxus turned his head away awkwardly, avoiding the sight of Lucy and Gray, and secretly decided in his heart that he must settle accounts with Natsu after the crusade. Poor Natsu, he was still chatting with Wendy at this moment, completely unaware that he was in trouble again. Urza stared at the light in the distance absent-mindedly. At the same time, Jura watched Yti being captured, while Yvonne was looking for Xiang and Yi in the ruins of the villa. Since the battle began, the two have not made any movement. Everything is for love, death. Whitey suddenly said something confusing. Ah! Jura looked at him with a puzzled look on his face. Mr. Whitey, I just beat you up, but I didn't hit your brain. Don't scare me. Jura said a little uneasily. No, Mr. Jura, I figured it out. It's wrong to kill people for your brother to make money. You have to use love, death. Brother, what's wrong with you? Actually, Mr. Jura, I have a younger brother. Ah. When I was a kid. No. At the same time, inside the ruins of the villa, Yvonne and Lien went directly to the ruins of the toilet. To look for Xiang and Yi. Xiang. Mr. Yi. Yvonne shouted loudly. Xiang. Yi boss. Lien followed up. Where are you? There is no Yi boss in this toilet, Lien. What are you talking about, Yvonne? How could Mr. Yi be in the toilet? He must be in the urinal. Why? Because that is more in line with Mr. Yi's handsome temperament. Makes sense. Soon, they found the scarred Xiang in the ruins of the toilet, but Yi was still missing. In the primeval forest, a team of magicians wearing black robes near the Nirvana light were carrying a wooden stick, and a humanoid creature was tied to the stick. Men! Let me go, boys. I just finished the toilet, I haven't shaken it yet. Yi on the stick shouted miserably. What is this guy talking about? The female magician who was traveling with him asked in confusion. Who knows? But I heard that he is a very powerful S-class magician. If we catch him, the 6 demon generals will reward us. Very powerful? S-class. This guy. The female wizard frowned at Yi, while Yi looked at her handsomely. For a moment, a strange atmosphere filled the air. I think we should just kill him now. The female wizard suggested. A dead S-class is still an S-class anyway. That makes sense. The dark wizard who was traveling with him echoed. Men. A howl that sounded like a human but not a human resounded throughout the primitive jungle, startling the birds. Asshole! Stop yelling! In the sky, Wendy noticed this unusual scene, flew to Hal, and pointed to the jungle. Brother Hal, it seems like someone is yelling over there. Wendy poked Hal's arm. Hey? Hal heard this and looked towards the jungle. Before Hal could react further, Urza rushed out impatiently. Jalal! Her voice was full of urgency. In her mind, at this time, the only wizard who appeared there so quickly was Jalal. Everyone looked confused. Wait, Urza! Hal wanted to stop her, but Urza had already flown away. Hey, don't forget, you are flying with my magic now. Hal held his forehead helplessly and had to follow with others. Inside the jungle, the female wizard couldn't stand Yi Yi's self-proclaimed handsome eyes, and kicked him and the stick out with an angry kick. Hey, hey! Yi Yi and his companion who was carrying the stick were kicked out together. Men! Yi Yi was spinning in the air in a very handsome posture, with a self-indulgent expression on his face. At this moment, he saw Urza approaching quickly. Miss Urza! Save me! Yi Yi shouted loudly. Urza was about to land, but suddenly saw the handsome Yi Yi flying over with an intoxicated face. She was so scared that she broke her concentration instantly, and even forgot about Jalal for a moment, and subconsciously kicked Yi Yi out. Men! Yi flew away again in a graceful arc, and the wooden stick broke in mid-air and rushed back to the female wizard. Ah! The female wizard exclaimed. Hal and the others had just landed at this time. Hey? Mr. Yi Yi! Hal looked at Yi Yi who was kicked away, and said helplessly, please don't be a hooligan to the dark wizard, okay? What a tragedy! Laxus said with a complicated expression as he looked at the female wizard who had been face to face with Yi Yi. In the distance, a blue-haired figure in a black windbreaker slowly approached. The moment he saw everyone, his eyes were locked on Urza, as if there was no one else in the world except her. Tears quietly slid down, with unspeakable sadness and confusion. Urza! He called softly, his voice full of pain and confusion. Jalal? Are you still alive? Urza saw Jalal, her voice trembled slightly, and her inner emotions surged like a torrent. She didn't know whether she should be happy, hateful, or sad at this moment. Too many emotions intertwined, making it difficult for her to distinguish for a while. Hal stood aside, looking at Jalal in front of him with a complicated look. Since the incident in the Tower of Paradise, he has heard Urza tell about her past with Jalal. At this moment, he only felt that Jalal was a poor man, a soul cruelly teased by fate. Jalal? There was a hint of surprise and confusion in Urza's voice. She was keenly aware that the Jalal in front of her was completely different from the one in her memory. Urza, who are you? Jalal's voice was filled with deep pain and confusion. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, as if he couldn't even control them. Why? When I think of your name my heart hurts like it's about to break. Urza looked at the man in pain in front of her, and her heart was also stabbed. This man who had made her suffer for 8 years since she was 11 years old was so helpless at this moment. Her heart was overwhelmed by a complex emotion, and she could no longer control herself. She knelt down and hugged Jalal tightly, as if to absorb all his pain. Jalal! She whispered softly, tears rolled in her eyes and slowly fell on Jalal's shoulders. Crimson hair! Jalal murmured, as if trying to grasp a vague fragment, the past that made him miserable. Chapter 47. Deep in the primeval jungle, everyone looked at Urza and Jalal hugging each other, and fell silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Wendy looked at Jalal, with mixed feelings in her heart. She wanted to say something, but seeing Urza and Jalal's painful appearance, she finally chose to stand beside Hal. Hal noticed Wendy's strangeness, gently touched her hair, squatted down, and gave her a reassuring look. When they were in the villa, Wendy told Hal about her childhood stories, and he knew the connection between Wendy and Jalal. Wendy, Hal said softly, the Jalal you knew when you were a child may not be the one in front of you. Not him. Wendy looked at Hal with some doubts. Well, the strongest candidate in our guild is also called Jalal. Hal smiled and tried to explain in a relaxed tone. This matter is a bit complicated. Do you remember the Jalal you knew when you were a child? He always carried something on his back. Wendy fell into memories and nodded, a staff that looks very simple and tall. Yes. That's the staff, Hal nodded, Jalal in our guild always carries such a staff. So, the Jalal in the past. Wendy's voice was a little uncertain. Don't worry, Wendy. Hal comforted, leave your matter with that Jalal to me. After this incident is over, I will bring him to see you when I return to the guild. Okay, brother Hal. Wendy nodded, her eyes full of trust. After comforting Wendy, Hal stood up, looked at Urza and Jalal with complicated eyes, and then turned around and led everyone away. What? Lucy asked in confusion. Why are you leaving, Hal? Gray couldn't help asking. No reason, Hal said lightly, the two of them have a very complicated matter, even they themselves can't figure it out. We'll only make things worse if we're there. Fortunately, the feud between them didn't lead to anyone's death, and there's still room for them to make peace. Hal added. Note, in the Tower of Paradise incident, Hal acted in time to seriously injure Jalal, so Simon didn't die. But Gray still looked at Urza in the distance, with unstoppable worry in his eyes. There's no but. Hal said firmly, Urza is very strong, and after my life seed treatment, Jalal is not weak now. You don't really think the two of them will be caught by the enemy, do you? Gray thought about it, nodded, and the worry on his face slowly faded. That's right. Our top priority now is to solve the big problem of Nirvana. Hal continued, you also heard Laxus say on the way that Nirvana is a kind of magic that can reverse good and evil. Once our concept of good and evil is shaken, and our hearts are lost, it is easy to be affected by it. Don't worry, Hal. Except for Laxus, everyone nodded in response, full of confidence in the next battle. Laxus, I don't need to say more. Hal looked at him with a smile. Tisk, talk too much. Laxus turned his head away proudly. Well. Anyway, even if Laxus' brother has problems, I can only kill him for the sake of justice. Hal said casually. Stinky boy. Laxus laughed and cursed at this. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed at the interaction between Hal and Laxus, and the tense atmosphere eased a little. With Hal and Laxus around, they felt relieved from the bottom of their hearts. However, when they rushed to the vicinity of Nirvana's light column, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. No, Nirvana has entered the final stage. Hal's voice was full of urgency. Suddenly, boom! With a loud bang, the earth shook violently, as if the whole world was shaking. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. The earth cracked, and a huge ancient town rose from the ground. The deafening sound was accompanied by dust, as if a long sleeping beast had awakened from the ground, tearing the earth apart and reappearing in the world. The town was huge, 1,000 meters high, supported by 6 huge magic devices, suspended in the air. Each magic device's foot was as majestic as a mountain, deeply rooted in the earth, with an ancient and powerful breath. The town's buildings were simple and magnificent, as if carrying the traces of countless years. The air was filled with powerful magic fluctuations, and the whole scene was like a dream, shocking everyone present. This is the true face of Nirvana. Hal stared at the ancient city in front of him, and his heart surged. An unprecedented sense of urgency arose. The huge ancient city has finally appeared. Laxus said in a low voice, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Ugh! So disgusting! At this time, Natsu was lifted up from the ground by the huge city, lying miserably on the tower of the ancient city. Don't you have happy here, kid? Why don't you lift him up together? Gray complained as he looked at the embarrassed Natsu. Really, Natsu Lucy obviously didn't want Natsu to lie there miserably, and she flew over slowly with the help of Hal's magic. Hey, I can't use my magic like this. Hal really wanted to complain, but he didn't take it back. He still had enough magic to fly for a few hours with these few people, and he didn't feel any threat now. Looking at the ancient city of Nirvana moving slowly in front of him, Hal, who was floating in the air, looked at Laxus, who was also floating with Hal's light magic, and asked in confusion. Okay, Laxus, how do we make him stop? What are you talking about? How do I know? Laxus frowned in response. Didn't you act like you knew a lot along the way? Hal asked. I've only heard of this magic, but this is the first time I've seen it. How can I know how to stop it? Laxus seemed a little helpless. What should we do now? Hal said confidently. Where's your brain? Figure it out yourself. Laxus gave Hal a slap in the face. After all, why does this thing move? It's been hundreds of years, it doesn't make sense. Laxus frowned and thought. How should I know? This is my first time seeing it too. Hal innocently floated by using light magic, looking extremely lazy. I didn't ask you. Laxus rolled his eyes at Hal. Suddenly, Laxus' eyes fixed, as if he noticed something. No, I feel someone is controlling it. Where? Hal immediately became alert. In the highest building. Laxus locked his eyes on the highest building in the ancient city. Go. Laxus glanced at Hal. Go. Hal responded unwillingly. The two flew away, followed by Wendy and Xiaolulu, who covered their mouths and laughed secretly. They thought the interaction between Hal and Laxus was very interesting. Gray looked at the four people flying away, and then looked into the distance. Lucy was patting Natsu's back, summoning Baelyuge to get a bottle of water for Natsu, and then looked at herself again, with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Wait for me. Hal, Laxus, I'm coming too, Gray shouted helplessly. Inside the building at the highest point of Nirvana, the figures of Klein and Cobra, who were a little out of breath, slowly emerged. Thank you, Dark Knight. If it weren't for your zigzag light that blocked the sight of Jura and the other ice wizard, we would be in danger. Klein said gratefully. It's okay, father. This is what I should do. Dark Knight responded with a firm look. Speaking of which, Whitey also made a great contribution. His righteous look did scare Jura, otherwise we might not be able to leave smoothly. Cobra's tone was filled with a lingering fear. In any case, Nirvana is now in our hands. With it, we can destroy the hypocritical magic world of the Light Guild. Looking at the huge Nirvana, Klein's voice was full of confidence in victory. Cobra, Dark Knight, you two go outside to guard. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Klein's command was full of unquestionable majesty. Yes, Chief. Cobra bowed his head and responded. Yes, Father. Dark Knight responded respectfully. The two left the room and slowly retreated. The two left the room, and their backs gradually disappeared in the distance. Klein watched them leave, and his face changed from initial trust to a smug smile. 6 demon generals, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that so many talents could be cultivated in the small paradise tower, ha 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 ha. In the air, Hal and Laxus arrived with Wendy Gray, and saw 4 people standing on the 4 corners of the building at the top. Lissa in a racing suit with dark golden magic wrapped around her body. Sora Agolia in a white angel suit. Poison Dragon Cobra standing on a purple snake. And Dark Knight sleeping on the flying carpet. The 4 people were guarding the 4 corners of the building, and noticed the existence of Hal and others at the same time. The faces of several people were different. Cobra, who had seen Hal's horror, just wanted to avoid the battle at this moment, but the other 3 did not think so. Their magic power burst out immediately, forming a powerful aura. Seeing this, Cobra could only grit his teeth and burst out his magic power. The powerful magic power of the 4S class wizards guarded the tallest building where Blaine was, like 4 inviolable barriers, firmly guarding the entire building. The magic power they released met in the air, as if forming a faintly glowing barrier. The momentum of the 4 people was like 4 towering mountains, shrouding this area in a solemn atmosphere. Laxus couldn't help but sneer at this. 6 demon generals? It's simply not worth mentioning. He stretched out his hand to stop Hal, signaling Hal not to take action, and then stepped forward, and an extremely huge thunder burst out of his body. The thunder was like a violent torrent, sweeping around in an instant, carrying the terrifying magic power of the middle level of the Holy 10 and pressing towards the 4 people. The sky began to distort under his magic power, and the dark night sky seemed to be torn apart. The lightning penetrated the darkness and illuminated the earth. The clouds in the sky were also stirred by the powerful force, and the thunderclouds surged, as if the whole world was responding to his power. Laxus stood in the air, wearing a black cloak, like a god who controlled thunder and lightning. His magic power made the air around him tremble, the roar of thunder echoed in the sky, and lightning kept falling around him, making the faces of the 4S class wizards pale. The description here is a bit exaggerated, but it is also relatively reasonable. After all, there are so many descriptions of the sky in the anime when the President and Joseph fight, but Ziref did not have that kind of treatment later. It can only be said that the funding is limited. This is impossible. How can there be such a powerful magic? Sora, who was standing in the front, lowered his head and tried his best to resist the pressure from Laxus, which was like a landslide, with deep fear in his voice. My speed was completely restricted. Lissa, who was always proud of his speed, now had a ferocious look of anger and helplessness on his face. He didn't even have the strength to raise his head, and could only rage helplessly in his heart, fighting against the cage like thunder bondage. In addition to Hal, the nature controller. Fairy Tale actually has such a terrifying wizard? This is impossible. Leader, we have no chance of winning at all. Cobra's heart had long been occupied by despair, and his voice was full of disbelief and complete panic. I can't sleep peacefully. Who is this? Dark Knight was awakened from his sleep by the sudden terrifying power, and his mind was in chaos. He had no idea what was going on, he only felt that the magic power that was more powerful than his father's was crushing down from the sky with an extremely domineering momentum, completely suppressing all his senses. Humph! Laxus snorted lightly, raised his right hand to the sky, and a golden magic circle quickly appeared in his palm. This hum was understated in the ears of Hal, Wendy, and others, but it turned into boundless pressure in the ears of the 4-6 demon generals, as if the whole world collapsed in this hum. The 4 of them only felt a sense of oppression coming from all directions, and their bodies were completely unable to move. As they looked on in horror, Laxus's golden magic circle suddenly glowed, and 4 dazzling golden thunders struck down from the sky with incredible precision. Hit where they were. Lightning flashed everywhere, and thunder exploded in the sky, as if the whole night was engulfed by this endless thunder. Thunder fell with a bang, and the golden light enveloped the entire battlefield. As the thunder echoed, Sono's figure disappeared in the dazzling lightning, and her body instantly lost support and fell heavily to the ground, losing her fighting power. Her eyes gradually dimmed, and the lightning blurred her consciousness, but a peaceful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she murmured to herself, "My prayer is to disappear in the sky like an angel." Then, Lisa was also suppressed by the power of thunder, and her body was paralyzed by the strong current. The speed that she once proud of was completely useless in front of Laxus. He could only accept the failure helplessly, his knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. The last prayer in his heart echoed in his ears, "My prayer is to run faster than anyone else." However, his speed was meaningless in the face of absolute power. With the powerful magic of the Dragon Slayer, Cobra released a huge amount of energy at the moment when the thunder was about to strike, trying to resist Laxus's lightning. Despite his best efforts, the power of thunder could not be completely offset. He was hit by lightning and flew backwards under the violent impact. He hit the wall in the distance heavily, blood gushed out of his mouth, and there was no sound for a long time. On the other side, Dark Knight's twisting magic worked. He distorted the trajectory of Laxus lightning at the last moment with extremely fast reaction, causing the lightning to deflect when approaching him. He successfully avoided the fatal blow, but Laxus's huge magic power still made him feel unbearable pressure, his body trembled slightly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The twisted lightning hit the top building, revealing Blaine, who was also at a loss inside. Dark Knight's face was pale, he had to stand up from his favorite magic carpet, straighten his body, and lock his eyes on Laxus vigilantly. At this time, Laxus only made one move, and 3 of the 6 demon generals had already been defeated. Only Dark Knight was left on the field to face this overwhelming force alone. However, he saw Hal standing behind Laxus still smiling, and that seemingly relaxed posture invisibly increased the fear in Dark Knight's heart, which made him shudder. If you have the strength to suppress, you can solve the battle instantly. Sometimes the battles in Fairy Tale are too long, or they are killed with one sword, but Lego's battles are so unreasonable, and the normal combat performance is like this, don't criticize me. Laxus's strength in the middle of the 10 saints is also reasonable, because 7 years later Laxus can kill the 5th of the 10 saints. You can't say that Laxus has also opened the second magic source, right? You can only say that the strength was there 7 years ago. The middle of the 10 saints corresponds to 567th place. Hal was not rated because his achievements were not as strong as the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, but his strength is there. He belongs to the upper position of the 10 saints, and the upper position of the 10 saints equals 1234 equals the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. I just woke up this morning and saw that my book has been read by many people. The backend data has skyrocketed by thousands of people. Thank you very much. I am really happy to see so many people reading my book. I will continue to update. Generally, if nothing unexpected happens, I can write 100,000 words before school starts. I hope everyone has time to help me rate it. Chapter 48. In order to make the novel more clear, I will briefly list the magic strength, similar to the setting of Realm. When Joseph first appeared, Gray and Urza had difficulty breathing, and Gray could not even move. In the later period, there was also the magic performance of the Holy 12 Shields that silenced the battlefield. The magic division of this book: A-class wizard, the ace of ordinary guilds, the top 10 level of powerful guilds. For example, Natsu. S-class wizard, the president of ordinary guilds, the ace of powerful guilds. For example, Allegory. Holy 10 wizards, the rare combat power ceiling in the early stage of fairy tale. For example, Laxus. Ishgar 4 heavenly kings, also known as the Holy 10 upper, only people with extremely abnormal talents can achieve it. For example, Vlad lived for more than 100 years. Note, this 4 heavenly kings does not include Serena of God, who is a pervert. 12 shields of the Holy Guard, it is about the same as 112 shields of the Holy Guard against the entire 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Magic King, the level of Augusta and Irene. Fairy tale clearly states that their strength is not at the same level as the other 12 shields, the pinnacle of mankind. Note, Ziref, who did not obtain the meteor radiance, also belongs to this level. Dragon King, the level of Ognologia. Before the 100 Years quest plot is written in this book, the Dragon King is the ceiling. Note, in theory, the Dragon King can kill Ziref, which is the level of the Magic King, but due to the curse of the god Angselrum, Ziref is immortal and can recover even if he is killed. It is a conceptual skill. According to the setting of fairy tale, the only one who can kill Ziref is Mavis, or Hal becomes a god and kills Angselrum. Twist magic. Laxus stared coldly at Dark Knight below, his figure looking extremely majestic in the sky. Dark Knight looked particularly embarrassed at this time. Although he tried hard to find an opportunity to fight back, Laxus's strength made it impossible for him to find any flaws. So powerful! Wendy's eyes flashed with star-like light, looking at Laxus with admiration, completely convinced by his domineering momentum. Laxus tilted his head slightly, noticed Wendy's gaze, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. His sight then turned to Hal on the side, with a bit of provocation and confidence in his eyes. Seeing this, Hal chuckled, knowing that Laxus was deliberately showing off. So, Hal took a step forward, a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. I can't let you steal all the limelight, brother Laxus. Hal put his hands together and whispered a spell, and a mysterious power gradually emerged in the air. He summoned huge vines from the ruins of the ancient city. The vines snaked out like living things and quickly approached Dark Knight. Tree Magic Forest Funeral. Hal's voice echoed in the night sky, and the vines snaked forward like earth dragons and pounced on Dark Knight. Dark Knight tried to use zigzag magic to distort the attack trajectory of these vines, but now he can only distort a piece of space. But these vines seemed endless and surrounded him from all directions. As the vines surrounded him more and more tightly, Dark Knight's resistance seemed increasingly powerless. Finally, the vines suddenly tightened and bound him tightly. Then, the vines exploded on the surface and turned into a huge tree with a thick trunk and lush branches and leaves, as if it instantly supported part of the sky. Dark Knight's body was firmly trapped by the tree, and the branches pierced his body like a sharp blade. As the branches penetrated deeper, Dark Knight's blood slowly flowed down the vines, dyeing the huge trunk red. My wish is just to sleep peacefully in a quiet place. Then, Dark Knight's struggle gradually weakened, and finally fell into deep darkness. Why are you so serious, kid? Laxus glanced at Dark Knight, who was dying from the branches, and choked Hal. Hal smiled awkwardly and replied easily, "Don't worry, that guy won't die, I'm holding back." Laxus frowned, looking at the blood flowing down the tree trunk to the Dark Knight on the ground, and asked half doubtfully, "Are you sure?" Hal was a little embarrassed, but still explained confidently, "Well, don't be fooled by appearances. I know my tree magic. If I don't want him to die, he will definitely not die." Laxus nodded, as if accepting this explanation, "That's right. Let's go, brother Laxus, solve Nirvana." Hal's eyes were firm, ready to move on. Laxus smiled coldly and turned his gaze to the inside of the building. "There's another piece of trash waiting for us." Gray stood behind and looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but complain, "With these two perverts here, what's the point of me coming?" Hal, who was flying in front, heard Gray complained, turned around and smiled, "Don't say that, Gray. Laxus deliberately left an opponent for you and Natsu." Gray was stunned for a moment, his eyes were a little suspicious. "Where is it?" Hal pointed to the ruins in front of him, and said in a relaxed tone, "The dragon slayer who was beaten into the ruins." Hey! Gray didn't react for a while, and his eyes followed Hal's guidance. Leave it to you, Hal continued, it just so happens that Natsu doesn't know what to do. Hearing this, Gray finally smiled. That's about right. Thunder Dragon's Fang Tianji. Laxus's roar echoed in the building, and thunder and lightning instantly gathered in his hands, turning into a huge thunder and lightning halberd. While Hal and Gray were talking, they heard a thunder roar, and a huge hole was instantly broken in the building, and gravel flew. Then, a charred figure flew out of the hole, with endless smoke and burnt smell, and fell heavily to the ground. Wendy's eyes widened as she recognized that it was Blaine, the once invincible leader of the 6 demon generals, who was now hit by Laxus and had no power to fight back. Laxus slowly walked out of the damaged hole, his eyes fell on the charred Blaine on the ground, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "This guy is not as good as that Dark Knight just now. How can he be the leader?" Hal smiled easily and responded, "As for the leader, it's okay if he doesn't need too much strength." He was about to relax and declare the mission over, when he suddenly felt a huge magic power burst out from Blaine's body. The tattoos on Blaine's body gradually disappeared. They were the locks that sealed nothingness. Each tattoo represented a 6 demon general. When the 6 demon generals were defeated, the seal would be lifted. As the last lock disappeared, Blaine's aura instantly became fierce and powerful, and his eyes turned from pain to cold and ruthless. The crusade should be over. Wait. Hal's words were not finished when a dark aura emerged from Blaine's body. The power of the abyss continued to gather, and finally completely released his sealed other personality, Nothing. The appearance of Nothing brought a terrifying sense of oppression. His figure was wrapped in darkness, as if the entire space was swallowed up. He raised his hand gently, and the power of darkness surged like a stream, turning into a rotating dark magic that swept towards Hal and Laxus. Die! The scum of the Light Guild! Echoes of the darkness! Nothing sneered, and his voice was like the whisper of the god of death, which was chilling. Hal reacted instantly, waved his hands, and a huge rock barrier suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the attack abruptly. The surface of the rock was cracked by the darkness, and it was almost on the verge of breaking, but it finally stabilized the offensive. "Okay, Laxus, take Wendy and Xiaolulu away from here, I want to play with him," Hal said lightly, but there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Laxus snorted disdainfully, "Tisk, honestly speaking, I can't maintain the light magic on us to fly while fighting. Stop talking too much." Hal hit back unceremoniously, but his eyes were always locked on the enemy in front of him. To be honest, the strength of Wu is indeed terrifying. According to the classification of magic power, he has reached the middle position among the 10 holy wizards, and his strength is extraordinary. Even at this moment, Hal had to admit that this guy's power is a big threat. I remember that in the original work, Natsu swallowed all the magic power of his brother-in-law and awakened the power of the dragon, but he almost lost. If Igneel hadn't awakened Natsu in time, the result would be hard to say, so it is normal that his strength is higher than Jura. At this moment, Nothing has white hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes are blood red, and the huge magic power is like a dark wave covering his body. The dark magic aura is entangled around him, like a demon awakened from the depths of hell, which is frightening. Hal felt that the magic power fluctuations of the ground under his feet were extremely weak. At this moment, he could not recover magic and physical strength from the ground like he did when fighting Laxus. Now he is on Nirvana, and this strange terrain weakens his connection with the ground. Fortunately, Nirvana has stopped moving at present, otherwise Hal may have to fight a high-altitude battle with Nothing. "You scum of the Light Guild, you have freed the demons, and I will make you understand what the price will be." Wu's voice was low and cold, like a curse from hell. The blood in his eyes became more intense, and the overflowing desire for killing pressed towards Hal like a tide. "Everyone can brag, let's see how strong you are, old man." Hal was not willing to be outdone. He put his hands together again, and the aura of the Earth Dragon Slayer magic surged around him. As the strongest candidate, even if he was affected by Nirvana, he would not retreat. Nothing suddenly roared, and the power of darkness surged out of his body. He waved his hands suddenly, and the rotating dark magic turned into countless sharp blades, slashing at Hal at a rapid speed. Each dark magic contained endless ferocity and murderous intent, as if to tear Hal apart completely. Hal quickly turned sideways to avoid some attacks, and at the same time swung his hands and slammed the ground, the wrath of the Earth Dragon. Amidst the deafening roar, countless hard stone spikes suddenly emerged from the ground, rushing towards nothing with destructive power. These stone spikes weaved into a huge net in the air, intending to completely trap nothing. Ha ha ha! Boring! Wu laughed wildly, dodging the stone thorns like a ghost. He quickly summoned a dark magic circle with both hands, and the dark magic gathered in his palms again, forming a spiral black beam. Eternal dark fantasy. The beam twisted into a huge vortex in the air and rushed straight to Hal. The power of darkness is like a sharp blade that tears through space, destroying everything that stands in its way. Wu's moves are very strange. Echo of the Dark and Echo of the Dark are two moves. Theoretically, fantasy is more powerful and has extremely strong penetration. Hal saw this, shook his arms, jumped suddenly, and dodged the attack. At the same time, he turned his body in the air, put his hands together, and burst out a strong wave of magic. The giant fist of the Earth Dragon. A huge rock broke out of the ground, wrapped around Hal's right arm, and turned into a huge rock fist, smashing towards nothing with violent force. The surface of the rock flashed with a light like lava, and the fist rushed towards nothing with irresistible power. Nothing laughed wildly, his eyes full of bloodthirsty desire. He did not dodge, but instead stepped forward, the power of darkness wrapped around his fist, and collided head-on with Hal's rock fist. The huge shock wave spread out, shaking the entire nirvana. That's the feeling. This kind of pleasure of fighting. Nothing seemed to be caught in the frenzy of the battle. He launched attacks frantically, and each attack was filled with murderous intent and destructive power. Every move he made seemed to completely destroy Hal, and there was only endless violence and bloodthirstiness in his eyes. Hal was speechless. Didn't this man know that he was a dragon slayer? At this moment, Hal's surface was always wrapped in earth magic, which turned into magic defense on the surface of his body, and he was almost not injured. Nothing had been fighting with Hal crazily until now, and even though he was covered in wounds, he didn't care at all, but fought more and more fiercely. The battle between the two was like the collision of thunder and darkness, and each blow burst out dazzling light and deafening roar in the air. Nothing had a strong desire to kill, and each attack was like the claws of a beast, carrying the power to destroy everything. His dark magic kept changing, with various forms, full of weirdness and cruelty. Hal relied on his fighting instinct and the power of the Earth Dragon to continuously attack nothing, stubbornly resisting this vicious power. Boom! Another blow. Hal's earth magic defense on the surface of his body slowly dimmed, and he was finally injured, with blood flowing from his arm. "You guy, you are really a lunatic," Hal said while fighting. He could feel that the power and desire of nothing far exceeded that of ordinary people, but he would never give in this battle. He wanted to use his own power to completely defeat this violent demon. The shock of the Earth Dragon. Hal shouted in a low voice, took the opportunity to retreat quickly, and stepped on the ground with his right foot. As this foot landed, the ground seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force and exploded in an instant. The ancient city buildings collapsed one after another in the violent vibration, and the huge earthquake waves rushed towards nothing like a raging wave, as if to swallow him completely. Always guard the dark. Faced with this powerful impact, nothing shouted without hesitation, waving his hands violently in the air, and the power of darkness condensed instantly to form an indestructible barrier. The black barrier enveloped him like the night, blocking the impact of the earthquake wave. "Hal! I'm going to kill you!" Dark gravity. Nothing roared, opened his hands suddenly, and the dark power formed a powerful gravitational field around him, instantly pulling Hal's body towards him. At the same time, he quickly launched the next attack, always dark fantasy. A spiral black beam of light it came out from his hand, with terrifying penetrating power, and went straight to Hal. The dragon halberd of the Earth Dragon. Hal did not hesitate at all, and quickly summoned a dragon halberd made of rock in his hand, and the magic power of his whole body burst out instantly. He broke through the shackles of eternal dark fantasy with unparalleled speed and strength, and rushed straight to nothing with the powerful gravitational attraction. Nothing flashed a trace of uneasiness in his blood-red eyes, and he felt a strong threat of death from Hal's attack. Although he quickly dodged sideways, he still couldn't avoid it completely. Hal's dragon halberd, with extremely powerful power, severely smashed one of Nothing's arms, and blood gushed out instantly. Nothing had a distorted face, and the fanaticism and pain in his eyes were intertwined. He quickly distanced himself from Hal, but he was still full of fighting spirit, as if this huge pain would only make him more crazy. Genesis Nothing. Nothing put his hands in a Tai Chi-like posture, and the air around him seemed to solidify, Then a large number of black ghosts emerged from behind him, carrying unspeakable resentment and aura of destruction, and attacked Hal madly. Seeing this, Hal was not afraid, but felt excited to fight. He raised his hand to summon his staff in the distance, and the staff drew an elegant arc in the air and flew back to his hand like a whirlwind. "Come on, nothing, see if you can take my move!" Hal roared, and the magic power in his body surged out. The staff in his hand instantly deformed, and the golden magic power wrapped around it, turning into a dragon spear shining with golden light. Dragon-killing secret. Earth-shaking dragon spear. Hal swung the dragon spear violently, and the terrifying golden magic power burst out. The ground was torn apart again under his feet, and a huge golden magic circle appeared under his feet, as if to devour everything between heaven and earth. As Hal moved, the dragon spear stabbed at nothing with the force of thunder, and the golden light collided with the dark ghost, erupting with a deafening roar. The two were equally powerful, and the terrifying magic made the battlefield tremble. However, Hal was just trying out the magic of nothing. At that moment, the dragon spear suddenly vibrated, as if a giant dragon had awakened. The phantom of the giant dragon condensed above the dragon spear, making a dragon roar that shook the world, and the entire battlefield trembled. Nothing felt unprecedented fear at this moment. He saw a golden dragon open its bloody mouth and swallow him. For the first time, a trace of panic appeared in its blood-red eyes. Hal did not hesitate, and the dragon spear stabbed forward with overwhelming force. The phantom of the giant dragon, accompanied by the stabbing of the dragon spear, tore all the ghosts summoned by nothing, and the black ghosts shattered like pieces of paper in the golden light. The ghosts dissipated in the golden light, but the dragon spear's might did not diminish at all, piercing Nothing's chest with unmatched power. Nothing's pupils shrank suddenly, and he tried to dodge, but it was too late. Hal's dragon spear pierced his heart accurately and fatally. At that moment, it seemed as if time had stopped, and the air was filled with the breath of blood and death. Nothing opened his eyes wide, his blood-red eyes gradually dimmed, and his ferocious smile froze as his heart broke. His body trembled violently in the golden light, and finally drooped his head weakly. The power of the dragon spear completely destroyed his life. In an instant, all the darkness and killing desires turned into nothingness along with his heart. Hal took back the dragon spear and held the spear shaft tightly. The long spear was easily lifted in his powerful palm and leaned against his shoulder. The dark figure fell powerlessly before him, the night gradually faded away, and the dawn light shone through the ruins of the ancient city, as if announcing the arrival of a new day. Chapter 49. The morning light slowly sprinkled on Hal's body. At this moment, Hal held the gun in one hand, with the gun barrel slanted out from behind, the gun head facing down, and resting steadily on his shoulder, so majestic. Laxus walked over to him and looked at Hal posing speechlessly. "That's your staff, what are you doing? How can a wizard hold a staff like that?" "Ah, it's true, it's a staff." Hal just remembered at this moment, the dragon spear slowly faded away the golden magic power and turned into a golden staff. "Don't I think this is handsome?" "Yes, it is quite nice. Why do I feel that you have other intentions?" "You think too much. I went to find Wendy. Fortunately, I didn't let her come." "You are so cruel." Laxus looked at the miserable state of Blaine, who lost his heart and complained in his heart. "There is no way. The atmosphere is there. Besides, this guy is really a murderer in fighting. Let's go, Wendy is worried about you." "Oh. When did you become so gentle, Laxus?" "Nothing, I will praise you in front of the president when I go back." "You don't need to talk too much." "What? What's wrong with listening to your grandfather praising yourself occasionally?" "Shut up. You are not shy, are you, Laxus?" Hal teased. Lightning flashed by. Hal has been honest. The morning sun fell behind the two, making the backs of the two young men more brilliant. Soon, the two found Wendy and Xiaolulu on a distant building, with Gray and Happy next to them. "We won, let's go home," Hal said with a smile. "Brother Hal is really awesome," Wendy exclaimed. "That's right." Hal was rarely happy. "Don't show off," Laxus said jokingly. "What? You definitely can't beat Wu," Hal replied half-jokingly. "Hey!" Laxus raised his eyebrows. I mean, you definitely can't beat me as fast." Laxus didn't say anything this time, he really knew that his strength was not as good as Hal. "By the way, where are Natsu and Lucy?" Hal asked Happy curiously. Hey! Natsu fainted in Lucy's arms. Still fainted until now. Hey! That's right. Hal was a little helpless with this stupid couple, but he didn't plan to care about them. He gathered his magic power and took everyone to fly down to Nirvana. Don't go, Hal. I can't carry two people. Happy shouted in a panic. Then don't carry them. Anyway, Natsu can climb down by himself. Yeah, it seems to be true. Happy suddenly realized. So, the blue cat followed the main group, and everyone flew down to Nirvana together. I sense that Urza is nearby, let's go find them. Hal said. I hope their problems have been resolved. Gray said with a little worry. Hal nodded. However, when everyone arrived at Urza's location, they only saw her leaning against her ruins with her back, looking a little thoughtful. Urza, where is Jalal? Hal asked. He was captured by the council. Urza replied calmly. The council's dog nose is so sharp. Hal frowned and said. He originally wanted to pull Jalal into fairy tale. After all, one masked man is still a masked man, and another one is not a bad idea. After all, he is a Saint 10 fighter. Has his memory recovered? Hal asked. Not at all. He didn't know he was Jalal until he talked to me. Urza's tone was filled with a hint of grief. Well, that's pretty miserable. Then let's wait until his memory recovers. Hal touched his chin and said with a smile. What do you mean, Hal? Urza was a little puzzled. I think one masked man in our guild is still a masked man, and there is no difference between two. Hal laughed. Hey! Everyone was shocked. Anyway, we are the only ones now, so I'll be honest. When Jalal recovers his memory, if he feels remorseful, I will get him out. Hal said firmly. But how to do it? Gray was a little confused. How to do it? Go to jailbreak. Hal said nonchalantly. Prison break. Everyone was shocked. No, you are Saint 10. Laxus said in surprise. How, why? Elsa looked puzzled. This is to make our fairy queen happy. Howl smiled happily. This. Everyone was speechless. Thank you, Howl, but it's really unnecessary. He did make a big mistake. Elsa said gratefully. A brainwashed child made a mistake. No. One died because of it. Besides, he brought you 8 years of pain, so he has to accompany you for the rest of his life. Hal said with a slightly relaxed smile on his face. But... Urza's face was slightly red. No buts, the old man will agree. Oh, okay. Urza nodded in a daze. Hey, don't bring the president in. Laxus said helplessly. Don't worry, the magic world is in chaos, fairy tale has the final say, the council is in charge. Hal started to be rebellious again. Hey! Everyone was speechless again. In fact, what Hal didn't say was that he also had his own plan. Breaking the prison was only the last resort, he preferred to use power to threaten directly. Don't you see, Fiori can impose some restrictions on the council. As long as Hal returns to Bosco and finds a way to ascend the throne, then he can directly go all out to make war, and the entire magic empire will come out, and releasing one person will be a small matter. As for why Hal suddenly changed his mind, he himself couldn't explain it clearly. He always felt an urgent need, and needed a lot of combat power to deal with the urgency of the future. Perhaps, it's also for the wishes of the old Emperor Hatch and Fusler. Hal comforted himself in his heart. The story of Bosco country will not be written before Tianlang Island. As for why this story is written, it is actually to pave the way for the final Alvarez chapter. For the story of Alvarez, if you ask me to write a similar battle power comparison again and then fight, I don't know how to write it. It can't be that Hal is just killing people randomly, that would be too boring. So much battle power, so many tasks, it would be like a running account if it was wasted. Chapter 50. Hal's rebellion did not last long. Everyone soon saw Natsu running over with Lucy on his back, spraying flames all the way. You bastards! You forgot about us after the fight. Natsu shouted angrily. Natsu, slow down. Lucy howled on Natsu's back. Natsu, hurry up, let's go. Hal said with a smile. Natsu quickly ran to the front of everyone, first put down the weak-legged Lucy, and then shouted loudly, You bastards, you actually forgot about me, and you, Happy, why did you run away? Hal asked me to do this. Happy whispered. Hal. Natsu's anger rose. Aren't you dizzy? Hal laughed. I was really dizzy. Natsu's expression stiffened for a moment. I didn't say you were faking it. Hal responded. What's going on, Natsu? Hal asked in a puzzled manner. I saw you guys were bullying people, and it seemed too much, so I didn't go over there. That's right, that's it. Natsu racked his brains and finally found a reasonable reason. Ha 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 ha. Wendy couldn't help laughing out loud, and the silver bell-like laughter echoed in the air. Ha 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 ha. Everyone seemed to be infected by Wendy's laughter, and they all laughed. Even Urza's sadness was diluted, and she looked at Natsu with a smile. Nothing, Natsu, we just think your running posture just now is very handsome. Hal patted Natsu's shoulder, but the smile on the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. What about you, Gray? Nothing, I just remembered some happy things. What happy things? I know where the black history of all the people in fairy tale is buried. What? Natsu instantly became energetic. Everyone laughed for a while in the same place, and Wendy came out at this time. Everyone must be tired. Our guild is nearby. Come to our guild to rest. It's just right, Brother Hal, you can also take a look at our guild's clothes. Sure, I'm looking forward to it. Great. Lucy, who was still sitting on the ground, raised her hand for the second time. What's wrong with Lucy? Gray looked at Lucy who was still sitting on the ground and asked in confusion. Nothing, my legs are weak. Lucy replied a little embarrassedly. Laxus seemed to understand something in an instant and looked at Natsu and Lucy strangely. No way, Natsu, when we were fighting, you. Hal seemed to understand something and questioned Natsu loudly. What are you talking about? Natsu looked confused. Don't think too much. It's just that Natsu carrying me down from Nirvana more than 1,000 meters high is too scary. Lucy looked at the strange eyes of the crowd, as if she also understood something, and explained loudly with a blushing face. Oh. Except for Wendy and Xiaolulu, everyone responded to Lucy at the same time. It's true. Don't get me wrong, it's not that fast. Seeing this, Lucy's face turned redder and she hurried to clarify. Oh. Everyone remained indifferent. What are you talking about? Natsu was even more confused. What are you talking about? Wendy was also confused. Nothing, Wendy, when you grow up, try not to be alone with boys. Brother Hal can't do that too. Wendy asked with some confusion. I'm an exception, Hal was a little embarrassed, but still forced himself to convince himself. Okay. Wendy nodded obediently. Soon, everyone, led by Wendy and Xiaolulu, came to the Wizard Guild, Cat Inn. This is a quaint and warm village-style guild. The interior of the guild is arranged like a small village, full of a friendly atmosphere. There are all kinds of people in the village. There are old ladies sewing clothes, making clothes with rough but dexterous hands. There are young people wearing clothes similar to Wendy, busy shuttling around in various corners, with warm smiles on their faces. The architectural style of the guild is simple, and the wooden structure and warm lights make people feel comfortable and relaxed. There is a faint fragrance in the air, as if it is a faint fragrance wafting from the flowers in the jungle. There are some handicrafts and warm decorations hanging on the walls, and the ground is covered with warm wooden floors. The whole guild is filled with a warm and peaceful atmosphere, making people feel like they are in a warm family. Wendy and Xiaolulu greeted everyone warmly, and the guild members also came to say hello, and the atmosphere was friendly and harmonious. Everything here is full of care and warmth, as if inviting everyone who came here to feel the warmth of home. Everyone enjoyed a feast at the Cat Transforming Inn. The members of the guild were hospitable and prepared a sumptuous meal for Hal and them. Until noon that day, Hal and his companions changed into clothes similar to Wendy's, and prepared to say goodbye with beautiful memories. Everyone in the guild went to the entrance of the village to see everyone off. Wendy also stood beside the president Robin Russ, smiling sweetly and waving to Hal and others. However, Hal's smile was a little stiff at this moment. He looked at the big family in front of him, and he had something in his heart but didn't know how to speak. President Robin Russ noticed Hal's strangeness, and he slowly walked to Hal with a cane. Hal, you are such an excellent wizard. In the future, I am also relieved that Wendy will be taken care of by you. President Robin Russ. President? What are you talking about? Wendy looked at Hal and the president with some doubts, feeling that they looked a little strange. Natsu, Urza, and others also looked at them strangely. Seeing this, President Robin Russ smiled kindly, slowly turned around, took Wendy's hand, and pulled her to Hal's side. Seeing this, Hal felt complicated, reached out, held Wendy's hand, and didn't let go. Hal? President? What's wrong? Wendy seemed to realize something at this moment, and her tone was a little flustered. Little Wendy, it's time to tell you the truth. The guilt of the cat in behind her gradually dissipated. Wendy looked at the abandoned village and witnessed the place where she had lived for 7 years gradually blending into nothingness. I died 400 years ago, little Wendy. Thank you for your company. I have been in a daze for the past 400 years, guarding Nirvana without knowing spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The 7 years of accompanying you to grow up are the most meaningful time for me. I am really happy. But now, Nirvana has been destroyed, and my obsession is about to disappear. It is time for us to say goodbye. President Robin Russ slowly told the history of the Nirbit tribe 400 years ago and the story of someone asking him to take care of Wendy 7 years ago. Hearing this, everyone's faces were shocked involuntarily. 400 years of waiting. And the wizard guild that existed only for one person. Wendy's face also showed confusion and shock. How could it be, President, then everyone is? Wendy seemed to think of something when she heard this, and did not dare to continue. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the guild members behind the president, and the figures of the guild members who were originally standing behind the president became illusory. Well, they are all phantoms I created. Phantoms with personalities. Laxus looked at the guild members in front of him in shock. I don't believe it. Pask, Naokai. Don't disappear, please. Wendy's voice trembled, and her eyes showed deep anxiety and despair. Her hands tightly grasped those figures that were about to dissipate, as if this could keep them in reality. Wendy, goodbye. The members of the Cat Inn disappeared one by one in front of Wendy, as if disappearing with those warm times and the joy and laughter with her friends in the guild. Her tears kept welling up in her eyes, and the pain in her heart made her unbearable. Nebula, little Wendy, thank you for your company for 7 years. Robin's voice was filled with a hint of gentle sadness. He continued, no matter what the future holds, your courage and tenacity will lead you to a bright path. Although the members of the guild are fake, your experience and growth here are real. Now, you can choose to let go of the past and embrace a new life, because you have real companions behind you. At this point, the figure of President Robinrus gradually became illusory, and finally, it turned into a light spot and gradually dissipated. Little Wendy, Hal, Natsu, Gray, Urza, Gray, Laxus, happy, I am very happy to see you for the last time, and I hope your future will be full of light. No. President Wendy wanted to shake the hand of President Robinrus for the last time, as if this could retain all the good things. However, everything dissipated. Everyone was silent, not knowing how to comfort this little girl who was protected by love but deceived by love. At this moment, Hal walked to her side and stretched out his hand to gently put it on her shoulder. His eyes were gentle and firm, and his voice was full of encouragement and care. Wendy, this truth is hard to accept, but even so, the past 7 years of experience are not false. Your growth and experience here are precious. You have become very strong, don't let this pain bind you. Wendy's eyes were shining with tears. She looked into Hal's eyes and felt the warmth conveyed in his words. Warmth and strength. She took a deep breath, trying to turn the pain in her heart into a force to move forward again. Hal continued, let's go, keep going, Wendy. Let's go back to fairy tale together. Hearing this, a subtle change began to surge in Wendy's heart. The heart that was once torn apart by the disappearance of the phantom and the impact of the truth is now gradually calmed down in a firm determination. Her heart is like gradually finding a ray of light in the storm. Although there are still scars, a new courage gradually rises in the depths. Although the tears are still flowing, a firm look begins to appear on her face. She slowly raised her head and held Hal's hand tightly, as if it was a rope leading her out of the predicament. At this moment, the sun gently sprinkled on the two of them, and the girl's gloom seemed to be illuminated by this warm sunshine. The light shined through her tears, as if reflecting a new hope. Yet, a simple and firm response came from Wendy's mouth, and her eyes flashed with sadness and new determination.